Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
Ugh, I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same sticker as the other.
But this is our space. You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh, we should film
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good, and I think my daddy atrazine.
All right, boys. Starting off tonight early. It's going to be a long stream tonight. Between this and Prime Kai's. I mean, Prime Kai's doesn't start for another couple hours. And, I had to have the music. I had the music muted. I'm like listening to music in my ear and it's all quiet on your end. Oh, man. This is obviously not my normal start time. So if you're just hopping in and you're wondering why is there only a few people here, or you're watching the VOD, you know. Oh, Rudy, what's up? Oh, yeah, I forgot Rudy. You know, you're over there in Eastern Europe. Or not Eastern. I guess mid. Are you in Eastern Europe? Where is the fucking line for Eastern Europe? Because I think of like, yeah, I know it's Central, but like in my head, there's like Western Europe and then there's Eastern Europe. Like I recognize obviously like Estonia, Moldova, Georgia. You know, I recognize that's Eastern Europe, right? But like in my head, I still think of like Poland, or not Poland, Bosnia. You know, the whole like Central Europe. Like it's weird because like I don't think of Macedonia and Greece as like, or like that little fucking half Turkey, half Greece island as like Eastern Europe. I think of that as Central Europe. But like for whatever reason, I think of like those few little like white countries that we went to war with in the 90s as like Eastern European, even though they're not part of like like they're not really part of that block, and yet they kind of feel that way. You know what I mean? Like culturally speaking. Maybe I'm just an ignorant American. And thank you so much, Rudy. I appreciate it. It's a great way to start. You're not the first to donate. Somebody hopped in here like right when I made the stream and gave me one of those fake Canadian dollars that used to be worth more than the US dollar and is now like 74 cents to USD. And apparently the euro is like barely a penny above the dollar right now. Why Sparta did not be allowed to be country? I'm confused. I mean, Sparta or Lacedaemonia, right? Like, obviously, like Sparta is what we call it now, but like back then it'd be like Lacedaemonia. It's a city-state. Is there some part of history I'm missing? Is it dumb American again? Is there some other historical thing I'm some like 1400s, 1500s, post-Ottoman withdrawal, post, Mehmed taking over Constantinople that I'm like missing or something? The country's called Spartacus with an RT, right? So it's Russia Today. Misinformation. But yeah, so today I'm going in the Lion's Den. And I'm going to try and do it in a somewhat friendly manner. I have made a lot of mistakes in the past burning down every bridge I create and just screaming at everybody that is a statist, and then not being able to connect with them. But today I'm going deep into the Lion's Den to talk about USAID. I don't know how long it will be because it is like a call-in show, but I kind of set it up ahead of time and I've been planning this for a while. So I'm going to talk about USAID with MidwesternMarx. And we will see how that goes. I might just get screamed at by random people. We might have a really good conversation. These are commie fucks, and I hate all commies, and yet they're well read. And I have a certain affinity or appreciation, I guess, for like people that actually understand their own theory and philosophy, even if I deeply disagree with it. Maybe it's because I've just dealt with so many fucking idiots in Twitch, Paul, that like I would almost rather have a conversation with like a well-read communist, not for the content, of course, but like personally, in terms of my energy and brain. I would rather have like a conversation with a well-read communist any day over like some like center-right person that like is just a MAGA chud or something. Like it becomes very difficult for me to deal with their shit. Okay, what is happening? Oh, okay, all right. We're good. We're golden. But again, if you're just coming in or you're you're checking out the VOD and you're wondering like where's the chat, where are people? I just started stream. Normally this stream would start at 7 and I started at 5:30 Eastern, right? So I started stream an hour and a half early. I was sick. I think everybody on the East Coast was sick, apparently. Like my kids were sick. Their parents were sick. People at their school were sick. Everyone except for my roommate was sick or feeling under the weather with like whatever random ass cold, flu, whatever hit the East Coast. So I've been gone for a couple days, and then I had my kids for the weekend. So, and then I started stream an hour and a half early. So people will get in here. It's just, it's going to take a while. So if you're catching this VOD later, comment in the comments section below. Help the channel get seen to other people that weren't here earlier. So it might get recommended to them because they didn't catch it live. Give the stream a like. Subscribe to the channel. Click the notification bell. But if you really want to know when I'm going live, YouTube and the notification bell is not the best way to do it. The best way to do it is to join the Discord. Links are in the description and they're in the chat. And that's where you can kind of hang out with us, talk with us, and of course, get notifications. Check out other people that are producing content. Meet other fellow liberty-minded people. Have spirited debates with random people that come in. If you want to see me be toxic, and post shower thoughts, follow my X or my Twitter. Fabian Liberty, same name, no underscores or anything, just regular ass Fabian Liberty. And then lastly, if you want to support the channel, like Rudy just did, he gave gifted memberships. Those memberships come with a little badge, but they don't really come with much. It's just some emojis. It's just fun. I don't gatekeep any content. Maybe if I was, had like 10,000, live viewers or something and had an editor, I'd have more content to gatekeep or something to encourage it. But I don't really like gatekept content. Every time someone gatekeeps content to try and get people to buy memberships or something, to me, that's less content you're giving to your subscribers. And it's kind of an insult to the people that show up and watch you and are part of your community, right? And so the best bang for your buck is super chats. At any point in time, you can super chat me, and I might not get to it immediately, but with only one exception, I have answered every single super chat during the stream. Or I've, for the most part, I'll do what the super chat asks me to do, so long as it's reasonable. It's not something creepy or weird. Obviously if it's like, hey, react to this video, I might not get to reacting to it because I've got other content I'm doing, right? But only one super chat hasn't been answered in that stream, and it was answered the next stream to that person that I know was there because I wanted to give them a more detailed answer instead of like a quick bullshit answer. So super chats are the best bang for your buck because you get to make sure that I see what you're saying and I answer your questions, and I do my best to give like a good faith, or maybe not good faith, but like a good attempt at like really like answering the question. But yeah, as the night goes on, we'll probably get some more people in, and then whatnot. If this ends up only being like a couple of minutes, like I hop in and then they're like, okay, cool, that was fun, bye, right? I'm only there for like 15 minutes, and because the Prime Kai's debate doesn't start till 8, which is another 2 hours and 20 minutes. If this ends up being like a very short conversation or something, then I will, I've got a list of Trump's executive orders, and we'll start going through his executive orders, reading through them and trying to give you like a libertarian kind of approach to answering, whether or not I think they're good, what the consequences might be, as opposed to like the media reporting them. I've just got a list of all that they've done, so that he's signed so far, so that we can go through them and actually kind of like see what we think about them. Then is it okay? Expansion lead to one world government, reduction to 100,000 small countries would not. What? Why USA expand? Dude, I'm not an expansionist. Okay, I see where it's going. I'm not an expansionist guy, man. I'm not pro U.S. imperialism. Oh, you're talking about the topic for the debate tonight. Canada becoming the 51st state. Yeah, I'm really interested to see what's going on. Kind of like in a macabre watch the world burn kind of thing. Because like Trudeau is convinced that he's serious. Pierre Pelevra seems to be taking it seriously. Obviously the media does. But that's just because the media takes everything Trump says that's ridiculous sounding serious because they have Trump derangement syndrome. I don't know if Trump actually is serious about it. But he's like doubling down and acting like it's serious, which is like full-blown clown world. And then if is serious about it, that's even more clown world. Like, what is he is he planning on invading fucking Canada? Like, that doesn't seem to be the goal at all. It seems like he almost it's like, it sounds a lot more like the Mexico will pay for the border wall thing, where like he's really just leaning into this ridiculous thing that everybody knows is bullshit, except for his diehard fans, so that like he doesn't have to admit in negotiations that he's not crazy. Like, it's like he's showing up to the negotiating table like, I'm America. I'm crazy. What am I going to do? Do I remember the North American Union coin? It was a conspiracy after the European. I don't remember that. Maybe I glazed over that one. LOL. I must say, rather USA rule the world than Canada and the World Economic Forum. I mean, Canada ain't ruling shit, but they are a player in the game, and so are we. And Trump seems to want to get away from that game. But it seems like he's on a new game, which is the American empire, regional, local empire. Hold on, I have to look this up. The North American Union coin. I mean, I was a kid during the Bush administration, right? So, like, maybe I'm missing something. Theoretical Economic and Monetary Union, 3 countries. Hold on. Obviously, this is Wikipedia. I'm not saying I trust Wikipedia as a big source. I'm just now hearing about it, so I'm just looking at the Wikipedia, like, you know, just cause, right? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying, oh, now I'm gonna trust Wikipedia or anything. North America's Theoretical Economic and Monetary Union of 3 North American countries. Implementation would involve the 3 countries giving up their current currency units, modeled after the EU. What a terrible idea. Like, I almost don't want to read more about this because the Canadian dollar is fairly strong, attached to its own oil currency, but like the USD is the reserve currency of the world. So like trying to bring Mexico and like bring them into the USD, but like wrapped into a new currency, like what's going to happen to the US dollar as a reserve currency? Because like it sounds like this would just, I don't know how you would implement it. It would be weird. We'd have to see how that happens, but it seems like something that like has not a lot of upside and a lot of fucking risk. People who bash on Wikipedia are losers. Dude, look, Wikipedia is a good source for like quick info about, you know, what about like dates, historical facts, figures, you know, information that is within the Overton window of like acceptable discourse, right? Like if you want quick information, it's great for that, right? Now I would say Wikipedia is kind of becoming more and more useless as AI becomes able to kind of do the same thing that Wikipedia does, right? Which is like give you an acceptable discourse answer that like most people would like, you know, like most governments and liberal democracies kind of agree is the acceptable answer to whatever data or information you're looking for. You know what I mean? Like I would definitely say that like AI is, you know, like things like Grok and Chat GPT and, you know, other NLPs. I mean, but they're pulling from Wikipedia a lot of the time. Right. So it's like without Wikipedia, what would they do? But I mean, they're able to access info. Like at this point, like you're going to get kind of the same answer from like Grok that you're going to get from Wikipedia. You know what I mean? Like, and so the question is what's more convenient for you? Type in something to Wikipedia and get like a whole essay looking for the answer you're looking for, or an AI system that can answer the specific question you're asking for, utilizing the same data and resources within like the acceptable worldview, right? But give you the quicker answer. AI is going to give you a quicker answer. Wikipedia is going to give you a more detailed kind of overview of things, key you into things that like key you in, because like AI is only as good as answering the question that you ask it. And more often than not, you don't know what the right question is, right? And so they serve 2 different roles there, right? But like it's not gonna be long before AI can do that too. Look up InfoWars and North American Union. Deep dive. I brought this up to Larry Sharp. I'm a lunatic, but for a reason. Lunatic libertarian. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna write this down, and maybe we'll do it if maybe we'll end up doing a deep dive on stream if I end up not talking to Noah or MidwesternMarx for very long. But I'm writing it down. But if you find good links, please join the Discord if you're not already in the Discord, and like post those links in like either in sources or in general chat for me right now. Man, I love having a large L-shaped desk. When I had like a regular computer desk, streaming was such like a like streaming was so bad in terms of like trying to, because I've got this big ass cup, I've got this big ass cup, I've got my 2 vapes, I've got my beard, actually I'm gonna put my beard brush away, I got my notebook, my pen, my phone charging, my scented shit, my table lamp, I've only got 2 monitors right now with speakers, my computer on my desk, I got my Stream Deck, I got my fucking Focus Bright for my cables, I got lights. When I had like a regular computer desk, all of that shit was rough. My beard is looking scruffy. Yeah, I don't know that my beard is that bad. It's probably because I just cut my hair, but I didn't have time to trim my beard. So like the juxtaposition of like a decently clean haircut and an unkept beard is pretty bad. But as my beard starts to get bigger, the Lebanese, the little bit of Middle Eastern and black comes out in me, and I end up with like a scruff ass beard because this brush isn't enough to like actually shape the beard. It's just enough to like kind of keep it in one place. So I do need to trim my beard. Scott, how long did it take for you to grow the mustache beard? I mean, I trim my beard like once a week. So if I was to shave, I don't ever shave my beard. I'm still kind of fat, right? And I'm not trying to look like a beluga whale. But if I was to trim this beard down to like a 3 or a 4 setting on my clippers, right? I'd be like a 4 on the beard and like a 3 on the mustache. I'd look like this again in like a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks, because it's a little bit longer than normal. But yeah, my beard, I've had basically a straight up beard, other than when I was in the army since I was 16. Just always kept a beard. Yeah, ask your kid how to get to the server. You just click that Discord link, and like that should set up everything for you. Oh, you're a CB, Navy CB here. Hell yeah, brother. Yeah, CBs are badass. For those of you guys that don't know, I mean, Lunatic Libertarian, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but like the Navy's CBs are very close to like Army combat engineers, right? Like it depends on what your unit is doing. It kind of depends on what's going on, but like these guys hop off and like set up FOBs or like forward operating bases, before shit's really super calm, right? Like, the Marines or the Rangers or something might come in and like secure a location, so it's relatively safe. But like it's the CBs that come in there that like start to build the initial fortifications and shit. And like very often those motherfuckers are doing so under fire, right? It's not like other people that like building things in established areas where there's already, I mean, like, yes, people have already done route clearance and stuff, but like until you have like a forward operating base to like start pushing route clearance from, and to have like a presence in the area, it can be pretty fucking dangerous. So like these guys CBs are badass. Tradesmen with weapons. I mean, yeah. I mean, I was a 68 whiskey, so I was a medic. I never deployed. I just like worked in healthcare and like vaccines and insurance briefings and stuff like that. My roommate, who, if you were here in the beginning years ago when we were streaming together, he's also a 68 whiskey. He did deploy, which is why we don't talk to Mark about war once he's had a beer. I love you, Mark. It's one of those no-go zones. Construction mechanic, master diesel tech now, welder, and HVAC guy. Yeah, HVAC seems to be where the money is right now. Like if you're a young man looking to get into a trade, HVAC seems to be what, because there's like, there's always construction, there's always a need to build, and like apartment buildings and like, not residential construction, but like, new construction, especially like obviously needs HVAC, needs, all of these do, but with so many like AI, Google or Amazon running your shit, like being able to have an app to change things. All that needs to be integrated with someone that actually does the maintenance and installation and understands it. And like the education in HVAC with new systems seems to be like, it actually requires a good bit of study and education and experience. Like HVAC seems to be where the money's at. Obviously, welding will always be worth money, but welding's not for everybody. You were a corpsman? Yeah. Hell yeah, dude. I didn't realize that. Yeah, corpsman's got to do a little bit more than 68 Whiskey's got to do. Like 68 Whiskeys are like they can do more than an EMT can do, obviously, right? Especially when in a combat unit. But like corpsmen are almost like just like they're almost closer to like a flight medic than like in a 68 Whiskey, right? Like what healthcare specialists or combat medics are able to do in the Army is a little bit more limited than what a corpsman can do. Comment, have a good night. Oh no, stay here all night, brother. Corpsmen can literally do anything their doctor lets them do. Yeah, depending on the situation, so can a 68 Whiskey. But like, what is their actual purview beyond like combat medicine or emergency situation? Like when you're in like a hospital environment, etc., is that you're very much more just like you're like a registered nurse, right? Like you're a registered nurse that can do a couple of things that a registered nurse can't do, and can't do a couple of things that a registered nurse can do. Like once you're overseas, once you're in a unit, like you can basically do anything, so long as it's something you're trained in. I mean, like if you have like maxillofacial trauma, for example, in combat, like 68 Whiskeys are trained to do airways, to include like crikes, or to include like all forms of airways, right? Which like in the civilian world, even a fucking paramedic would be like weary of doing like a crike unless it was absolutely necessary. So yeah, but corpsmen are a little bit more badass than medics. I'm okay with admitting that because I didn't even fucking deploy. I just did like vaccines and insurance briefings and like whatchamacallit, inventory and making sure people were like scheduling shit. I did a lot of blood draws. A lot of fucking blood draws. I did an insane amount of blood draws, actually. All right, so I'm going to keep talking to you guys. I'm going to switch over a couple of things because I got to set up my virtual cam, and I'm going to go hop in this Discord. So it might take me a second, but I'm going to keep talking to you guys because I have no idea when I'm going to actually be on this show. So what might end up happening here is you're just going to see like my Discord with me muted, and there might even be other people there. Who knows? We'll kind of just figure it out. So first things first, let's go to center. Oh, hold on. Let's change this. Change this logic capture. I'm gonna go to center. Behind the scenes. Behind the scenes, boys. All right. The chroma filter never quite matches on both of these. It's kind of fucking annoying. Let me see. Cancel. Where is it? Filters. I need to go down? Hold on. No, I needed to go up. Okay, hold on. No, it looks like it's about the same. OBS camera's just not quite. The green screen on OBS doesn't quite. I don't know why it doesn't quite work as well as Streamlabs. Streamlabs just seems to work a little better. Okay, now we want to go into, I guess we go into waiting room. Yep. Mute myself. Oh, I can't
Hey,
fucking...
what's up, brother?
Hey, nothing much. I can't show my camera on this one. It's all right.
Sorry, what did you say?
Nothing. Sorry, I'm also streaming, so I'm just talking to
no
chat
worries,
and
yeah, I'll try to get you on first if that works.
I mean, whatever works. I've got content planned one way or the other. You know what I mean? Like we'll just kind of let the conversation flow as it goes. I DM'd Noah. Well, I've been kind of DMing
he told
him
me
for a while. Yeah, I kind of want to talk about
so
USAID.
we should have okay, yeah. US anything in particular, or should I just say generally?
I mean, I don't know that you can summarize it in particular. Like it's kind of one of those things we just kind of want to get into. You know what I mean?
Okay, cool. Yeah. And then so he should have this 10-minute starting soon thing. He'll have a rant, and then after probably I guess 10 minutes, 15 minutes of that, I'll try to get you on first.
Oh, okay. So I should go back to stream for like another 10 or 15.
Yeah, basically after this starts where we have this intro running for like 10 minutes to sort of get people to file in, and then he has an introductory rant that goes on like 10 minutes, and then
Yeah. I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back and hang out for a little while, and I'll be back in like 10, 15.
Yeah, sounds good. And then when you're ready, I'm gonna pull you into the selected to go on, just so you're aware that you're about to go.
Yeah. It's all cool.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Sounds good, brother.
I'll be back in a little bit.
Yep.
All right. I'm just gonna pull up OBS for now. Actually, hold on. Stop virtual cam. We can redo all this. We can just kind of minimize it. Logic capture, minimize, and then we will bring this back up. Go back to there we go. All right. I want to talk shit, but I do the exact same thing, right? Like I have like a stream starting for a couple minutes, and then I hang out and chit chat with you guys for a while. And then yeah. Wait, are we arguing who's old here? What's going on? You have a bunch of interviews with libertarian candidates on my channel. Hold on, let me check out your channel. You have 78 subscribers. Brother. You got 78 subscribers, 42 videos. Okay. I'm guessing they're live streams. Here we go. Oops. Wrong button. All right. Let's see what we got going on here, brother. We got okay. All right. So here's a problem. I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna give you some advice, okay? Here's the problem. Just because you have videos, okay, doesn't mean that they should be on your page. Okay? So like if we look at your videos, you've got like some fun sports cars, Mustang versus Camaro. These are all like 7 years old. 8 years old, 7 years old, with the exception of this one being 5 years, 2 years, right? And then when we go to your live streams, you have quite a few libertarian themed conversations or like conversations with people, right? So here's what you need to do, okay? You need to get rid of all of these. You need to private all of these. If you plan on like branding your channel the Libertarian Lunatic, you need to get rid of these completely. Okay? Then the next thing you need to do, okay, is you need to go into your YouTube studio and go into where's that? Customization. Okay? And then, hold on, let me make sure there's not anything that I'm like accidentally showcasing. All right? All right, so you got links in your customization, right? And then we have video watermarks. I have a video watermark. And then your home tab, okay? Now, you can do your home tab however you want, brother, right? But like the way your current home tab is that it's like there's a for you section, then your videos are top, which is not part of your brand, and then your past live streams are underneath this. Okay? These videos are fucking you in the algorithm, because every time a new person watches one of these videos, the algorithm says that your content is appealing to car guys that like to watch random car clips. And then every time you go live, it sends out your videos to like a couple people that have liked your content before, especially your regular videos. And it goes like, you're gonna click it's gonna get sent out to like some of your subscribers, right? And they're gonna send out to, let's say, like 10 people, and like 5 of those people 7 years ago liked a car video. They have no idea who the fuck you are, and then they're like, why the fuck do I have notifications turned on for this libertarian channel? I don't know what this is. I don't remember what this is, right? Like, they liked a video that popped up on their thing 7 years ago. So then they go, thumbs down, I'm not watching that shit, right? And then after YouTube sends out like these 10 things, and like 7 of them don't click the notification, or potentially even unsubscribe, or like immediately swipe it away, YouTube goes, oh, this is a very unpopular video that isn't going to get a lot of views and isn't going to do well. And it might even cause people to get annoyed with notifications and cut YouTube's notifications off. So we're not going to send out this video into the algorithm, and we're not going to send out as many notifications. So like, you need to private all these fucking videos that are like car videos, unless you plan on making car content, right? And then you need to like get your live stream thing, your past live streams, above your videos, unless you're going to make videos. Yeah, so if you're a streamer, here you go. If you're a streamer, this is an amazing resource. Obviously, if you're doing politics and stuff, this is like not the best thing in the world, right? But you will learn so much if you're a streamer from Stream Scheme about like what's better for you, Twitch, what's better for you, YouTube, should you multi-stream, should you not multi-stream, how to like get your things monetized, what to do. But like, yeah, like just to start off, scrub the things that are actively hurting your channel, fix it so that like your things are in there. Actually, now that I've been live streaming more, I'm probably going to save this actually. Let me take my own advice, because my videos are kind of old, but my videos are all themed together. Okay. And I plan on doing, once I get out some more shorts, I'm going to put shorts at the top. Right. Like I don't follow a lot of the advice that I should. Appreciate the knowledge, but yeah, Stream Scheme, like I would watch a fuck ton of videos from Stream Scheme, and like there's a wealth of knowledge from this guy and his videos, that where he's fairly data driven and he makes a lot of sense. Again, you have to take everything with a grain of salt, because you have to figure out what you want to do, and you also have to figure out like there is a difference between politics and like regular gaming, streaming, and stuff like that. But this is a great place to learn the basics. Yeah, so Mentis Wave isn't wrong, okay? But Mentis Wave, you're kind of wrong. And here's what I mean by this. Good, better, best, right? You don't want to, anything you do, you don't want to do half-ass. So if you start making 20-minute clip segments of your live streams, then you need to commit to doing that type of content. Because if you half-ass that content, it'll hurt your channel. Like if you make a couple 20-minute clip segments and like YouTube starts sending that out to people that like that type of content, and then because you don't have an editor and you don't have time, that becomes like something that goes on the back burner that you only do every now and then, people might not come back to your other content, because what they wanted was 20-minute clip segments, and then like you're not giving them that, and then because they're not getting it, they stop following you or they stop clicking on your things. So like Mintus Wave is absolutely correct that that's a great way to do it. But if you don't have the time to be like a streamer all the time, or you don't have an editor, or you're not very good at editing, or you don't have an editing rig, so it takes you like a really long time to export a video, and you're just not going to do it consistently, then like there's two ways to do it. Either don't do it, or make sure you have like 5 or 6 of them already edited and then publish them all at the same time. That way, even if you're not going to consistently have 20-minute clips, the first time somebody gets one of your 20-minute clips, there's another one for them to click on, and there's another one for them to click on, and there's another one for them to click on. So even if you're only getting out like, you know, like 1 or 2 of them a month, make sure that you don't put out 1 or 2 a month and then let them build up. Make sure that you edit your 20-minute little clip segments so you have like 5 or 6 or 7, so that people can click on the next one and click on the next one and like decide to subscribe to your channel. Sorry if I'm missing part of chat. If you look at people with insane subscribers, you'll notice there's usually a general quality bar they abide by. Yeah. And that's another thing too, is like if you don't live stream, if you're like Mintus Wave and you make produced, edited videos, sometimes you have to recognize that like you have to learn that just because you put out a piece of content doesn't mean that content is good. And it's okay to like not put it out, or to like work on it more and put it out later. Like as a streamer, content is king, in the sense that like as a streamer, like just doing a stream, even if my content isn't amazing, can often be better than just not doing a stream. Whereas as a YouTuber that makes like videos, you know what I mean? Like I'll give you an example. Here's an example of a channel, right? Where that like proves what I'm saying. What is this guy's? I'm looking for a specific, see if I can find it real quick. Give me just a second. There is a specific channel. It's not this. God damn it. I can't find the guy's channel. Here we go. This is the name of the channel. Let me switch this over. All right. I'm going to put in React. Here we go. So like, here you go. This is Bonsai Releaf. Okay, this guy's entire channel is 8 videos. 1 from 4 years ago, 3 from 3 years ago, 2 from 2 years ago, 1 a year ago, and I just watched this one the other day, and it's 4 weeks. Like, this guy has 8 videos, and they are 9.8, 3.1, 2.3, 800 million, 872K, 1.1 million, 476K, 418K, 680K. Like, you absolutely can have like a very successful YouTube channel with very limited videos if the quality of your videos are insanely good. Like, this dude's video qualities are, I mean, like, everything he does is like very good quality video of like a multi-year process of bonsai. Very calming, right? Like, very good editing. He edits with the music in question, right? Like, he puts little bits of philosophy, very well-written script. Nobody's expecting you to make videos this good. You know what I mean? And he obviously helped because like his first video went super viral. But I'm just saying, like, you can indeed make like a really good thing like that. Yeah. So Mintus Wave is true. Like, the algorithm punishes you hard for people who click off in the first 10%. So that's what's known as like a meaningful engagement. Like, it used to be like clickbait videos used to do really well. And then they figured out what the problem was. So watch duration is like a huge thing for your videos. So like one of the best things you can do if you're making a video is like get people invested in the content early on. Don't ramble too much with like them not knowing what you're trying to do, and like give them like a call to action to like subscribe, but you don't want to do that too much if it causes them to get annoyed, right? Like the goal is for them to be like, give them a promise you're going to fulfill in the video, right? And like don't bury the lead, and kind of tell them what they're expected to watch, and then give them a reason to watch the video, you know, at least till the middle or something. God, if I knew then what I knew now, and I could like restart my entire brand, dude, I would be so successful as a YouTuber. Like I made so many mistakes just trying to figure it out on my own, and like a lot of those are like, I don't want to say they're permanent, but they have a lasting impact on my channel and everything today. Anyway, let me switch back over. I'm gonna go hop back in the Discord now that we've chit-chatted for a while. I wasn't expecting that to be where things went, but that's where it went. So let me grab that. Got my virtual cam on. All right, and then let me hop in. Let me just make sure my virtual cam is working. We'll hop in one of my channels. Okay, yeah, it's working. All right, cool. And then we will just hop in there. And as of right now, this channel doesn't let me stream my video. So I guess I'm just waiting on whatever like rant or anything is occurring, and then we're gonna go hang out with the most tanky commie groups of people ever and discuss USAID. I'm a little bit worried about this, not because I'm worried that like I can't hold my own. I'm worried because I don't want to be too friendly to communists. And yet at the same time, this is an important issue that I think communists are knowledgeable on and well read on, and like a good source. And I want to plant seeds and bring some people over, but also I don't want to court communists to too much degree. Like this is kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, unless I just roll up in there and like start screaming and debating. But then if I do that, then I just burn more bridges and look like a fucking fool. So like this is I'm kind of fucked no matter what I do tonight. But I'm gonna try and have a substantive conversation as opposed to like a crazy debate. And at the same time, I'm gonna have to laugh off and like be like, okay, but I don't fucking agree with that. So it'll be interesting. This is a dangerous game. You have to be careful aligning yourself on any one issue with communists. History has taught us over and over again that when libertarians align too much with communists, the communists shoot us in the fucking back. It happens every time. Happened with Sade, happened with Tucker, it happened with Bakunin, it happened with fucking, with Tucker, with Haramos in America. Hell, it even, it fucked us over when the LP was trying to do that Ukraine war protest situation. Over and over again, it becomes a very dangerous and kind of bad idea to do it. And yet, we got to get our message out there, and we got to have our ideas out there, and you got to talk with intelligent people to gain pushback and to strengthen your own ideas and to do the same to other communities and plant those ANCAP seeds the best we can. But like that's my like disclaimer to you guys. That like I'm not going in here to scream and be a debate bro. Because this is a channel with 50,000 subscribers of mostly communists on an issue that we align on, and I want to fucking plant seeds, and I want to showcase behind the veil and the echo chamber that many have over there, that like ANCAPs and libertarians aren't this like ignorant, unknowing crowd. Like because I was once a communist, right? And there, somewhere in that audience is another me, right? Like somewhere in that audience is someone that sees how stupid conservatives and rhinos and, you know, Daily Wire are, and sees how stupid fucking AOC and the neoliberal establishment is, and like they've fallen into communism. And yet at the same time, these people, you know, it is what it is. At least it's a step up from like the typical fucking Twitch poll commies. None of those people have even read. It happened with Krusty Clown. Who's Krusty Clown? What am I? What lore am I? What deep lore am I missing? Hold on, let me go back to Streamlabs real quick. Fucking open the web browser on chat so I can have you guys closer so I can read what the fuck you're saying. Channel is locked? What do you mean channel is locked? Oh, do you mean like my video? Like I can't stream video? Yeah, it's like a waiting room in the Discord. That's a pretty normal thing, to be honest. And a lot of like because like the waiting room to pull people in, like you don't know who's in that waiting room, and so like you don't want, like, you have to be careful about who you bring on streams in in like Discords and stuff, because like anybody, if you're like open to the, if your Discord channel and shit is just like open because you want people to join your Discord and you have no idea who they are, like people do crazy shit. Like I've had people like when I was, especially when I first started on Twitch, right, that would like come in with a mask on and like immediately turn on their camera and just start screaming like the N-word until I kick them out of the channel, and then they would immediately clip the stream on Twitch of themselves screaming the N-word, and then what they would do is they would report my channel for like you know, racial slurs or whatever, in the hopes that I would get taken off of Twitch because like they wanted to attack me for being like a libertarian or a right winger or whatever. I'm in the waiting room? What waiting room? Oh, brother, I'm on someone else's Discord. Like I'm in someone else's, I'm in MidwesternMarx's Discord, waiting for him to finish like his little rant or whatever. So that I can go talk on someone. I'm in a different Discord. To discuss on like his call-in show. Jim Bob had somebody in bomb it. Yeah. That doesn't spread. Like, it happens all the time. You have to be careful about how you set those things up. And even then, like, you can never know. Like, even when you vet people, and the more you vet people, the harder it is to do like call-ins and stuff, right? Because like if you vet people hardcore, I'm so confused. Yeah, I'll make it a little bit simpler for you. Here you go. This is the Discord that you're in. And you're in a live stream waiting room right here. Okay? I'm in MidwesternMarx's waiting room on a totally different Discord server. And these are a ton of different Discords that I'm in. Some of which are even in like groups. Here's Wix. It's got 394 notifications. I don't check. Here's Infrared's. Fucking Infrared's got like 1,000+ notifications. I don't check notifications. I don't pay attention to that shit. Like someone else is hosting a call-in show, and I set up with them to be like, hey, you know, I want to talk with you about a couple of things. Did you see the fun I was having in... Oh, yeah, no. Wait, when does Jim Bob stream? Does he stream, like, during the days? I mean, because it's a Monday. Unless you're talking about, like, last night's stream or something. It's like a Monday. Like, who the fuck... I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know what audience is available. He streams during the day? Oh, that's rough. Yeah, you're in the right... You have my Discord channel, right? I'm just...
It was over 43.4 billion, right? And Ukraine received over 17 billion of that. So they did this big like.
I bet he's talking about fucking. Elon Musk getting USAID funding.
USAID. And guess what they did to the other 10%, the opposition media? They shut it down.
Mm-hmm.
So literally, like all the people that were like, oh, you know, our elites don't mess with those Nazis. You're just wrong. In fact, our elites were controlling those Nazis. Like, it's funny that like everything communists have been saying forever now is being vindicated. Yet at the same time,
everything
saying that these are all like far left activists working for USAID NGOs. It's like he's trying to make the far left into a caricature, like it's DSA or something, you know?
Yeah, it also shatters the facade that
I can't wait to talk about this. Like
press in the West, and you know, this authoritarian censoring of the media. I mean, effectively, if you control all the media, what are you censoring? You know, they control it all,
right? Like it's wild to me how they can sort of, and it's just like we got very into like postmodernism and the theory behind it last week, but it's very postmodern that the belief that reality is based on narratives that get told, that we tell.
Because those lies take this is why I dislike debates with commies that continue the same crazy lies about Nazis being capitalist allies. Yeah, they're not.
And if we don't have objective truth, one, we're not Marxists, right? But two, we don't have science, we don't have medical technique, etc. There's this really interesting criticism.
I think it's crazy that he only has 66 viewers. Like, I would think a channel with 53,000 subscribers would have a lot more viewers than that. I guess they don't focus on live streams as much as I thought.
Screen right now that Sebastian and I are on, right? That what you're doing is sort of perceiving something, right? And that's not the actual screen that you're connected with, but an image of it in your mind, right? So the thought is primary. And Hegel says like this is stupid basically, but Engels he really goes in on this, and he explains how the thing in itself could have, you know, held water before science begins developing. But once we have knowledge that is tested in practical activity, like
yeah, I mean, I've done a few debates on whether or not Nazis were capitalists. I've done, you know, like I did a conversation with a live stream not too long ago, like pretty recently about it as well, with Admiral Gibbs. Actually, I'll link
right, it dies, right? But after they, you know, were able to advance chemistry, they began making that same red dye from, you know, like coal tar way cheaper. So they took that dye and made it a thing for us rather than a thing in itself. Objective reality gets proven every time we do that, right? And so this notion that reality is based on stories is really embodied in the way they just lie to us about everything. And I'm sitting here and I'm drinking coffee out of a mug that my wife got. And I want you guys to read what this says. It says, "Be here now, Guantanamo Bay, Cuba." Right? This mug was sold in the gift shop at Guantanamo Bay. Think about that for a second.
Okay.
And the image.
That's fucking wild that there's a gift shop at Guantanamo Bay. What the fuck?
Versus what we found out later it really is.
Oh, did it really? The tick history one.
Exactly. And that's what grinds my gears about the CPUSA, you know, standing hand in hand with the Democratic establishment protesting the dismantling of USAID. Because it's like, even if you admit that it's going to be reconstituted into the deep state, why is that the position you're taking? That has nothing to do with the reality of USAID and how it functions as, you know, acting as regime change propaganda.
Right? It's all they are. Look, they're against Musk because of Trump. And you see it right here from their own site. Workers form a front line against Musk coup. And This is a sign saying USAID
I bet Gitmo is
must
awful.
be saved.
I bet
Save
Gitmo is a
USAID,
terrible fucking
save
place to be stationed.
lives. They're pretty much telling you exactly what they are right there, guys. And look, we're going to get into all of it during the show tonight. So, yeah, I mean, stick around. I think we got some good calls lined up, and we're going to get to it.
Wait, there's another video? Oh.
Hey, what's up, brother? I'll drag you in soon. Just get ready.
Hold on. Which one? Where is it?
You hear Fabian?
Yeah. Sorry. I'm streaming, so I had like a bunch of different tabs.
Yeah, no worries. Yep. I'll drag you in soon.
Yeah, of course.
Reality is real. Up is down. Left is left. Right is right. White isn't black. Black isn't white, etc. Right? But that's where we're at. And I think a lot of it has to do with the proliferation of, technology and all this other stuff. But on a deeper level, we need to understand that this comes from the modern era of fully financializing, right? Thank you, Sebastian. I noticed that at the exact same time you did, brother. That's funny. So like, as our economy gets more and more hollow and fake, as even the money we use, the MCM circuit, gets transcended by this new financialized circuit of M to M prime, with money not even being really a commodity anymore. We get so far removed from what makes us human that it's hard to sort of navigate these questions. In Marxism,
these guys are
we say
tankies.
that what makes us human
like
is
full-blown
our
Marxists. Like,
our
they don't
ability
like
to
the
do
Fabian
labor.
society.
We are a species that
But for very
produces
different reasons.
means of production, basically. Right? This starts everything. Our need to, work to feed ourselves and get shelter, etc., starts us communicating with each other, using tools, etc. It's all based around labor. At the advent of capitalism, we get alienated from this, right? The stable means of reproducing humanity and society through this gets tossed into the air, right? Marx says that all is solid melts into air, and all that is holy is profane. And this makes us sort of.
I love how primed you guys are to hate the commies. I love it, boys. Never change. Never change, right? Hating commies,
boys. But in our era,
I appreciate
we're so far removed from that the owners of our humanity, are no longer even the productive bourgeoisie, right?
And streamers,
they're not the owners of the factories, but the people who own them, right? The financial institutions, the sort of cartels that become supranational. Anyway, that's where my head's at today. But let's see where your guys' heads are at today. We're going to go and share my screen, and that should do it, I think. Who's our first caller? Oh, before that, hold on. I want to make sure we get to these. We got Comrade K, a new member. Thank you so much. Poper has given some membership, and Matt gives some membership. Thank you, guys. Scoop those.
Pay me more than the commies, boys,
because they go quick. Let's go on to our first call of the night. Who is it, Sebastian? What's up, Fabian? How you doing tonight,
first
brother?
Caller is Fabian, and he just wanted to generally discuss the USAID situation.
Oh, I think you might be muted. Awesome. What's up, Fabian? How you doing tonight, brother?
Oh, let me mute. Is there a way for me to be able to stream my video?
If you can share your screen to. All right, do you have your own stream going right now?
Yeah, I do, but I have a virtual cam, but I don't have permission in this channel to stream video.
Oh, yeah, Sebastian, you can go ahead and give him permission to stream this.
Yeah, I'm not gonna like put a bunch of like dildos on the screen or anything. I promise.
Okay. Yeah, that's sort of a safety precaution, right?
Yeah, yeah. No,
But
I've been there, done that.
I don't think I
Gotcha.
can actually. I think
Okay,
you're
I mean,
not
if we
gonna
have to do it, if we have to do it without video, it's fine.
No, that's okay. We might have to because I'm not a Discord master. I do know that I have to turn your volume up a little. Oh, your volume's already way up for me. Sorry. You're a little quiet though, but
Hold on,
no,
let me
you're
see.
way better now. You're way better.
Okay. All right.
All right. So what's up? What do you got for us?
Yeah. So, you know, first of all, I'm you can call me Scott or you can call me Fabian from Fabian Liberty. I noticed somebody in chat noticed that I had a sheep and that the name has Fabian. Yeah, it is the Fabian strategy, but I am an anarcho-capitalist. I am the exact opposite ideology and yet of you guys, and yet at the same time, there are some things we're obviously going to align on. And USAID is one of those things I really wanted to talk to some communists about it, right? And the reason, and you can check me out, Fabian Liberty, on my YouTube or X or whatever. The reason I really wanted to talk about it is because it seems to me that communists have a deep understanding of the issue of USAID in a way that almost everyone else doesn't. And the right is kind of waking up to the problem of USAID, and they have a complete lack of understanding of the actual problem here, right? I heard you talking about it earlier, and there is this conception from the right of $200,000 for a trans orchestra. You know what I mean? Like, this is woke lefty bullshit, right? Mm-hmm. And it's like, I want to say that yes, it is woke lefty bullshit if you're from the right? But I'd mentioned this to you before on Twitter. I think you saw, right? Like, that the right has no concept that classical Marxists are vehemently against the Frankfurt School, critical theory, neo-Marxist, Marcusian kind of side of things. And what the right doesn't understand is that these people are invested with the World Economic Forum. They're invested with the billionaires. They're invested with, these NGOs aren't funding tranny orchestras because they love trannies and orchestras. What they're doing is the American government is purchasing this whole of society approach, or these democratic institutions in countries, because these people align with their values, and they prove that with a trans orchestra. They prove that they're the neoliberal corporate establishment, pro-democracy, pro-Western, hegemonic capitalist structure, whatever. I wouldn't use the term capitalist as an ANCAP, obviously, but you know what I mean. I'm preaching to the choir here, right? And so I kind of wanted to pick apart that and talk about that. I can come in here and scream about, why I think communism's bad. But I think we're in an interesting time right now where so many people are waking up, where we can all kind of talk about this. And it seems like the educated libertarians, few that they are, and the educated communists, few that they are the only people that actually understand this fucking problem.
Yeah, I think you made a lot of good points there. And I think you're right that we're in this new era. And for us, from the Marxist perspective, it's a revolutionary era. And unlike the people I'm sure you hate just as much as we do that you described us hating, we don't see social change coming because everyone decides to be nice or do something different, right? We see it coming from necessity, right? And I think that in every revolution in history, it wasn't so much ideological. It was more based on the need to go forward past a point of impossibility, right? Like the American Revolution, there was no way to continue as a colony of England. It was tearing the entire landmass of the time apart, right? This was the time that sort of the beginning of industry was going on. Now, without getting into a whole rant and staying on the topic of USAID, I think that we're approaching a time like that in American history again, where we're going to find out less that these sides that are so carefully curated by the establishment, the elites, the ruling class, whatever we want to call them, are that those sides are false sides. That the real sides are going to be people who care about a better life for everybody, and people who sort of brainlessly or cynically repeat the lies of the establishment.
Yeah, so I mean, like, if you read, if you want like the libertarian perspective, right? Like Hans Hermann Hoppe wrote Marxist and Austrian class analysis, right? And I'm sure you guys also, like, I'm sure you obviously disagree, deeply with the arguments put forward, right? But it is the libertarian position if you are, full blown libertarian, not, LP, Reason, Cato, establishment, Beltway, libertarians. But it is our position that, we believe that we do the appropriate class analysis, right? But we're against this concept of like, the capitalists exploiting the labor so much as the true distinction being between those that utilize the power of the state towards their own industry and business and success against those that lack the capacity to use the power of the state. And so from that domain, I think there is, a Venn diagram with a very, very small sliver in the middle, where something like USAID, where we overlap here, which is that everyone, like there is a small group of people that are for liberty and everyone else, and your conception of liberty, being, including positive rights and, material conditions, and our conception of liberty being purely based off of negative rights. Nevertheless, there's a small sliver of people that recognize that what USAID is a lot more than buying corporate woke shit. It's a lot more than inefficiencies. It is an empire.
Can I interrupt you real quick, Scott?
Oh yeah, of course.
So this is actually where I'd really like to talk about. It's more than the corporate woke shit, and that's the question I think that we're often taught to ignore is why. Why do they make the like queer gendered orchestra or whatever organization in whatever other country? What's the reason for that? And
okay. I thought you were asking. My bad.
No, you could. I mean, feel free to answer. I have mine, but go ahead. Yeah,
I mean, like we could do a 2-hour podcast on that alone, right? That question alone. But I mean, if I want to look at it from like a Marxian perspective, right? From like, really zoning in on power, right? I mean, like that is really what we're talking about, right? I mean, you have classical Marxism, which I think you guys represent. Forgive me if my terminology from the outside, changes the name of it to some degree, right? But you have which is primarily and solely focused on class consciousness and the power differential between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, right? And then you have the critical theory perspective, which is presumably about kind of like Gromsky's prison papers, like, okay, the revolution failed because there were all of these institutions that stopped us, right? Like the family, gender, race, religion, all of these other things that like created the reactionary that was incapable of adopting class consciousness. And then you have the Marcusian and the billionaires and government officials that realize that you can take Marxism and repackage it into a bunch of different domains and then not actually do anything. And, kind of engage in this rainbow capitalism as a means of constantly feeding the revolutionary spirit of the people while simultaneously not actually changing the power structures and slowly kind of gaining new power in the state.
Well, so simultaneously robbing it of any revolutionary essence in general,
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Marcuse is certainly revolutionary if you read Marcuse, right? But it's a different form of revolutionary.
Himself, right? According to Marcuse, he is right.
We might be using revolutionary differently here because we're coming from different perspectives, right?
Yeah, good point. Good point. I think so. Like, I've actually done a little bit of a deep dive onto Marcuse and the Frankfurt School a while ago. His book, One Dimensional Man, right?
Mm-hmm.
Look at the acknowledgments page in the very beginning, and then look up who these people are. It's like Rockefeller Fellows, CIA brass, etc. I mean, the guy began the Sovietology or anti-communism department at Columbia, and then interestingly, his widow is one of the originators of sort of woke performance, right? She creates this thing called the privilege walk, which every silly DEI workshop has people do. And what they do is set people apart from each other on a philosophical level while saying they're, progressive and revolutionary or whatever,
Yeah. So, I mean, I have to be like, I'm trying to meet you, right? Like, I'm trying to meet you in the middle here, because obviously we're so diametrically opposed, right? But I want to have this conversation. Yeah, like, setting all of that aside, in terms of like, is it like, I think that I take a little bit more of a pragmatist view of it, right? Which is, I think it's like two things can be true at the same time. I think corporations and people recognize, well, it's like, okay, so like, it reminds me, like, again, Marxian perspective, right? Of like Engels in Socialism, Scientific and Utopic, right? Where he describes kind of the material, or historical materialism, right? And he describes the origination of the capitalist class, if you will, because the landed gentry, the nobility are like, there's this, if you're a Marxist, right, you're presuming there's an inherent contradiction, right, that exists here between, that power being lorded over the bourgeoisie, and and then there's this burgeoning kind of contradiction coming to a head because the industrialization and the merchant class begin to gain power that really can't be contained in the traditional landed gentry sense, right? There's this new player. And so there's this synthesis of that power, right? Which is the creation of like, the modern kind of economic system that we're dealing with, right? And so like, to me, if I'm doing a Marxian analysis, right, I'm looking at it less that like Rockefeller is, funding and creating, neo-Marxism and critical theory, et cetera, and more that like the billionaires and the, people that are, in charge, and the CIA and all these other institutions are recognizing that there is this threat of communism to the power, to the power structures. And so what we will do is we will kind of like prop up and help this kind of like friendly communism, if you will, right? This communism that says that like, we got to look at race, we got to look at gender, we got to look at all these other aspects of our society and kind of, utilize systems to slowly bring about equality of opportunity, et cetera. Right. So I don't know.
Let me interrupt you again, Scott. We Thomas Braden, one of the CIA agents that was sort of in charge of these type of programs, right? Like funding things like the Frankfurt School. He called it creating a compatible left, right? Like, if they needed to have a left, they needed one that was never going to be a threat to their domination of the social order.
Mm-hmm.
So I got
I'm
a
like
question
watching
for you,
it sometime like you're on a lag. It's fine. Go ahead. What's your question?
Yeah, no, that's okay. Sorry. It's a weird, it's the apps sometimes don't align properly, but so I have a question for you on sort of how to view things, not through the sort of old industrial analysis and the major conclusions of Marx and Engels, which for me still obviously hold water, but I think our new era requires more analysis. For us, we see financialization.
Yes, you need to become an ANCAP. Yes, agreed.
Well, it's funny because I've had ANCAPs ask me if I'm an ANCAP so many times, Because like, look, I'm a red-blooded American guy. I'm all about freedom and liberty. And the reason I'm a Marxist and a communist is because I see Marxism as a way of understanding change, and communism as a way of getting that freedom. But I want to ask you something about this, like, changing society and where you're at regarding that, because we see financialization as being the new power. So rather than the old industrial or productive bourgeois class, right? The actual owners of factories that
like the factory owner is not the power player here. Yeah.
Right. Like we now have financial institutions that are many steps removed from actual commodity production.
Well, let's link this back to USAID.
Well, yeah, that's exactly where I'm going. The real ruling class has nothing to do with commodity production anymore. In fact, they go to an M-to-M prime circuit, right? Money to more money, through the creation of debt, through leveraging state institutions like USAID, which is a state and sort of private institution, and the Federal Reserve. And so what we see is that there is a new contradiction taking shape between them and not just the industrial, proletariat, but a new class of people who are forced through the lack of industry into the role of servants. And we see them as playing a new role alongside the working class to sort of continue their sort of change into working class people, to sort of get out of this limbo of being servants and stuck in debt, etc. I want to be based on their antagonism between them and finance and the state and its interpenetration. What do you think about that?
Yeah, so I think if I link this back to USAID, right? Like we see this in practice, right? So one of the things that, if you're going to talk about USAID in foreign nations, and you're going to recognize that like it is designed to prop up, democratic institutions. That's part of it, right? Like, and by democratic institutions, I mean it the way that they say it, right? Like that's a play on words. I hate democracy, but nevertheless, like they don't mean it that way, right? They mean institutions that support neoliberal establishment power and their version of capitalism, right? But
what they really mean is liberal.
Well, I mean, I would say I'm an actual liberal, right? Like I would say that these people are not liberals, but yeah. So the best place to start, right, might be to work backwards from the Blue Dot Network. Right. So like, what is the Blue Dot Network? Right. The Blue Dot Network is an association that's mostly United States and like NGOs that, work for the United States. Like Black and Vetch is an example. Right. These are the people that built the level 4 Ukrainian biolabs, on the border of Russia that like we're not allowed to talk about for whatever reason. Like it's also Australia and Japan, but it's like, let's be honest, it's the US. Right. And so what we do in practice with the USAID is we go into countries and we offer them loans. Now, we don't initially do this with IMF. We do this initially with USAID, and then we offer them projects based off of loans that are financed by USAID, by like programs like IMF, et cetera. And then what we do is we say, okay, well, contingent upon this infrastructure that's supposedly going to give you this like return on investment. So you're totally going to be able to pay all this back because we're going to build schools and bridges and all these things that make nations wealthy. Right. And so, but you can't just like use your own people, right? Like how dare you third world country, like give your own people jobs and educate and train your own people to build infrastructure, because then you wouldn't be dependent upon us to build your infrastructure. So you got to make sure that the company you use is 3 dot certified from Blue Dot Network, right? And so what we do is we put them in a debt cycle, and they can't pay this debt back, and then we wait until the Federal Reserve increase interest rates. And then all of a sudden, because they're in this debt cycle where they're borrowing new debt to pay off debt, they are now in a position where the interest rates go up, the currency exchange rates go up because they're having to pay in USD, not in their own currency. And then all of a sudden, now they're in a crippling amount of debt that they can't handle. And so one of two things occurs. Either the IMF comes in and we restart this process, or somebody like the World Economic Forum or somebody from some business hedge fund or whatever utilizes USAID and other programs to offer grants. And then they're like, grants is free money, right? Grants is not a loan. This is going to pull us out of the debt. But see, the thing is that this grant comes with all of these strings attached. You can see this in 2014 in Ukraine when Volodymyr Zelensky comes in. And the moment he comes in, like USAID, State Department, Comenco, like all these CIA kind of, funded, fronts come in and they put together this memo that says like, oh, here's like 14 fucking red lines you can't cross. And it's like, what do you mean? What are these red lines? Well, it's like, these are the things, if you want our grants that pull you out of the debt cycle that you fucking caused, these are the things that you're going to have to do if you want to get access to this money that's free. And so that's kind of like tying in what you're saying, the financialization being the kind of situation here is that we have the U.S. government, the State Department and the CIA, really, right? Not the government as a whole, like, people working at DMV aren't fucking involved in this, right? But like the State Department and the CIA and the corporate billionaires and millionaires, whatever, Bernie Sanders moment, millionaires, right? Whatever. Their NGOs and all of these well-connected people, then this web of bullshit have created this system in such a way that they utilize the power of financing growth in developing nations as a means to slowly put them in insurmountable debt, enrich American corporations and government contractors. And then the only way out of that is to then become a client state of the U.S. or Western kind of situation and become, anti-Russia, anti-China, anti-Belt and Roads Initiative, right, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. And it's not like, and here's the thing, it's not like what you're describing is new, right?
Commies have known this for 40 fucking years because you've been the direct targets of it since 1948.
Right. Well, exactly. I mean, this is all, it began as an anti-communist campaign, right? But really, after the fall of the Soviet Union, it becomes anyone who will stand in the way of the American deep state. But I mean, there are multiple books by people who were doing this, sort of explaining what they did. There's John Perkins's book, right? The Confessions of an Economic Hitman. He was working for these people. Fantastic. I actually got to meet him once and shake his hand. It was great. But he actually explains literally how they groomed him to start doing it and what he would do to get people to acquiesce to what really ends up, like you said, a spiral of compounding debt. There's a great line that Michael Hudson used to say. He said that debts that can't be repaid won't be repaid. And so we're in this situation where I think you're right. At the beginning, you said that, like MAGA people, the people who consider themselves conservative, right wing, etc., they're getting their eyes open to this, right?
Right.
And it's stuff that you guys and us have been talking about for decades. And I wonder why none of us, well, I have a feeling on the left, why we haven't been effective at sort of exposing this kind of thing is because of all the infiltration and the fact that ACP is a relatively new thing, and we are dealing with kind of the wokes masquerading as left for so long. But I wonder, aside from that, why we haven't been able to get the word out about this properly. And
you mean to the right?
Yeah, well, all of us in general, like people that what I rather than making a distinction between left and right, let's say people who care.
Okay, yeah,
that's my question, because it's a very well-known fact, but it's like it seems to just be hitting people now,
Well, so I think there's a couple of barriers to entry, right? The first barrier into entry is the CIA inventing the words conspiracy theory, right? So like that's your first barrier to entry, is that, the moment that you start to talk about this is the moment that your family, your friends, like you go on Facebook and you're curious about something, and they go, okay, you're a conspiracy theorist, et cetera, right? So there is, and so financial institutions very famously are very good at making things public and making things known, but making them known to where you have to connect the dots. And I think that is actually more damaging than making things just known and or making things completely secret, right? Because if something is completely secret, eventually, like let's look at Cuba, right? Where the USAID funding was, go ahead.
Yeah, no, this is exactly what I wanted to get into. Because it goes back to like this sort of kick up. I've been researching queer theory and gender ideology for a paper I'm writing.
I know a lot about that, brother.
We should have a conversation about that. That would be fun. But I'm writing a paper on its sort of reactionary origins and all the pedophilia and all that. But what it all comes back to is postmodern theory, right? And the notion, above all, which is
David
Halperin, in a nutshell.
Yeah.
To put it in a nutshell, that that narratives are what creates reality, right?
Yeah, David Halperin has a quote, right, in his research. He's a queer theorist, right? And he says, I'm paraphrasing here, but he basically says, queerness is an identity without an essence. And what he's saying is that queerness is not about adopting a gender identity that's different than other people's gender identity. Rather, it is a process by which and so it's a neo-Marxist position, right? It's a perversion of class, of class struggle into gender struggle. And so the idea being that you are adopting queerness because it is against heteronormativity, not because you're born this way, right? The lie, the neoliberal lie, is born this way. But when you get into the academics of the queer theorists, it's actually gender abolitionists. It's to destroy the entire institution of it. And so it's similar in the sense of Marxism, right? Where the end goal is the destruction of class, right? The end goal is a great equalizing effect amongst it all, right? And so their idea is, instead of class consciousness, you're going to get gender consciousness. You're going to become conscious to the fact that gender is fake and that gender is only held up by those in power that maintain heteronormativity, et cetera, right? So it's a perversion of Marxism, and an attempt to utilize the same strategy, philosophically speaking, right, to engage in gender abolition as a whole.
Right. I would actually I'd quibble a bit with any similarity, because I would say that like Marxism, the observation of class struggle is just a part of materialism for Marxism, so that like these things, they are perverting the sort of Marxist structure of interpenetration, but they're getting wrong the abolition as if it's like an object or a subjective action they can make, right? Like, but for us, it's more that the objective and subjective are constantly changing places, right? Like they used to say that communism was the object that becomes its own subject, right? I wonder though, like, and I think you're right that.
Well, I mean, like you could stretch reification right into this process, right? And like,
of course,
I think would, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah. Before, and who I was reading recently was Jacques Derrida, right? And he's awful for me, but his whole issue was to sort of eliminate even the idea of a binary. And as I'm reading him and Judith Butler and all these others, right, I'm noticing the same theme in all of it, that they believe they can think their way out of these problems, that they can, abolish gender through queering everything, right?
Yeah.
But I think it's interesting because you really said something that resonated with me, where this goes through the sort of media narrative machine. And it becomes, oh, you're born this way, rather than being a conscious action that the fake revolutionaries would take.
They're in direct contradiction to each other, right? But there's I mean, it's almost kind of like, I'm gonna be a little insulting here. It's almost kind of like a Leninist kind of like approach here, right? Like a dual power kind of perspective. I know you would probably take great issue with that, right? But there's a shield here, like like a kind of there's the lance and there's the shield, right? There's two kind of domains here, right? Where there's the palatable kind of like neoliberal version being sold, and then there's the theory version, right? And the theory version is gender abolitionist and against the concept of identity and against the concept of everything, like the ultimate goal, right? And then like there's this normalcy sold through the neoliberal establishment, and this is kind of why I say like all of these domains become Marcusian at a certain point, right? Is that like the revolutionary spirit of one group that is designed to like destroy power, that is designed to resent from a Marxian perspective, like material conditions not being what they are, and recognizing that there are these people that are kind of like eating fat, whilst we're getting fucked, right? Is like absorbed within the institutions within the state that utilize their power, and then they kind of like they wear this veneer of like of these wedge issues that I mean, it's Go ahead.
Well, here's my thing is, from everything I see, and I always look at it. Lenin has a great question that he tells everyone to always ask, right? Cui bono, who benefits, right? Also, oh God, I forget what it is, but it's also
follow
who
the
pays.
money. Right?
Right?
Yeah,
basically, who pays and who benefits. And I forget the Latin for who pays, but whatever. And here's what I see when I look through all of this: is it's always these elite institutions. It's always the Open Society Foundation. It's always the Ford Foundation, the Rockefeller Foundation, and these are the same
Council on Foreign Relations, World Economic Forum, all these things.
Precisely, and they're the same ones that were putting millions into anti-communism, and we're using this as a sort of left anti-communism back in the day, and are starting to again with China, right? Now that they're realizing China isn't going to restore capitalism the way they thought it would.
I would take umbrage with the fact that they thought that that's what it would do, but fair enough.
I think in the 80s they were very much under that impression.
I think this is where the ANCAP and me, maybe it's because of your usage of capitalism and mine.
Yeah.
Because when I think capitalism, I think like Adam Smith, free market capitalism, no state involvement.
I can sort of use a different term for you so we don't like confuse things, right? So I can say monopolism or crony capitalism, whatever you want to do, right? Or state capitalism, even whatever it is. They sort of, this is what they thought. They thought China was going to play ball, and they didn't. And so it's interesting to me to watch a sort of ideological marker change, right? That after what we call the Civil Rights Revolution, right, in 64, 65, you sort of begin seeing the first parts of this change, but it really hits its zenith when the new generation comes into like sort of itself, right? When millennials become the predominant generation that grew up after this. So they carry these ideological markers from after the Civil Rights Revolution. And what I see is just the changing form of bourgeois ideology into this wokeism, but it's still using all of the same institutions. It's just that the form its dominance and control takes is changing, right? So now rather than using like blatant white anti-black racism as a main source of faction, they use whatever hip woke thing of the week it is, right?
So this
You
is
should have
so
seen
maybe
this guy last week who was screaming at me and calling me a fascist for just explaining queer theory, right?
so so this is why I think it's important to read and understand Marcuse, right? Because philosophically, this is what it's Marcusianism, right? Is this this idea where instead of the revolutionary spirit being one of I'm trying to couch it in in the friendliest sorry.
Here,
I have to
I'll
think like a
explain-
Marxist
I'll
while I'm here.
explain it from
right?
our perspective,
Right.
and then you can go on.
Well, I used to be a
We would
communist
say that
when I was
the
so-
revolutionary spirit is already objective within the proletariat and takes on a unique form in the time and place it arises.
Right. So Marcuse is if you look at Marcuse as like a set of, which you probably shouldn't do this, but sometimes it's a good lens to look through things, right? Like the right always looks at socialism as a set of policies, right? Which is because they don't understand what socialism is at all, right? But like sometimes it's good to look at socialism as a set of policies, right? Not to say that you ought look at it that way predominantly, but sometimes if you're trying to understand a brand of presumed socialism, right? You might consider Marcuse like not to be socialist because it's not true or whatever, right? Like I would take the more extreme view where like I look at everything as socialism as an handicap, right? But nevertheless, like if you look at that brand of socialism,
real quick,
socialism.
I just want to interject. Like, I have no problem with criticizing other forms of socialism, right? That are
I'm sure.
Yeah. Okay.
sure.
Good. Yeah. Like Marx does the same thing,
Well, I'm also streaming, so I also have to like make certain things known to my chat, right?
I got you.
Yeah. So because my chat is full of mostly baby libertarians and liberty-minded conservatives, not somebody like me that used to be a Marxist that actually has read, literature.
Right.
So sometimes I have to do these like little anyways, let me continue.
Asides. I get you. Yeah.
So the reason it's important to understand Marcuse and understand that philosophy is that's what we're living in, right? We are living in where, because what Marcuse is kind of doing is he's using this almost like, I don't want to say religious, but it's very close to religious belief, right? That like the state is God, that the state. So instead of like socialism being, a transitory kind of like Stalinist kind of like low communist transitory state where the state takes over the means of production for the proletariat, right? In the transition towards communism, right? Like he's looking at it like, look, your betters know better than you. And democracy is this beautiful thing, right? And so what's going to happen is democracy is always like self-improving. And the march of progress is always for the better, which is wild, but whatever. And so like the concept here is that like we're going to get like our democracy, our government and all these things, they're going to get better over time. And so when you combine that with critical theory and all of these other domains, what you have is you now have a palatable ideology to the billionaires and to the wealthy elite and to those that are, invested with generational wealth, because what they get to do is
compatible left.
Right. So what you get is this idea where we can consistently and slowly give you breadcrumbs on all of these other kind of like contrived social domains that are presumably to like bring apart like the godlike state that is better. And so, we see things like, so looking at this from a libertarian perspective, right? You see things like DEI, you see things like, Klaus Schwab talks about stakeholder capitalism, right? So we're no longer going to have a capitalism that's in the best interest of those that are purchasing bonds or whatever, purchasing, a mutual fund, right? We have to recognize that like we have ESG, right? We have environmental social governance. We have all these things because, a corporation has to be beholden to the people and it has to be beholden to everybody because they're a part of the world. And so And the lie is that they're selling, the corporations, the hedge funds, the people that are established. The lie is that, well, what we're doing is that we're slowly making your capitalist system more environmentally friendly and better for women and better for black people and, more wealth redistribution, et cetera. But the truth is that they're using all of this regulation, all of this incredible, strong state, all of these webs of NGOs, all of this power to entrench the power of those at the top and to make them the only available players at the game. And then it doesn't matter if we're not profitable. It doesn't matter if we're not making progress. It doesn't matter if it takes us twice as long to be able to produce anything. It doesn't matter if cancer research is going slower because we have all these new regulations and wealth redistribution, all these things, because we're giving you your breadcrumbs. Isn't that amazing that you're getting these breadcrumbs? But what we're also doing is we're making sure that you at the bottom stay at the fucking bottom. We'll give you new toys and we'll give you new things, but you'll never be able to be one of us.
Look, I could not agree more with all of that, to tell you the truth. I would actually go a little bit further and say that Marcuse isn't even pseudo-religious. I would call the sort of wokeism that comes out of Frankfurt School critical theory, I would call it a new civil religion, right? Like the oldie-timey idea. I think it was Rousseau, right? That talked about civil religion. But I think it's interesting how he gets there. Why does Marcuse sort of specifically give up on the notion of the proletariat as the historical agent of change, and instead talks about how the ruling class as is has shown itself capable of that. And he does it through a sort of weird version of third worldism, right? Where he says that, well, the proletariat is bought off. It likes, or like, how do the wokes put it? Like, oh, everybody just likes treats or whatever, right? And to me, this is ludicrous because it just sort of makes the whole thing into a nothing, right? Like, why does social change even happen? You don't get revolutions when people are poor, right? Like if that were the case, slavery would have lasted a day and a half. You get it when there's something. Some contradiction within the existing order that cannot but be overcome because it's preventing everything from moving forward. And I think that what you're getting at right here is a state of things that is leading us to that revolutionary moment. And I think that
I think we can.
The question is going to be how to overcome that when the ruling elite have become supranational, right? That's my thinking on it anyway.
Well, I would say you could split the difference on that, right? So like, I do think that there is some truth, right? That when people have relatively stable lives in terms of like their treats, as you put it, right? They can have their treats and they can work, etc. That there is like less of a revolutionary spirit, right? But I think the appropriate way to reformulate that is, whilst giving the devil his due in that regard, right, is I think it's more about hope, right? When people, I think many men especially, right, are willing to put up with an insane amount of oppression and destruction and break their bodies and ruin themselves.
100%. Let me interrupt real quick.
If they believe that like they're setting up an opportunity for their children that's better than theirs, even if only marginally so.
I could not agree more. In fact, Thomas Jefferson wrote about that, right? He writes that men will put up with all sorts of oppression if there is a chance for it getting better, which means that there has to be no chance for things to get better. And I think that since 1971 specifically, and then accelerating in 2008 and then in 2021, I think that's what we're seeing. We're going through a process that I call reproletarianization, right? Like the death of the middle classes in the West.
Yeah, I would say like the 1980s Gen X, right? They kind of rode on the coattails of a society that was functioning well, right? And so like it like they lost that hope, but they kind of descended into nihilism.
Nihilism, yeah.
Because they were living in a world where they still had all their treats and all had all their fun, right? But the millennials come in, you know, speaking like from personal experience, right? Like, you know, I tried to get a job, you know, graduating high school, and I graduated high school in 2009. You know what I mean? And so millennials kind of had two paths at that point, you know, which was, you know, go into a labor market that was utterly devastated, and in a housing crisis and all this other stuff. But like, it doesn't really matter that much because you're young. You're not thinking about buying a house or anything, etc. Or you can go into this lie that was sold to us, which was, you know, we'll just go and get a college degree and then take on all this debt. And then when you get out, like your labor is going to be super valuable, right? And then millennials are kind of the first generation that got out of college or, you know, have been working for a while. And yeah, the sweet treats that capitalism gives, right? Because, you know, the cost of production is constantly going down because capitalism is a system of which you can you know, it's the best system there is.
It constantly has to revolutionize itself. Right.
Yeah.
It constantly has to
good.
revolutionize itself, which is where I tend to agree with you that what we're living in now can't be called that. It's like financialism, something like that, where we've sort of stagnated on that end, where the prices themselves of labor and commodities are pretty much planned. It's just planned in whose interest is the question.
Well, so here's why I disagree just a little bit. Let me push back just a little bit here, right?
Sure.
Is that like capitalism, insofar as we have something that is capitalistic, right? We have a mixed market economy, right? I am a full-blown capitalist. You are a full-blown anti-capitalist, right? But capitalism, insofar as it exists right now, has done an amazing job of reducing the, you know, increasing the value of labor. Right, that has done an amazing job of taking an individual factory worker and increasing their output to such a degree that TVs don't cost 10 grand, they cost $200, right? You know, all of the knickknacks are cheap. But the problem is that the financial powers, right? The overregulation that you're talking about, the, you know, quantitative easing and the Federal Reserve buying up things and all of these other state-based systems, right? Because that's the kind of the Austrian class analysis, right?
Well, even expanding the money supply and
high,
devaluing all our money, you know?
Right, just very quickly, they've made rent so high that it doesn't matter that your TV is fucking $200 instead of a $10,000. Because your rent is 80% of your fucking income if you're lower middle class, right?
Yep.
So it's like the knickknacks are there, but I think we're almost talking about two different domains of the economy.
I think, well, yeah, that's a good point. And look, I'm just looking at the time right now and realizing that we've been talking for a while and we have more calls to get to.
Yeah.
But this has been really good. We should have another conversation sometime. Maybe set something up just to talk about wokeism. What do you think?
I'd be more than happy to reach all the way across the political compass to the extreme.
Let's do it
and talk about wokeness.
I think we have this weird, like I said, we're in this weird era where we're finding out that all of the sort of ways that they told us we should all hate each other are a lot less important than the people who care trying to figure out realistic ways out of the crises we're actually in, you know?
Yeah, I don't know that I necessarily disagree with that. I would, yeah, I'll keep DMs open and we'll figure something out because yeah, queer theory and gender theory is something that so my background is you know, I went to grad school to be a counselor, and so even though as an ANCAP all I talk about is Austrian economics and philosophy, my actual education is not in those things, right? So yeah, I would be happy to discuss that history and stuff. I will be in your DMs.
Let
No
me.
homo.
That's awesome. Real quick before you go, so if you're like into the Austrians, are you like a full-on subjectivist?
By what
Like
metric do
philosophically?
you mean subjectivist? I mean,
So like
I'm
more the like
predominantly an
I
objectivist.
I actually like
Randian.
yeah. So the objectivist subjectivist thing gets murky, but I separate libertarian thought between the Mises and the Hayeks, right? So the Hayeks are more materialist oriented, and the Mises are more idealist oriented, basically.
Yeah, no, I'm fully blown Austrian, like from the Mises kind of perspective, right?
Gotcha. We should talk about that, like the real foundational philosophical stuff sometime too. That might be fun.
I just want to say, because I do have to disclaimer, I don't think that patterns can't be found and that those patterns can't be useful, right? Like Chicago school kind of things. Like, I do think that they are useful. I just think, much like consequentialism, when it goes over the non-aggression principle, I feel the same way when, someone tries to tell me, when Paul Krugman tries to say, I have a study that proves that minimum wage doesn't have a downward pressure on the labor market, I go, you're full of shit, because I praxeologically know that's false, right? But I don't necessarily throw away empirics and patterns as a means of which we can utilize them.
All right. Awesome. Well, thank you. And I'm looking forward to our next conversation.
Absolutely. All right, guys, give me just a second. Let me close out a couple of things. Close out Discord. Close out this. Center React. That should be, is that right? Yeah. There we go. And then let me bring some music up and we can have a little chit chat. Yeah, so I went in with the express desire not to burn bridges tonight, and to, flex the fact that I used to be a communist. So I actually do speak their language more than people realize. This is why when I'm on panels and I'm shitting on the left, I don't fault someone that lived before Hoppe. You know what I mean? Like having a slightly different conception of where rights come from, before argumentation ethics exists, and utilizing that slightly wrong interpretation, arriving at a concept of intellectual property. IP is not objectivist because it relies on whim worship. It's Randian, as you said. Yeah. Some pre-World War I guy you reference a lot. Hold on. Since you got time, I keep hearing people say Rothbard was a socialist or Marxist. What's the deal with that? I know everything gets murky pre-World War I. I don't know where they're getting that from. That sounds like just made up bullshit to me. I mean, like, certainly there's going to be overlap between any political ideology, especially when you reach conclusions, right? So, like, again, it's a very short book. Everyone should read Hoppe's Marxist and Austrian class analysis, right? He makes a great argument that the Austrians are the correct interpretation of class analysis, right? And he admits that, like, there was a ruling class that siphoned surplus product and labor, that there was exploitation, and that this is correct, but that they've arrived at a correct conclusion with bad axioms, which is like labor theory of value and not understanding time preference and marginality. And instead, that when you attempt to put it through an Austrian lens of praxeology and a theory of human action, etc., that, like, you begin to understand that the true class difference is not between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat because of their material conditions, but rather because of those that utilize and have the power to utilize the state towards their own means and their coercive means, and those that lack that power or lack that access. That is the true class issue here. Yeah, I mean, like, but it's worth the actual full read. I've been confronted more and more by people who work for the government about anarchy. How do you approach veterans about anarchy? What about government administrations, i.e. caseworkers? It's taxing me. Most objections are moral that I've found. So I'll start with veterans, right? Nothing will make you a libertarian quicker than becoming a veteran. Because as a veteran, you get fucked by the big green weenie, right? You don't just see inefficiencies of the state or the government in like a 9-to-5 job. You see them in your daily life, specifically when you're an active duty soldier, right? You know what I mean? Like, for example, you just see the utter stupidity of the state. And you begin to realize that, like, the state, just how you begin to know experientially how inefficient the state is. Like, for example, and how corrupt the state is at every level, right? So an example that I lived through was, you know, when I was at Fort Drum, someone that was a, like, I want to say it was like a sergeant major from like another unit dumped car oil in our dumpster near our barracks, because our barracks was like the medical barracks. It was like away from like the major barracks where most people, like most of 10th Mountain Division, because we were a medac unit, right? So we were a small unit that was like, you know, just medics working in the hospital and in the clinics and like the support for the hospital, as opposed to like 10th Mountain Division. And so somebody dumped oil in our dumpster, and the response wasn't, oh my God, we have proof that a sergeant major was dumping oil in a dumpster. This is against the law. You have to properly dispose of this. This person needs to get in trouble. The response was, well, obviously we need to lock our dumpsters. And everyone in our unit now has to go to the front desk and get permission to get a key to unlock the dumpster to throw away their trash. And because I was working in a clinic early in the morning, before like and going to PT, and I didn't have a moment in the mornings usually to throw away my trash, and because I was staying super late when most people were leaving, I was a good soldier doing extra. One of the things that I did is I volunteered for a clinic nearby me, which was the Ideology clinic, to help them code medical records. When my entire day was done, I would do like an hour or two of medical coding, because they had this massive backlog. And I was just trying to be the good soldier and do the right thing and help people out. And I made good friendships with, you know, with officers, right? Because I was like a good guy in that. You're leaving out the part where the company commander, first sergeant, had to be there to allow the key out. Yeah. So like the key didn't go out just to a CQ desk. Okay. Right. Like it had to be when the first sergeant or the company commander were there, which was during regular office hours. So I'd get off of work later than everybody else. Right. Like I'd be there till like 7, 8, sometimes even 9 o'clock at night. And like I'd get there and the dumpster would be locked and there'd be no access to the key. And so I can't throw away my trash. And so the only time I can throw away my trash is if I wake up early, like if I like somehow get back from PT and like, or I get someone else to do it for me, because I didn't have a car. So I'd go to PT, and then after PT, I'd go straight to work, and I didn't have an opportunity to come back to the barracks. So I'd have to like get someone else to get the key to throw away my trash. And then what would happen is we'd have room inspections, and like first sergeant would come in and then would be like, your room's disgusting. How do you let this trash exist in your room, private? Like, this is fucking, it's like, you did this. All because the power structure and the corrupt nature of like government at every level is all like networking and handshakes and who you know, and like the whole thing is fucked, right? So I think it's actually pretty fucking easy to convince veterans about anarchy by leaning deeply in, and this is true for government employees as well, but to a lesser degree, leaning in deeply to the just how inefficient government is, and recognizing like, hey, this is true across the board, right? Like every instance of the state works this way. And so it is, you know what I mean? Like you can have moral reasons, you can talk about war, those are sensitive things, right? But there's something that especially if you're a veteran, you lived through it, you just know how inefficient and bad the government is. And you can be like, dude, like companies, private citizens, individuals just don't engage in this type of shit. That's where I would start. And then get people to do some reading and get them to do light reading, right? Like, unless they're really intelligent, don't throw massive theory at them. Just get them to do light reading. And I think you'll have a lot of success with just the argument of inefficiency. That turns people into a little L libertarian pretty quick. You ever do supply stuff at the hospital? The government overpays for everything. Well, I never ordered shit, but I did do like record keeping and stuff. And I did know people that like do that. And my ex, she does stuff like that. Like she orders things for the government. And it's basically just her working on a computer, at least as far as she's explained it to me, and from people that I've known that have done it in the past. It's basically her just like having a computer system that has like 3 government approved corporations that all take turns being the one that you buy it from. And then they basically engage in price fixing because there's a monopsony, which is the US government. They're the only buyer and they're buying it with tax dollars. So it doesn't really matter if it's profitable or not. So they can pay whatever they need to pay because there's this demand that it be bought. And then they pick between a couple of their own buddies to purchase things, and then they all kind of price fix and engage in like trading who's buying and selling a product at any given time. It's like pseudo competition amongst them, and then obviously not a competitive market because it's a monopsony. So of course we overpay like crazy. Do you think it's easy to convince Austrian economics Andes to go full-blown ANCAPism? I would actually say that if they're not already ANCAP or they're not already well on their way to ANCAP, that's hard to do. That's like a thing that I don't know that like, because like guiding someone to a conclusion is a lot more difficult when you're talking about a very well-read libertarian as opposed to like a normie, right? Like these people have been exposed to that theory already. And for whatever reason, they're not quite there yet. So like that's kind of like an individual case by case basis. How well do you know that person, like, etc. Because like they've already accepted most of the axioms, even if not full heartedly, they've accepted them to a degree. And so it's like, how do you convince someone to take the final step is a lot harder than putting someone on the path. That was true, Mark. Like, oh, that's the government's fault, and I'd be like, is it? And then every single time, it's like every time, yeah. Perhaps you should explain the books you recommend, half for free, half behind a paywall. I'm thinking out loud. I don't know how much time you have to do it. There's a reading list in the Discord somewhere. Let me see if I can find it real quick. What was this short read Scott just recommended? I got hit with an ad read. Oh, it's Marxian and Austrian class. Let me get the right fucking title. Marxist and Austrian Class Analysis by Hans Hermann Hoppe. It's like 11 pages or something. Let me see if I can find the reading list. Oh my God, did I make that an invisible channel? Hold on, let me see it. Hold on. Debate Bros, Self Bros, Stream Clips, Memes, Spice Memes, Philosophy, Economics, Science, Art, Media Recommendations, Food and Recipe, Quotes. Under Admin, YouTube Video Resource Podcast, Privatized Prison, Movie Requests, Nerds Debates, Black Pill Trading, Weird History, Gaming News, Manga, Normal Memes, Movie, Paleo Conservative, Libertarian Party, Technology, Culture War, Policy Ideas, Stoic Quotes, Cult of Ran, Ukraine News. Where the fuck is the fucking... Was that in fucking... Where is it? Where is the reading list? Is it in general? Here we go. Threat about building. Yeah, what do you guys think of it? I'm going to have to oh, book club. Thank you. There we go. Why did I miss it so many times? There's no thread here. There was a thread. I guess the thread got deleted over time. I must have set it up so that the threads got like deleted after 30 days or something. But I thought if I created the thread, they'd be permanent. Well, fuck. All right. Well, I guess that's another thing I need to do this weekend is updated reading lists in the Discord. Join the Discord, guys. And I will make an updated reading list. Casimir, if you wanna participate, right? We will or anybody wants to participate, you want to give me recommendations, DM them to me so that I don't forget certain ones, and I'll try and make a reading list, and I'll try and like put them in categories of like start here versus like and like avoid this unless you're really looking for a slog. Because there's some things to read that are pretty fucking easy, and then there's some things to read like fucking Man, Economy, and State is like so much. It's so rough, right? Like, is it required reading for any libertarian worth their salt at a certain point? Yeah, it is. But like, Jesus Christ, is it a slog? Read a bunch of Austrian stuff, but I really don't think any of them do a good job justifying anarchy over the U.S. system when it was founded. Okay. Oh, Liquid Zulu's website? Yeah, Liquid Zulu might have a good website, but I would probably have to like, I'll look at his, but I would probably have to like change his because Liquid Zulu, no offense to Liquid Zulu, but like his audience is a little bit different than me. I might say, I'm willing to bet his audience is more high IQ than my audience and more autistic than my audience. Just throwing that out there. Decent way to start an income stream? What am I missing? Like a small government, constitutional republic type government just seems to be better at preserving rights. Yeah, I mean, I disagree, obviously. Why the problem that I have with that is that if you're full blown Austrian, right, then like your own economic conclusions disprove that argument, right? Like if you're full blown Austrian, and like you know like, and I don't mean Austrian like early Austrian, but like if you're taking into account, let's say for example, the local knowledge problem and the economic calculation problem, right? These very things are arguments that prove that the state's ability to regulate and engage in the market is by definition less efficient and less likely to lead to positive outcomes, right? And so like you're kind of like when you're if you're a full-blown Austrian, but you're like, oh, I'm a little L libertarian minarchist because I think the government ought to be involved in these certain domains, you're like creating a special class of certain areas of which you yourself argue against. Yeah, I had a reading list before, and I guess it like disappeared. Yeah, Legal Foundations of a Free Society by Kinsella is a good one. Is Man, Economy, and the State harder than 110%? Anatomy of the State is like a little like cursory introduction to the idea of anarcho-capitalism, and then it has like a weird little section where like Rothbard is just like, and by the way, I fucking hate judges. Like, you know, like he can just like, it's almost ranty in the way that he like focuses on judges for a while. Right. Whereas like Man, Economy, and State is a huge volume of thick Austrian economics analysis of, you know, like just Austrian economics and like the theories. And it's also referencing a bunch of other shit you probably haven't read. So like sometimes you have to read something 3 or 4 times or like look up the, you know, like if you start there without having read Hayek and Menger and like other like, you know, classical economists, like you will find places where you're like, what the fuck is this referencing? Like what the fuck is he talking about? And so like it's difficult to get through because of that. Whereas everything that you need from Man, Economy, and State, you should still read Man, Economy, and State when you get there. But everything that you need is kind of available in A Theory of Socialism and Capitalism by Hans Hermann Hoppe, right? Like, you know, he gives you a historical reference. He gives you all of the ideas. He gives you all of the axioms. He gives you the economic analysis. And of course, he gives you all of the reasons why empiricism, in especially in economics, is a false, you know, a false god, if you will, etc. Right? And gives all of the arguments against empiricism as a valid model of economic knowledge. Right? Whereas like, so it's like you kind of don't need to read Man, Economy, and State, but it's good to do so. Legal Foundations for a Free Society, released in 2023, which is why I recommend it. A lot of earlier published libertarian work is already outdated. Yeah, that's true. I was in an argument with somebody on Twitter, and like I had mentioned the concept that like self-ownership is like not correct, right? And they were like, where the fuck are you getting this idea from? And I was like, Kinsella. Like, Kinsella disabused me of this notion personally, to my face. Well, maybe not to my face, because we were, you know, online. But, like, I interviewed him. He told me it was wrong, why it was wrong. And then I had a conversation with Casimir and I believe it was MRH Legacy. But it could have been somebody else. And we, like, talked about this. You're wrong on this, Scott. You misremembered. Property is the wrong concept. Self-ownership is okay. No. Self-ownership is still a problem. Casimir, I don't know if you were here, but like we reacted to Kinsella's speech about it. Not too long ago, actually. Let me see if I can find it. Is it? No, it's not that one or that one. I don't think this is it. Is it the non-fawn one? No, it's not. Well, this one's 7 hours, so this might be it. No, this is all prime, guys. Till the wee small hours of the morning. Let me see if I can find it. I'm trying to find it. Give me a second. Yeah, here it is. This is the one. There you go. Why would the state be involved in the market? Their job would be to preserve rights. That's what the Bill of Rights was for. Was that an argument against like a public fire? Well, that is the state involved in the market, right? Like you can't separate them magically. Like I recognize that like we don't view policing and like firefighters and the court system as the market, right? But like, well, what is the FDA? The FDA is the market, and that's policing and regulation of like what we can and can't do, right? All of these things are the market. Like it is the state's involvement in the market when they're involved in the preservation of rights. Private departments literally existed as membership service? Yeah. I mean, but like there's a whole video of that guy that did it, that like apologizing for incorrectly for like misaligning private fire departments, etc., where he gives like a whole mea culpa because he explains how private fire departments didn't let buildings burn, and that they were efficient, and that they like all of that shit is just a lie perpetuated by like historians and state agencies. All right, before I get started on this, oh my God, whatchamacallit? I will, I Was Wrong and So Was Everyone by Tom Scott. That's it. That's the video, Casimir. I'm going to go take a quick pee break, and then I will be right back, and we'll get into the Discord, and we'll get into the panel, talking about Canada being the 51st state. This seems like such a meme conversation, but Trump seems to be taking it seriously, so I don't know how the fuck to take it. But I'll be right back. I got to use the restroom. I feel like I missed daylight savings time or some shit. Like, why in the hell? Oh, here we go. All right, let me just make sure this is the right one. It usually, I'm pretty sure it's the right one, but you know. Black. All right, make sure you guys are, yep, you're seeing the right thing. Trump is moving the Overton window his way. Yeah, that's kind of true. I don't know what the fuck his way is, though. Like, it's not like a consistent... It's difficult to break down, like, what his ideological position is. Other than, like, America. It's very, like, sophomoric. Or, I don't know. It's just very different. It's a new thing. It's like watching, It's like watching a less intelligent, or maybe less academic, might be the right way to put it, William F. Buckley kind of enter the scene. Where is Prime's fucking... Aha, that's where it is. Why am I the only one here 3 minutes before? Like... Why am I the only one here, guys? Unless they're in a different room. This is wild. That's the point. No one does. He says things and watches, right? Like, but it's like, obviously there's some framework behind what it is that he's doing. I mean, I get, like, even if it's like a stream of consciousness, like there's still like a set of beliefs that have to undergird it. Corey is in hiding? Is that like a thing? Oh, because he's Canadian? That's kind of funny, actually. Think of like Corey like trying to like sequester himself for fear of what is happening? There we go. You on top, chat, Fabian? I'm not sure what the hell that's supposed to mean. I've even heard it called populism. Yeah, but like populism isn't, I mean, it's not a fully fleshed out ideology. That's the thing, right? Like populism evolves into an ideology. It can become its own new thing. It can turn into communism. It can turn into libertarianism, presumably. It could turn into, fascism, right? Like there's no, it's just not a fleshed out ideology, right? So it's, I understand, it's like it's a recognition of a problem of the elite structure, but it doesn't actually give any solutions or anything to it, right? That gets added on to the populist rhetoric. I mean, this is why like somebody like Bernie Sanders or AOC can have the same support from the same person as Donald Trump, despite them being like diametrically opposed. Oh yeah, no, I have live chat on. It's not all chat, it's just live chat. I have live chat on. I just had to like refresh it. Like YouTube's like live streaming like a thing and live chat that isn't directly connected to Streamlabs. It crashes all the time. Like it uses more memory than like any browser that I wants to give permission to. Like it uses an insane amount of like memory. So it constantly crashes and you have to like refresh it. But then some people would say that populism is a form of fascism. Yeah, I mean, it's not. It's just like populism can lead to fascism. It's absolutely true. But it could also lead to communism or, like all those other things. And I wouldn't say that fascism is a form of populism. Rather, it's just populism, leads towards many of those kind of radical, it's just like it's a baby ideology that then morphs into something. So fascism is a potential consequence of populism, for sure. Right, in the spirit of our previous talk, right? Like that's that like revolutionary kind of thing coming to head, that conflict. But like, where does the synthesis occur? So Trump trying to start wars to win wars? Oh God, what is happening now? If Egypt and Jordan refuse to accept Palestinians into their territory, I will consider cutting off aid to them. Thought everyone loved the idea. You low IQ fat pig. What is, I mean, is this a fucking direct quote or is this, I need the actual quote, not some random Twitter user's paraphrasing of the quote. I mean, I assume he probably said something like that.
Hey all.
All three of us?
All three of us. This is the white panel.
What is happening?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I thought that I had missed like some daylight savings time or something because I was 2 minutes early and no one was here.
Yeah. Look at Lactoid. He's probably wearing his FUBU, which is why he was late.
Well, no, he probably bought one of Kanye West's new shirts, right?
Oh, yeah, that might be it.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh man. What happened?
How do I sound?
Did you see what Kanye did with his Thor?
You sound like you got a black scent there.
A black scent. It must be. By the way, I was on time. I was in the StreamYards at exactly 7. Okay, it just took me a little bit to get to the Discord. Jeez.
Okay.
Right, but did you see what Kanye did with his Thor?
I did, and the thing that makes it kind of extra funny is that he put out a Super Bowl advertisement advertising Yeezy, and then immediately after the Super Bowl advertisement, removed every item except for a Hitler shirt.
What?
Really? It's just a white shirt with a black swastika.
With a swastika on it. Yeah, it's the only item available right now.
He paid for a Super Bowl ad, and it's super awkward because it's like he's sitting in a dentist chair or something.
he's at the dentist. Yeah,
he's at the dentist, just being like, "Hey, check out Yeezy. I made this ad." And then when you go there, there's not a single product. There's just a single white T-shirt with a black swastika on it.
What does it cost?
It's $20. Everything on his site's $20. And by the way, the product number is HH01. So the Super Bowl commercial, he was laying back in a dentist chair and he was like, "Yeah, I spent all my money for the commercial on these teeth. Go to Yeezy.com." And it's just the ad, it's a pretty funny kind of ad, right? And then before the ad, there was like 50 items or something on the website, and now there's literally only one item, and it's a swastika T-shirt.
He should have went with 88. But like, wow, like wow, and you know, certain people, I'm not going to say their names here, all right? They're not around to defend themselves. Certain people spent a long time defending Kanye West. Holy shit. We had some big arguments, not on this particular panel.
Just an all black everything?
Yeah, we had some big arguments about Kanye West and what kind of person, his last major freak out, right?
I think these people, are they big fans of OJ as well?
So, like, one of the things I think is really interesting about stuff like this
Any overlap
is like
there?
maybe because
We do have
like,
a big fan
as
of
a
OJ.
as a millennial, as an older person, right? As far as like Twitch Paul is considered, right? I remember a time when publicity stunts were taken for what they were, which was publicity stunts. And then like because of like the growing kind of like instability of the nature of online politics, like everybody assumes like everyone like it's very interesting. Like when a publicity stunt would occur, people would be like, this is a publicity stunt. And like now if a publicity stunt occurs, they're like, sure, but also clearly he is 100% a Nazi, and this is what it's like maybe I mean like I'm willing to bet that, right? But like to me it's just like when did that happen, right? Like when did we stop assuming that celebrities doing crazy shit for attention must be like an expression of their true soul, like as opposed to just celebrities are narcissistic people that create drama to give themselves money and fame.
Hold on, friend. I hear you on this, and I don't think your point is trivial, right? But like this is the question that people have been facing for a long time in the internet age, right? Like whether the person you're arguing with is sincere or not, right? In the argumentation. And when it comes to racism or support of fascism or stuff like that, right? Yes, there's a possibility that that person is just saying it to rile people up. But at some point there is no difference, right? Like in the end, you said the Nazi thing, right?
Right.
Like you did the thing, and so like at some point it doesn't actually matter. But I hear you. Yes, it could just.
I kind of agree. I agree that in the end, like if you're selling the swastika T-shirts, right? Like, I don't want to support that. I don't want to support you. That's fucking stupid, right? But at the same time, I think there's this constant push of, you know, how do I put this? There's this constant push of like offense and like, you know, cancel culture, whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? Where it seems to like it like the pendulum swing isn't always support for the thing. It often starts as like countercultural or like being edgy or like memeing to like take the power out of a thing. And then I think that like when you respond with like, so for example, right? Like I think there are a lot of like teenagers or random people on the internet, right? That are unironically white supremacists. But then there are a whole bunch of them that are ironically white supremacists. And they're doing it just because they're sick of people bitching and crying, or they're sick of like being called a racist constantly, or they're sick of like, they're just doing it for the likes and the attention and to get a rise out of somebody to troll them. And then what ends up happening is that like the pushback and the offense becomes the uncool part, right? Like it's like to the younger generation, it's the people being like, how fucking dare you, right? Become the like the mommy daddy don't get it, like the old people aren't with it, right? And so it's almost like there's a weird effect where the offense and the overreaction normalizes the very thing that you're trying to not normalize.
No, I don't think that's what the part that normalizes. I agree with most, like 70% of what you said there. But for teenagers especially, I don't think they're like tired of the PC police. I think teenagers like want a reaction. I think they're a lot of them are tiny little trolls, and many of them grow out of it. Some people don't, like for the rest of their lives. It's just the way they are. And they just want to make a statement and get a rise out of individuals. Okay, so but in terms of what's the other thing I was going to say? I think that I'm sorry, I'm blanking right now. Tiny trolls. Sorry, I lost it. I had a response there, but I'll when I get it back, I'll let you know.
I got a friend of mine. He bought a shirt and he said he'd pay me to wear it on your panel, Prime, but I'm not going to.
Wow! Wow!
That's against TOS, like explicitly.
Well, I know. I told him I'd get banned immediately, and he said, "Okay, how much?" And I said, "It's not."
Hold on. I bet there is a number.
There's a number, and there's a number he could probably meet, knowing him. But
hold on. You also hold on. What do you mean? It's not totally against TOS as long as you put the caveat you're doing branded content.
No.
I don't think the branded content is
most
the issue when it comes to that. No.
Oh well. It's what's on the
it's,
shirt.
It's a swastika.
It's Kanye's t-shirt. And by the way, I just checked. He pulled it from the market.
Now, is it the Hindu swastika or the Nazi swastika?
It's the Nazi swastika.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh well, I figured it was.
And believe me.
Before we get into any topics, I wanted to suggest this, by the way, but I couldn't find the group here. But I'm just going to suggest it now because this is good advice for all streamers. We need to start doing this stream together. This shit, Prime. It boosts us up so much. And the front page does it. Me and Lactoid have done it before, and it gave us huge numbers. And I've just tried one out with Hot and Streamy and with Modi this week, and we got to start trying to do this together. It's wonderful.
Oh, I'm going to.
We'll talk about it later. Sorry.
Sure. Let's talk about it in a second.
It has some glitches, but it does boost your numbers.
Oh, they fixed some stuff. They got some new stuff, Lactoid. It's fantastic.
But sorry, before I forget, because I remember what I was going to say.
I'm sorry.
No. Oh, I'd like to engage that.
Great Slipknot song, by the way.
I don't know.
Just ignore him. Go ahead, Prime. Go ahead.
So,
hardcore for me.
Yeah. You talked about how there are a portion of those individuals who are serious white supremacists, right? And then the rest, ironic white supremacists. And yes, I agree. But
and then some of them are like bots, right? Like I don't know what percentage that is, but for sure.
And some percentage are feds too. Yeah.
And feds.
Sure. As Steve Bannon has very thoroughly laid out, right? That he understands this dynamic, and he said and during the Gamergate thing, there was a lot of infiltration by these real white supremacists into these reactionary groups, right? Whether you think Gamergate was legitimate or not, right? That's not the question I'm
of like Nazis into
Gamergate. No. Yes, absolutely, right? There was the memification of racism, right? And of sexism, right? We started with sexism because that's what it's about, right? They were memeing about this, right? And it was a joke. Mm-hmm. Hey, we're just joking about how these women need to get me my sandwiches or whatever, right? Or there'll be consequences, but I'm just memeing. And they kept memeing, right? And bringing them into these circles. You got to discuss these things? Yeah, come discuss it. Come discuss it with us on our Discord or whatever, right? Isn't this really funny? We're just testing out memes. And they kept memeing until one person's like, oh, maybe I'm not joking. Maybe we're serious, right? And then they test the reaction, right?
Yeah, no, I think that does. I think that does happen. I would push back a little bit on that being significant during Gamergate, mostly because a lot of that stuff was happening on 8chan after they went away from 4chan, because 4chan was the politics people didn't like the Gamergate stuff because it was about video games and shit, right? And the gaming people didn't like it because it was about politics. So a lot of Gamergate message boards and shit happened on 8chan, and it's so anonymous that and we know for sure that there were comments and death threats and things that journalists themselves would write and then would put in their article that look at what's happening on 8chan, because why wouldn't they? Because there was I don't know what degree. I agree that there are white supremacists out there that are looking to get involved in literally any online community where they won't be immediately ejected and find converts. But to what degree that had any level of success, or to what degree it was real, most like I just like I don't remember that being a big part of what was going on at all. And I'm sure it was there, but like I'm also sure a lot of that was made up bullshit.
My point is not to say that this is all of Gamergate. Again, like my point isn't.
Yeah, that's why I said I pushed back a little bit, and I said in the beginning, like that
sure.
process does occur.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think this was just the testing ground. Like, Steve Bannon looked at this as a reactionary force, right? And it was an opening for his ideology, and he tested this out here. But this wasn't where it ended, and this has happened in all across the internet. That when we're seeing this backlash, right? Like, yeah, we'll just start memeing about it, right? And everyone, hey, don't worry, it's just a joke. Why are you taking it seriously, right? When I put like this meme, with like involving the Star of David, right? And I plastered on some people's faces, right? It's just a joke, right? And I put like the Pepe frog next to it, like I'm just joking. Right, and they just constantly joking until there's enough of them, and then like, okay, well, maybe we are a little serious. Maybe actually the Jews, like, they are kind of like greedy, right? Like, I mean, I was just joking.
Well, it's
before, but like there's examples of them being like really greedy. Right?
Well, you don't even have to make it controversial about white supremacists. Like, this is just the nature of social media in the modern age, a little bit, anyways, right? Like, let's look at something like furries, for example, right? Like, separating politics out of it, right? If you were a furry in the 1990s, you had to be real fucking dedicated, and you had to go to a convention, right? And then, like, even then the conventions, like, eventually got shut down because those people were such degenerate freaks that they couldn't stop leaving full diapers of shit in hotel lobbies at the last fucking major convention they did, right? But like, society ostracized that which was not normal, right? There's a socialization process that occurs in human society where you kind of say things and you test the waters, and then people eventually go like, oh, don't say that, and then you're like, oh, I'm gonna keep that part to myself, right? And then with the advent of like message boards and forums and chat rooms, and then MySpace, and then social media and groups, and isolated things like Discord, etc., right? Every ideology, every idea now has, no matter what percentage it is of the overall kind of like group of people within your community or within your country or whatever, there's a place for you. And so long as you all speak the same language, in this example, we'll just say English, right? There's a place that is called the internet that most people that speak English and have internet access are on. And so no matter how small your community is, you can find that group in some place, and then you can work towards proselytizing people outside of that group and trying to bring them into your group that might not have been, like they were more in a gray area, right? Where they wouldn't probably, in the 1990s wouldn't have been put in that position. So furry might be one example, but with white supremacists, right? Like, I'm sure there were a lot of people in the 1990s that had some racial beliefs, but never would have been a KKK member, right? But in this new day and age, they have some racial beliefs, they get some pushback, and then you can grab those people and bring them into your community easier, because the barrier to entry is a whole lot different going into some friend's Discord server than it is, donning a fucking white robe and hat and going to the KKK rally. So I mean, like, I agree with what you're saying to a certain degree. I just think that, like, we have to be careful, kind of like that South Park episode, right? Where like the kids were all into Pokemon, and like the Japanese government was using it to start like a Pearl Harbor 2.0, and they were like getting everyone involved in Pokemon, and like the parents wanted to stop it. And so how did the parents stop it? Is that they all started talking to their kids about how awesome Pokemon was, and then all of a sudden they were like, this is not fucking cool. I'm not saying you do that with racism, right? But I am saying that, like, you have to be careful not to like have this over offended kind of like knee jerk reaction to like memes and things, even if they are offensive.
Yeah,
because that over the top reaction can make it cool.
I agree with you. I agree with you, but like then it says then the question is, what is the response? I think, right, then the response is to mock it, right? On the note that you were trying to draw, right? The line you were trying to draw in terms of like the South Park episode, right? Like the point was to make it uncool. I think that the best responses to these types of things is like pure mockery. You point out what's happening here, right? And then like literally laugh at the individual.
That will never work. And I'll tell you why it'll never work. Because when you engage in mockery, the in-group will see your mockery and it will be unaffected by your mockery. And the reason the in-group will be unaffected. Right, but that is who we're concerned about to a certain degree, right? Like the racists in the in-group, right? Like what maybe if you're trying to prevent new people from entering, that can work. And I don't disagree that can work. But what works way better than mockery is to not give them the reaction that they want. Because when you engage in the mockery, you're and the back and forth feud with the white supremacists where you're trying to make fun of them, you very often are going to look like the uncool person because they're the memers, they're the trolls. You're trying to beat them at their own game. Right, like you're trying to go down to their game of trolling and be like better at it.
Well,
and it doesn't work.
Trolling. Yeah, there's a wise expression of the
I'm not saying you're trolling. I'm saying that you're the trolling.
I know what you're trying to say.
Yeah, but like I did debate in high school, right? That was pretty fucking good. And when I was a freshman, I went up against a former state champion and I beat him. And the coach came out afterwards. She goes, "I've never seen anything like that," but he proved an expression. And I was like, "What was that?" She's like, "Never bring a smart person down to an idiot's level and then have them argue because the idiot's going to beat him with experience." And that's really the same thing that applies here. Like, you're going down the path of these.
Don't forget, guys, if you send super chats, I will always answer super chats. Like, share, subscribe, new people. Consider joining the Discord. Consider follow me on X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it. I do always answer super chats during the stream, with one exception, which I answered the next stream.
Is no reaction. We won't see anything about this. I just gives them free reign to simply spread their message. So no pushback.
No. So this is you got to compromise the two, right? Like you don't give no reaction. What I mean
you
is
give them a bad
like,
reaction, and then
you give them you like when you see a white supremacist like say some crazy white supremacy shit on like Twitter or something, right? Like you don't want to go into the comments and then be arguing with them and like being like, you're so fucking stupid. What you want to do is you want to comment once or you want to quote tweet it once, right? And be like, and make fun of them in some way, point out the error of like something that they're saying and why it's stupid, and then be like, this is why these people are fucking retards. And then when they go back and forth with you, just be like, you just respond with like apathy in the way that you make fun of them. Like that fucking gif from like the 90s show where like the kid says like very cool and he's like got the thumbs up. Like when they try to respond back, you just give them that again. And like you give them apathy and you make fun of them a little bit. But what you don't want to do is you don't want to show that you're actually mad. You don't want to show that you're actually offended. Like I do agree with you that like making fun of them can work, but it's a like you're balancing on like a thin line where it goes from making fun of them before you becoming the butt of the joke and not realizing it.
If that's your pushback, then I think we're actually in perfect alignment. I think that like there's a point where the mockery is just a back and forth argument with these people that they want to engage you in, right? Like I get that. I think you kind of have to like make your statement, hey, this is ridiculous in some witty way, right? And then move on, right? Rather than like ending up boosting them in the algorithm, with this engagement. So yeah, I think we're in agreement.
Well, I want to say one thing with this, and maybe like this could actually be a whole panel in of itself, right? I think the fact I've done it before is they have like when we talk about this, I always say that like the rise of streaming and like really social media in general, like Fabian kind of talked about this. He's like, before furries, no way to contact each other. Now they can get in a group and they can like apostolize outwards kind of thing. Like, so whenever we're sitting here, I mean, it's a good example, right? And I'll use this with like streamers, right? I go to TwitchCons. I try to do a lot of streamer events. I do like dream hacks. I like go to Comic Cons. And what's interesting to me is the people that might have like social, like not social cues, like they're not very good socially, can develop, socially awkward. They might actually have like some kind of mental social problem. Like I'll use my ex-wife, right, as an example. It's not a bachelor. She was always like almost cool growing up, right? She would like, her timing would be off a little bit on a joke, and like people would be like, oh, that would have been funny if it was like 30 seconds ago, or like, you know, kind of like that. And like she was fine once she got to know you, but in like new group settings that would happen, right? Same thing with like this. I go to these Twitch like events, and behind the scenes, I see people, and I'm like, oh, this guy's gonna go down. And people are like, how do you know? And I'm like, well, because he's not socially appropriate, right? He's like, maybe he's not done anything yet, but he's gonna get tripped up and get caught because of something when he, like, eventually, right? Like you can tell these people all the time, because when I go, you see the ones that are more socially aware, they eventually become the big time. There are some exceptions, but then it's also like, I don't know, it's a blessing and a curse, because you can also have the bad actors that like actively take advantage of this. And it's like, I don't want to platform them, because then you get more message out there. You know, you do have to make a response and disavow, but in some ways, the best way is to like ignore them and block them, because then the algorithms on all these sites don't promote them anymore. Like it's kind of like a hybrid approach. We really need.
Yeah. I mean, like, there are some people who are literally just too small to respond to, right? Like, if someone yeah, right. Like, they'd make a random comment on, let's say if we're just using Twitter for now, like a tweet, right? They talk about like, you know, you're a Jew, right? That's a response to whatever you just posted. You're a secret Jew or something like that, right? Yeah, that person's not.
I wish I was just a little bit blacker so that I would stop getting that. So if I was just a little bit darker, you know what I mean? Like, I would stop getting. Like, I'm thinking about getting some sun.
We have
just
technology,
so that people.
Are you Jewish at all, Scott?
I'm literally everything but. I'm just a good old American mutt. I was surprised when I got my my results. I was like, I'm not Jewish? Like, with this fucking nose? Like, no? All right, whatever.
Kanye's a fan of you.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm real.
I think there's a lot of agreement here. Yeah, I think we're using different words, but I think there's a lot of agreement here. But yeah, and in case for the ones who arrived a little bit later, you didn't know, the thing that we were originally responding to.
We're just talking about Jews.
Just talking about the Jews.
We're talking about Kanye.
Right?
We're talking about Kanye.
Get that report. Get that report button ready.
Yeah,
my boy went nuts and got all the advertisement he was looking for his next little project and album. You know, got a little you know, name and.
I have to like find it later. I missed this ad. I didn't
No,
see it at all.
wait. He didn't have an ad. This is just what Kanye does. Oh.
He had a Super Bowl ad.
He had a Super Bowl.
Kanye had a Super Bowl ad.
Yeah, he
I didn't watch the Super Bowl
with him in a dentist
I didn't either.
chair, and then told them to go to his site, and then his site for the Yeezys, where he deleted everything, except for a white T-shirt with a black swastika on it.
Oh, interesting. I didn't watch Super Bowl, so I didn't see the ads. But yeah, I mean, this is what Kanye does every so often. You know, when he has some merch he needs to sell or an album he needs to get off, he says some ridiculous, crazy shit.
Stunt.
Or it was what we call a psychotic break, because following this was spam posting pornography, which got him banned off Twitter.
Well, I don't think I thought he deleted his Twitter before they banned him.
Either he deleted it or he got suspended or something, because he was just spamming porn. Like, you could just scroll and it was just porn.
Like a couple minutes before he was suspended and or deleted, he like put out like a goodbye message on Twitter. So like it seems like he deleted it.
Yeah, and I think the porn response was to his wife.
Or his PR guy fucking put that out.
Yeah, the him posting about the porn was in response to like everyone kind of getting at him for his wife, because he tried to like defend that a little bit too when he took his wife to the Grammys naked. So like people were like, "Oh, how are you?"
She had on clothes, brother. What are you talking about?
She had on clothes.
Yeah, well, she did have a sheer. I don't know what do you call that? Like I don't. She had an invisibility cloak. She had an invisibility cloak on. She's wearing pantyhose, full body pantyhose.
It's a fucking bodysuit. All right, like just go to any sex shop, they sell them. It's like that's what it is. It's a bodysuit.
I don't go to sex shops, so I wouldn't know.
Of course
yeah.
you don't like to it. Oh my god, you're so.
But
silly.
but yeah, so I don't think this is like, I don't think he's crazy. I think he just kind of does whatever the fuck he wants. I think he is like he's probably a bit like
he's crazy.
anti-Semitic and racist. No, I don't think so. I think he's just a bit anti-Semitic. I mean, I like
Dog,
that doesn't mean crazy.
If he wasn't a multimillionaire, right? Like everyone would agree he's crazy. But there's a certain level of wealth where we just start being like, he's eccentric.
I don't know why
if he wasn't if he wasn't a multimillionaire rapper, him going off like this would look weird. But like the situation that he's in, it's like I get that I understand the anti-Semitism and the going off. Like I get where. Like it's not right, it's not good, but I just don't think it's crazy.
He's kind of like that. He's kind of that line of like, hold on. He's kind of that line of crazy and genius. Do you remember last year's Super Bowl ad where he spent the $7 million on the ad, and then he filmed it on his camera. He's like, we got some shoes, whatever, and then it was like what? 30 million in profits. Like no, it was 30 million total sales. So what is that? 23 million in profits. Like that's genius. Like nobody would have thought that would have worked, but it's also just crazy shit too.
I don't know why it's not both. I don't know why
it is both. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. He's yes, Kanye.
We agree, Ron.
I think a lot of like in terms of racist white supremacists are mentally ill, right? I think
that's what you want to do.
Are perfectly sane while they're doing it, but like I think this is a place that. These individuals, the paranoid ones, right? They fit right in, right? Like conspiracies about these other people trying to get you. Yeah, this is an easy home for them to inhabit. So yeah, there's no reason to say that he's absolutely not both, right? That this is a cry for help, a cry for attention, and he's saying what's on his mind. Because this isn't lesson. This isn't new, right? This didn't just start last year or whenever the Alex Jones moment was, right? This was years ago. There were like employees coming out talking about him, saying, "Hey, I'm really a big fan of Hitler," right? Like talking about Hitler. Like, yeah, Hitler was right about
a lot of
things,
interviews.
Right? Like, yeah, this was
when he was saying slavery was a choice. There was a whole. He's been doing crazy. It's been going crazier and crazier. And ever since slavery was a choice,
his mom died. I think that's when all of it kind of started.
Wait, why do you guys think any of this is crazy? Like,
not really.
I just want to say, like,
no, hold on, I'm serious.
No, it's not crazy. No, I get what Doobie's saying. It's anti-Semitic, but it's not crazy.
Hold on. Let's just build this bridge real quick.
Well,
racist crazy, Lactoid?
Hold on. Hush.
Sometimes.
Crazy.
No. Are racist?
Kanye.
Oh my God. No. Listen. Crazy is a pejorative. It's just like the word fat. There's no definition for crazy that everyone is going to agree on, just like there's no definition for fat that everyone's going to agree on.
Okay, but I think when
there's an idea you're trying to paint.
There's a narrative.
Hold on.
We recognize that when we say someone is fat, right, that what we actually mean is this person is unattractive to me and they are some level of overweight. Right, but to some people, somebody
the narrative
that is fat.
Hold on, he's actually crazy. Like he has a mental illness. He's off his medication.
Yeah, what if someone's fat and attractive?
Right, that's what I'm saying is that because it's a pejorative, it's subjective. Right, so when someone is attractive and they're overweight, to some people they're going to say that person's fat, and to other people
you're thinking your way. You're thinking too much on this one. Crazy is trying to imply or paint a narrative that the dude is out of his mind, can't think for himself, whatever it may be.
Fat also implies overweight, right? But to some people, someone can be fat. And to other people, they might not be fat because they're attractive.
When people say Kanye's crazy, they literally mean he's off his medication and he's fucking crazy. Like it's not just an insult.
Right, but that's what I'm saying is that when someone says he's crazy, there is, and other people disagree, right? There is an understanding that crazy, just like fat means overweight, crazy means that there is some mental instability here, right? I agree with you that when people say he's crazy, that they're stating some level of mental instability. What I'm saying is what defines crazy is subjective. And that's what happens with pejoratives, is that some people go, no, he's not crazy. Some people go, well, he is crazy. And it's the same thing as when a plus size model that looks sexy, and some people are like, that person's fat.
Yeah, that's fine. So why don't we just get Prime to explain what he means by crazy? So when Prime or Lactoid say he's crazy, what do you guys mean?
I think he has some mental illness.
Yeah.
Should go back.
So
should he be under a conservatorship?
No, I don't think it's
because that's usually what people go from especially with these types of people. They go from crazy to conservatorship.
Nobody is saying
I think
person that is crazy should be on a conservative ship.
Should he be on meds?
I think I mean, maybe. I
Is
think
what
that,
does the medication do? Make him less anti-Semitic?
Look, maybe.
Where's the
What do you think is crazy
anti-racist
about it being
medication? Where's the anti-racist
Well,
medication?
I'm not like I can't like give this person a formal diagnosis on what medicine to take. All I can say is that like based on his behavior, there appears to be a couple of screws loose. If I'm on the bus and there's somebody like shaking, yelling about how they're Jesus, like I'm not an expert, but there's something wrong with this guy.
That's horrible
okay?
context. No,
There's
throwing it out
something
of
wrong with this
context.
guy.
Hold on. I don't.
Kanye West. Like I don't know exactly what to give him to fix him, but there's some issues there.
There's been a long beef.
Am I crazy?
But there's been a long-term beef between the rappers and Jewish managers and whatever it may be. Like this isn't like an out of context like rant. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's good, but like he didn't do anything mentally ill. He went off on a racist rant.
Ali, I'm leaving aside. I understand what you're saying, that there's like some people who've like deluded themselves into thinking like weird shit. Like Terrence Howard is like 2 + 2 actually equals 5, like unhinged stuff.
Yeah.
But like when he's going through, I think he's like completely deluded. But he's not like crazy in the way that Kanye is crazy. And the Kanye is crazy in the sense of like he's incredibly unpredictable. He seems to go from like he flips moods incredibly quickly. Even like when like on interviews, he'll be like having one mood like 1 second, laughing and smiling, and then all of a sudden like incredibly pissed off. He'll jump up, like stand up and walk off interviews. I think he walked off Tim Pool just like out of nowhere.
He's a narcissist.
Well, no, it's because his emotions
narcissism would be a mental illness.
Well, yeah.
Well, everything's a mental illness.
But
we're gonna do like ego
PD
checks,
is,
you know.
But I think it's something beyond that. Like he's like the guy clearly has like emotional dysregulation. That seems to be
am I crazy?
consistent issues.
I call him to be a golden god and a prophet all the time. Am I insane?
We've called
well, no, you can follow a crazy person and not be crazy. But
yeah.
I think he suffers from severe emotional dysregulation.
So
like MAGA is crazy.
So
right?
looking at it from the perspective of someone like actually I've actually researched a lot of like mental instability. I've taken multiple psychopathology classes, right? Like what defines
and
mental
been the
illness?
subject of many studies. Go ahead, yeah, please go ahead.
I wish I probably would have made more money. No. So like the thing is that like when we talk about mental illness, right? It's not the same thing as like when you tear your ACL, right? Like we can look at that in an X-ray machine, and we can cut you open. We can look at we can see things and prove with our own eyes, right? And it's not until very recently that functional magnetic resonance imaging has been able to showcase, abnormal brain patterns, like in a way that we can see them. And even still, that becomes difficult to define as a mental illness because we're still just showing that this person or this brain wave or, this usage of the brain or, the way that this brain responds to certain stimuli is abnormal, right? So when we're talking about mental illness in psychology, like what we're talking about is kind of a couple of things. We're talking about like, is this person's cognition or ability to think impaired, right? So are they capable when this disorder occurs, et cetera, like especially when you're talking about like bipolar disorder, or you're talking about like manic depressive disorder, or when they're having a major depressive episode, whatever it is, right? Like, is their cognition, is their ability to think at the same level as it normally is for them, or compared to other people that do not have whatever this brain disorder is that we may have identified. The other thing we're looking at is, are they capable of regulating their emotions, right? Can they calm down in an instant? Can they stop themselves from having an emotional reaction if they so choose, or are they kind of off the rails and incapable of doing it? And that's the same thing is going to be true looking at it from like a cognitive behavioral therapy perspective, right? Are they capable of regulating their behavior? And so the last element that makes it, these are the things that are occurring. And the last and most controversial kind of thing here that comes to play when we're talking about famous wealthy people is this causing significant distress, or is this causing significant disability to function in a certain way? And so this is where the line sometimes gets gray when we're talking about famous people with tons of wealth is, this behavior that's erratic, that may be having difficulty with their emotions, maybe having some impact on their cognition. if it's working for them, right? If it's making them money, well, that's kind of like some piece of evidence that it's actually not a mental illness, because in the context of the situation, it's doing positive things for them. But the problem is that we only see celebrities based upon their public persona and based upon their net worth. We don't see the day-to-day interactions like a therapist would, of like their interpersonal relationships, the way that they feel about certain things, etc. And so like that's kind of the markers of like mental illness here in the best way that we can look at it.
I have maybe a slight pushback. Maybe it's more significant. I'm not sure. Well, two things. One, for Terrence Howard, it wasn't that 2 + 2 equals like whatever. No, it was 1 × 1 = 2.
1 × 1 = 2. That's what it was. Yeah,
Yeah.
I heard his whole explanation.
Which
and then I
by the
heard
way,
Neil
makes
deGrasse Tyson just
makes
crush
sense.
it, and then he goes back and he's like, "No, Neil never listened to me."
1 by 1, you multiplication is it has to go up. You can't go down.
Well, I look, I'm not an expert in teriology.
You can't not do anything.
And by the way, he literally calls it teriology.
10 times 1 11. Like what the fuck are you talking about?
It's
10 times 1 is 1.
No,
Or 10
because like you're
said 1.
devaluing the number 2, right? If 1 × 1 does not equal 2, but only equals 1, then it devalues the number 2, and that means
I can't even explain it. I
love
don't
how
know
I
what
gave a whole
teriology is.
framework for us. I love how I gave us like a whole framework to actually understand mental disabilities, and then we just immediately went on to retard math.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
this guy's famous though, and he's had like numerous interactions with Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's like they've had back and forths about how
Joe Rogan.
Because of one,
Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan was like, normally Joe Rogan will like get behind whatever guest says, but even Joe Rogan's
Joe Rogan's like, this is fucking all right. I'm bringing on Brett Weinstein to like sift through this retard shit.
But is he crazy, or is he just rich and bored? Right, like he's rich, he's bored, he's having crazy, like he's having like
Howard is delusional. I think he's like smells his own farts way too long. But again, he's emotionally regulated in a way much better than like Kanye West.
I would agree. And I think the narcissism is definitely up there with him. Like with him being like this genius, right? This special type of genius, and you guys just can't recognize it. But look, he's got these patents that have nothing to do with anything. So
he has drones.
Hollywood celebrities are going to tend towards narcissism more than probably any other demographic group that you could select for, right? Because politicians, yes, if you're talking about famous politicians, but like if you're talking about like, because you got to think, when you think politician, you're talking about like school board people and people in state legislature. Like I agree with you, if we're talking about like people that run for president or people that run for Senate, yeah, that would also be another group of people that are like highly selected for narcissism.
So to my response to you earlier, you talked about how, okay, you have a brain that has an altered response, right? But you have to look at it within context. And then you talk about like, well, this individual is like making money, right? Right. But I don't think money was your focus. I think the focus is like there's positive outcomes from like whatever it is that they're doing, right? I don't think that alone. Well, you weren't saying this alone, but I push back on saying that tells us that this brain isn't mentally ill.
Well, I said I made the exact opposite argument.
Okay.
My argument was when we perceive celebrities, we don't see their interpersonal relationships. The only thing we see is their net worth, and we see their fame and their antics that they put forward publicly. And so we often confuse something working out for them financially or something working out for them in gaining fame as a measure of success, as some form of evidence that the mental instability is actually not harmful to them. But we don't see the behind the scenes things that family, friends, or a psychotherapist would see.
Okay, then you would agree with me. If that's the case, then I misunderstood you. But then you would agree with me that like if like the CEO class, all right, we did actually had a discussion about this previously, but let's just pretend, right? Let's just go with me that the CEO class, like tends to be like psychopaths, right? Who like who don't have a human emotional responses,
No.
like don't care for others.
Wildly
Like,
disagree with that. The research doesn't
tends to
support
be
that
the
either.
case. I know you disagree because remember we had the previous conversation, but like if it was the case that these people were psychopaths, that just because they are successful, right, and lauded by society doesn't mean that they aren't mentally ill.
Well, for sure, but it would be evidence that they aren't, right? If someone is a CEO, right, that is evidence that their ability to match their behavior and their goals via their actions is working really well because they're at the top echelons of society. And so this is why CEOs aren't right. This is why CEOs aren't typically actually psychopaths. Now, do they trait higher than the
sociopath,
psychopath?
or something like
Well, we're talking about domains of like antisocial personality disorder. Which
Well, okay,
you have
but my
to be like
question
a
is, would
social
those would
person
still be
to
disorders,
CEO.
right?
Right. No, but see, here's the thing: is that here's the difference. The research does show that CEOs tend to score higher on dark triad traits, right? So it's not the same thing as being psychopaths, but it is the same thing as being psychopathic, right? They do tend to be more Machiavellian, right? And they do tend.
Then I was using the wrong terminology. Then whatever, right? I hear you.
But there's a huge difference between psychopathic and psychopath and being a psychopath, just like there's a huge difference between capitalism and capitalistic, right? Like
I
see what I'm saying?
I admit my ignorance, and I hear you, right? If you're telling me there's a difference between these two, and that dark triad like is a better fit for the thing that I'm reaching for here,
yeah, like
then fine,
dark
whatever.
triad is like metrics we often use to see if we might look into someone for being a psychopath, right? But like genuine psychopaths, they can't function well because they burn bridges, they cause problems, like they don't do well in a business.
Okay, sure. Then I'll take your distinction and I'll leave it at face value. My point is that like just because they are successful in society doesn't tell me that anything about whether they are mentally ill or not. It could be that society has structures, institutions that are like anti-human, that like just happen to
Well, it tells you something. It's evidence. It's just not proof.
Okay, I think society could have structures that benefit this type of behavior, right? That like a person who doesn't care about who they step on, right, will tear other people down to advance themselves, right, and then get a lot of positive reinforcements that they thrive in this particular environment that we've created, not and that the environment maybe should be looked at, but also this other individual person. Okay, yeah, sure, maybe not.
No, I disagree, and the reason I disagree is like, again, it's why it's such an important distinction between like psychopathic and psychopath, right? Your argument is, well, maybe there are some things about our system that rewards behavior that isn't necessarily like pro-social behavior, right? Like we have some form of our economy or institutions that rewards antisocial behavior, right? And when I use pro-social, antisocial specifically because we're talking about psychopathy under antisocial personality disorder, this kind of things we're talking about here, right? And I agree with it to a certain degree that like certain places can reward behavior that isn't generally pro-social. So for example, lawyers, right? Lawyers tend to be extremely to an extreme degree, they tend to be extremely argumentative, or you could say like personality
terrible
trait.
people by and large.
Right, right, but that alone, that's a domain of a niche in the economy. So it is pro-social in their context, right? But it as an you would not want everyone in the world to be as argumentative as a lawyer is. Like that would be a horrible fucking world to live in.
Right?
You would never want to date a lawyer.
Right.
Awful people to be around.
But when we're talking about specific domains of personality, there are going to be jobs that target for specific personality types that thrive and succeed within that specific domain. And you could say that maybe that's a problem, whatever, but there will be, like, because people are different and because people have different values, some area of a market economy is going to value things, right, that wouldn't necessarily be valuable across the whole domain of society, but are going to be valuable to them. And in this instance, are, you know, lawyers being argumentative or being what is it? What is the
Heavy
personality
drinkers?
trait?
Oh.
No, it's
Shit
not.
stains.
It's not. It's not conscientiousness. It's not openness. It's not
Neuroticism,
evil.
agreeableness.
neuroticism. I mean, it would be openness, right? Like it would be a lack of openness.
Satan incarnate.
Right? Like, but like you have to be extroverted. You have to be very extroverted to be a lawyer, right? If you're going to argue cases. I don't mean like all lawyers, because some lawyers are just like sitting behind a desk, you know, doing shit like that. But if you're arguing cases regularly, if you're a courtroom lawyer, right, you have to be extroverted. But you don't want a society full of nothing but extroverts. You need some people that are quiet, etc. So there's a huge difference between someone having some traits that are not necessarily good for all of society, being selected for and being successful in a certain role. That's actually evidence that they're mentally well, but that they have a certain domain that is bad. What we're talking about is the difference here is if you actually have a mental disorder, right? That's going to be bad no matter what domain you're in. Like if you're a lawyer and you have depression, that's going to negatively impact your ability to be a successful lawyer. If you're a lawyer and you're a narcissist, like a genuine narcissist,
Have you
that's
met
going to
lawyers?
negatively impact it.
But they're all
Yeah, I
depressed
have.
alcoholics on fucking cocaine. Like I don't know that like that.
No,
that
they're not.
Lactoid.
Yeah, I mean there might be some exceptions like or you know honorable lactoid up here, but listen, all the lawyers I've ever known are the biggest degenerate pieces of shit in the world. So I don't know about that. I don't know. I
The
don't know
field
about all that.
controls for the
Okay,
field controls
even,
for assholes.
even if that were
It's like
even if
cops,
that were
right?
true, it's not. But even if
It
that
is.
were true, we're talking about the
Absolutely.
difference between whether or not someone has a mental disorder. Being a degenerate cokehead isn't necessarily a mental disorder.
I think every lawyer
I'm
would
glad that we can agree on that. That's what I wanted from Scott right there. Was that concession, and I got it. So
name me one good lawyer, any of you. One.
whatever. I wanted your backing on that point there.
I
Whatever.
like
You can't do it. It's
I
impossible.
like my man Pisco, and I like my friend Lactoid. I like you both. I think you're both.
I have a
Yeah, they
family
don't like
lawyer,
each
and he's
other, I
a
don't
great
think.
lawyer, but he also smoked crack to get through law school.
Yeah.
Hey,
I
listen.
think you're,
listen.
I think
Like,
you're,
I would,
you
I
do what
would,
you
I
gotta
would
do.
never. Unlike other internet lawyer, one specific internet lawyer that kind of got famous for this, I don't touch cocaine. All right, so
okay, fair
Well,
enough.
I mean,
Not a
you're
good thing-
famous
not
for
a good thing to
touching
get
lot more
into.
than cocaine.
not a good thing to get into.
Women in the house, alcohol, you know, letting his kids around things.
So Scott, and we don't have to like go any further down because we're about to run into a wall right here.
Yeah,
okay?
it distracts from the
and
panel,
like-
but I don't mind talking about my area of expertise.
No. What I'm saying here,
We have no
is that-
doubt that you like to talk about
is that-
your area of expertise.
my
Right? I'm
next
just saying, yeah.
statement my next statement takes us to our usual barrier, right? The usual thing that
Mhm.
separates us. And I'm like, there's no point like going and exploring this. We can just like leave it here. So I hear you. I think most of what you said was true, right? Your previous statement just now. I agree with almost all of that. Specifically talking about corporations, right, and reaching to the top. Yes, our society finds it valuable in general. At least that's been our statement. That's been how we've reacted. Hey, you clawed your way to the top, destroying everyone else in your way, right? And you're here through your dark triad means, and let's like toss a bunch of money at you. But I don't think that is necessarily the best person, right? Now, this person actually might make the most money because they don't give a fuck, right? Because they can have an eye for profits above everything else. But I would say that like the search for profits is not inherently good, right? And that like it would be better for society writ large if these people were replaced with other individuals who didn't have that.
Yeah, let me throw the olive branch here, right? Like, so that's fine, right? I actually don't necessarily deeply disagree with you there, right? what you do need to recognize, right, is that these people, no matter how you structure society, will exist. And so they will go to areas that, because like their personality trait isn't get money. Their personality trait is I'm highly competitive and I'm highly quid pro quo Machiavellian. And so like, let's say we had a society where billionaires weren't legally allowed to be, right? They might work in a nonprofit organization, right? And they might you might utilize that towards what you think is the greater good, right? But that person will still be utilized in some way, will find a place in some way, so long as they have the liberty to do so, to go towards some place that is where they're going to be successful at being highly competitive and highly quid pro quo, and like less concerned about like empathy or openness, and more concerned about getting the job done, beating everybody at the job, and like trading whatever favors so that I can get there, right? And you might even harness that towards a societal good in your like in whatever world that you want to set up, or whatever legal system you want to set up. But these people exist because that's a place for them to thrive. It's not that they're like psychopaths, and that like our society gives psychopaths a place to thrive. What it is,
well, I
is
mean,
that
like
this
maybe
is
the military. I don't know. Like, but,
well, no, psychopaths do terrible in the military.
Okay, I'll leave Mitch.
They get mental disorders and all kinds of things very quickly.
So what if Kanye isn't crazy? He's just thriving in the place that he knows how to thrive, and it works.
I would also push back slightly against, like you said, like depressives, right? Like they don't really have a place. Like they can't thrive because they have some sort of ailment that doesn't really jive with the economy. Well, I think like they do. I mean, like I think we've seen many unfortunately many depressives thrive, like in the arts, right? Like in terms of actors, in terms of songwriters, and artists, that like a lot of these people, they may end their life.
Depressives.
You said depressive. You used that example previously. You said like
they survive in spite of it, right? Like they're not doing well because of it. Like I agree.
No,
with
I
you
think
that
it could like I'm saying, like their pain, channeling that into an art form that like other people can respond to, like that can make them thrive. Like we talk about the comedians, right? A lot of comedians, but this
is another example of like the Kanye situation, right? Where it's like you're looking on the outside at like what art they produced, and then going, well, because they've produced great art, and because that great art came from a place of pain, then this is some measure of success as to what that pain was able to bring about that brought joy and great things to the world. But it doesn't change it from being a mental disorder, and it doesn't mean that they had all these other problems, right? Like let's look at someone like Edgar Allan Poe, right? Edgar Allan Poe has written some of the greatest poems and has been a great author to a lot of people.
No.
But his life's trash, right?
That's not what I'm saying, right? All I'm saying, like it sounded like and maybe I got your argument wrong, but it sounded like you were saying that like you were contrasting like two very, very broad categories of mental misalignment, let's call it, right? And that one is like, and this would be like the dark triad individuals, like Rising as a CEO, like they'll find a place, right? They have the ability to slot into the economy in some place, right? And it sounded like you were comparing that to another group, right? That like the real mental illness, maybe you wouldn't use those words, but like the real mental illness in which these individuals can't do that in the same way. And I'm saying they actually do find their places, even though they might be worse off. Maybe you and I could agree they might be worse off, but
that's not my argument. My argument is that the assumption that a majority of people in a specific domain that have risen to the top in a highly competitive industry are psychopaths or something is just false, because it harms them. That doesn't mean that there aren't some psychopaths that are CEOs, right? And so when we look at, let's say, something like artistry, right? Great art tends to come from pain. In a way, it's almost it's not necessarily a requirement, right? But often, the artist is presenting the world from a new lens, right?
Yeah.
And they're doing so in a symbolic way where it's difficult to communicate through like narrative, right? We need pictures or statues or a story in some way, right? Where their creativity is telling something that's even truer than truth, right? Like it's a meta truth when you talk about great literature, for example, etc. Right? Like I agree that what I'm saying is that certain negative traits are that we might consider negative throughout all of society, but are personality traits that aren't necessarily mental disorders, right? Our society finds a way to slot those people in, or those people find a place where they succeed, and they gravitate towards places that they succeed with those traits. But when you're talking about mental disorders, especially in highly competitive industries, right? If they succeed in them, which they can, it is in spite of their mental disorder, not because of their mental disorder.
All right, I'll move on from this. I actually have a random question from our friend Lactoid, to our friend Lactoid. I just saw this last night. So Lactoid, like you are required as a lawyer. So like let's say Scott's your client, right?
Yes.
If Scott says, tomorrow's the day, I'll finally cleanse the world of the socialists, right? That
starts like buying ammunition and shit.
Yeah, that you're required to report that to the authorities, correct?
I know for a fact I can. I don't know if I'm required. I would. I know for a fact I can. The iffy part comes when it's like the crime's already been committed and I'm representing him.
Mm-hmm.
That's when shit gets a little bit difficult, right? Because now I have an obligation to not get him in legal trouble, right? But there is an exemption when the crime has not yet been completed yet. So I forget off the top of my head about whether or not it's required or whether or not I just can. I know for sure it's one of those two. I'm pretty sure it's that I can, and that I would too if I found out somebody was planning a murder.
Huh.
Yeah, mandated reporting is different for lawyers than it is for like teachers and psychotherapists and stuff.
Interesting. All right. I didn't expect
I can just Google it. I'll find out for you in a second. I mean, for me, it's never really been something that I've been like bothered to memorize because I would report it either way.
Yes.
So all I need to know is whether or not I can. So.
Snitch.
Wait, someone's planning like a mass murder? Yeah, sorry.
Please snitch. I'd appreciate that.
I feel like it's not even snitching. Snitching is when you're telling something that's already happened, not when like you foil the plans of a shooter.
Same thing. Same, different.
I don't know. I think those. I think those same people probably get stitches, one or the other. But yeah. Well, let me know on that. Well, so that's if it's not the case that you're required to report, then that throws things off for me because I didn't assume that. That was my question actually. My question was like, okay, if Scott's still your client, and instead he says, like, I got to make it stop, right? The voices in my head that are telling me to kill the socialists. Like I got to make it stop. And he like,
well, hold on, let's not be hasty if that's what all the voices saying.
Yeah, so I just looked it up. In my state, I do have an obligation to report a crime if it's about to happen, or if I would otherwise be part of the crime by not reporting it.
Okay. Okay.
Well, who's to say what that really means?
The law.
What is? It sounds like there's a lot of gray area of interpretation right there.
When they drag him from some like judicial council and they like take his law degree, those people they'll be the ones to say.
Yeah, well, I don't know. The bar association has a ethics commission that if you fuck up, so basically if I commit any crime ever, not only am I going to have to like figure it out like in the court side, like dealing with that, but then also I have to like write a letter to the board of bar examiners, and then they're going to be like, I don't know, and then it goes to like the ethics division and there's evaluation and all this dumb shit. Like that's the biggest incentive for me to not commit crimes, right? Because the amount of fucking hassle and like paperwork that you have to do just to keep your license, like
Just
because
inconvenient to break the law. Otherwise,
it's incredibly inconvenient because you got to do all this fucking paperwork, and then they have this like the whole division.
I don't know
where it's
how
like, no,
I don't know how similar it is with counseling, right? But like it seems pretty similar, right? So like there's the ACA, like the code of ethics, right? And so like and then there's a board that handles licensure and things like that. And so like you could potentially get reported to the law because you're involved in some case or whatever. And then like you're kind of forced to give up your your clients like all the notes you took and everything. And if they can prove that like you were known that there was like an imminent like harm to someone else, right? Then you could be legally in trouble as a mandated reporter. But there's a much lower kind of almost subjective issue here if you were to be then reported to the ACA for an ethics violation, in terms of like, because then this becomes like essentially a committee and an investigation that tries to determine whether or not you should have done something, right? And so sometimes it can be, but it becomes like a bit of a wire to dance on, or like a thin line, because if I just report someone and there's no evidence of that, right, then like there's client or patient confidentiality kind of situations that you're breaking. But this happens a ton with counselors and psychologists because of custody battles with children. People that deal with children, very, very often, like the other parent will be like, okay, since it's my child and I'm involved in a custody battle, I demand from my child all of the notes of my child being involved in here. And so like there's a lot more of this ends up going into like court systems when you're dealing with kids.
So Lactoid, my question, thank you for that, Scott. Lactoid, so if Scott said that he was going, again, your client said that he was going to commit suicide, are you required to report that to anyone?
Well, I think technically, so like suicide is against the law. It doesn't really have any criminal penalties anymore, but it still is against the law, and so they're going to proceed to do a criminal action. I would feel like it was my obligation to report that.
And then the final place I wanted to ask is like, well, what if like it's not like, rather than an explicit threat, right, either to others or to themselves, right? It's more implicit that like they're saying, well, something has to be done, right, about like this group of individuals. And you know what? I do have that gun, right? If I wonder if I got some ammo, right? Like, what if it was something like that, where you are highly suspected, but they didn't explicitly say it?
I mean, I would just do some little bit of due diligence, right? It'd be like, ask maybe a few probing questions and look. I mean, this is, I guess, the same issue that probably a lot of counselors come up against, which is, what's the point in which like you feel the obligation to report, and that's going to be a judgment call, I think, most times, right? And so if I feel like I have enough here where I'm genuinely concerned about this person doing something awful, then I might feel an obligation. But obviously, this is going to be a big decision, because not only for the business aspect of it, because generally you don't want to be known as the person who reports their own client, right? But then there's also the ethical position where I want to make sure that my position is strong enough to explain it if anybody comes asking. So if I'm in front of like the ethics board and I have to explain why I didn't call somebody, I can explain, well, here's why I didn't think there was that much of a threat, and that to be convincing to them, right? And that's just something that you always have to think about with any kind of client interaction. And this is really, and I'll just tell you, it's way less common on the defense side, because most of the time you're just representing insurance companies. But if you're doing plaintiff-sided work, you get, I know this because I interned for one, you get a lot of people calling you that have a lot of mental issues very frequently. And they'll oftentimes be asking you like questions, like they'll seem normal for the first couple of questions, and then they start like getting into shit that, begins to make you like, I've had people ask, like, want to sue the water company for putting listening devices behind their washing machine that monitors their thoughts, right? Classic schizophrenia kind of behavior. And And there's some attorneys who just, they hear a couple of phrases and then they just snatch them up as clients, and then they turn out to be unhinged later on during the case. And those are really difficult to navigate ethically. Dealing with elderly people, especially people with Alzheimer's, that's an incredibly difficult area to mitigate or to deal with, especially because a lot of litigation usually comes around those situations because they have assets and they're about to die, and there's questions over who has the right to what property. So you normally have families fighting with each other over this person's property, and they're too mentally infirm to be able to really adequately explain what they want to do with the property. And so you have to deal with that. I mean, it can be a landmine, but that's of course why lawyers, that's why we exist.
Fair. Thank you. That was my question. I appreciate
And
it.
they demand a fuck ton of money to do it too. So the lawyer usually makes out pretty well.
As they should, because that's
I don't do
like,
estate law.
But hold on. That's as they should though. That shit's very complicated and it's hard to deal with. Like, that's why they make so much money.
I
look, I'm just saying, I know a lot of lawyers, and there absolutely is something to the idea that they are predatory. Okay, there is, like, the profession does, especially in litigation, the profession does reward a certain kind of antisocial behavior that doesn't.
Yeah, but hold on,
Lactoid.
It's all, but that's because it's on any side of law. Though you're being a predator, it's called you're a shark. It's like you're swimming with sharks. You want to you have to do that. You win. It's like anything that's competition based, which law is in this case. You're gonna have a defendant and the affirmative side. You're gonna I can't even think plaintiff. There we go. You're gonna have people on either side. It's already competing. You want people that are it have.
But most lawyers aren't doing that. Most lawyers are drafting contracts, drafting out business plans, planning estates, doing shit that to make sure that litigation never happens down the road. It's a smaller subset that do litigation. I do litigation, and I can tell you, the field is full of people who are very aggressive and somewhat predatory in certain circumstances. I have had situations where I've had a plaintiff attorney do things to their client that it was incredibly difficult for me to navigate because ethically I'm not allowed to talk to their client. So I can't tell them how they're getting fucked over, but they're getting fucked
How
over.
they're being preyed upon.
How they're getting preyed upon. And so, because if the good person in me wants to call them and say, that he can't put a lien on your house, right? That's he can't do that. That goes against ethics rules. But couldn't do that because I can't talk to the client of somebody else. Now, then there's the question of, does this rise to enough significance to make a report to the bar? I don't know. That's.
But what if that person was your friend, right? And
that's even harder to navigate.
Hey,
conflict of interest.
That'd be a conflict. That'd be a conflict of interest. Yeah, I don't think I'd be able to. If my friend was the plaintiff on a case that I was defending, the conflict of interest immediately would be
no. Sorry, you are aware, you are outside of the case, right? Completely. And you are aware of what's happening. I'm represented by another lawyer, the Skeezy Gibbs, right? The Gibbs law firm, right? And you hear about what's happening between me and Gibbs. Could you then talk to me about hey,
absolutely, because I'm not on the other side, right? So there's no adversarial relationship. I can I'd be like, hey, Prime,
there would be an adversarial relationship when I found out. We're gonna be holding them up in the law. We're gonna be holding them up in court soon enough. Defamation.
Okay, fair enough. But that was my question. I do.
Then the next guy won't be willing to do that. You see?
Sure.
So let's get started with the topic here. I'm hoping it'll be a good conversation.
That's good.
I'm really unsure about this one, but we'll see. So thanks all for being here. This is a Revy Roundtable, which we have Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern. Thank you, Admiral Gibbs, for the kind of sub that you gifted there, and thank you, Amanda Smash, for resubbing 37 minutes ago, and Wick TV for rating the channel an hour ago. That's not important. But I appreciate you, friend. Consider supporting the channel if you enjoyed our pre-talk here, which wasn't meant to take as long as it did. I promise you, that wasn't the goal. But if you appreciate that, consider supporting the channel, substitute channel, give bits or give subs, resub, like Amanda Smash did. or gift us up like our friend Admiral Gibbs did, or super chats. I have been watching them. Of course, when I'm watching
Not
this,
raids.
it's hot. It never fucking boils. All right, but I have.
He's
been
watching the wrong thing. Always the wrong one.
Yeah. But super chats, we'll read your super chats, right? Do it sometime. I'm actually looking at it. That would be great. But super chats would be helpful. We do need your support to continue on with this channel. So consider something else out or a few bits, however you're comfortable. All right. Let's go on to the topic. Trump has instigated a lot of rhetoric about annexing Canada, Greenland, and even the Panama Canal. Most political observers have brushed this off as a simple political tactic to force favorable negotiations. However, this past Sunday, Trump once again stated that he is serious about making Canada the quote-unquote 51st state. Even though way too big to be a state. It's unbelievable. So multiple states. Let's take him at his word. What are your thoughts on America expanding its physical territory? Is there any set of circumstances that would be acceptable to do so? And what means are acceptable to make that expansion happen? Should we rule the use of force out completely? Or is there a time for that? And if you are amenable to the idea of expansion, what territories do you think might be good additions? So yeah, Trump in an interview says, "Yeah, I'm serious. Like I keep saying it. Yeah, I want Canada to be the 51st state. Like, you keep saying it, right?" I know people are going to keep saying that he's not serious, like as long as he doesn't like literally land troops there. But he keeps saying he's serious. I don't know what to say, right? And again, that was specifically in regards to Canada, at least the response he gave. But he also said some things about Greenland, and then he's talking about like taking back the Panama Canal. So yeah, I want to take him seriously for a moment and see how that would play out. Do people support that? Yeah, just explore it that way. So you guys can give your intros and your introductions, right? Your opening statements at the same time.
Sure, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. There's two. I'm very split on this. This is a very difficult subject for me because I like the concept of self-determination. I have argued for this in other contexts, including the eastern part of Ukraine. I think that the people there deserve elements of self-determination that they're simply not getting. But on the other hand, fuck yeah, USA, America, 4th of July, fireworks and hamburgers, right? That is a part of it. And I'm trying to like prevent that from coloring my view too much, but it is hard because the idea of like all of Canada and Greenland and Panama all becoming American, it gets my blood hot. I really, really deep down want it to happen, okay? In my heart. But my brain is saying, well, hold on a minute, pump the brakes, okay? I think there's a way we can make everybody happy. We can bribe the Greenlanders, okay? There's been polls done on this. The Greenlanders, they are Danish and they want independent. They do want independence, right? Overwhelmingly. But not if they have to lose out on all the money the Danish give them. Like that's like I think it's like over 70% want independence, and then you follow the poll up with a question. What if that means you have to like tone down some of like the money you get, and then the popularity of independence drops down to like 20-something%. What this tells us is they have no kind of national pride for the Danish, and they can be bought. I say we buy off the Greenlanders. We could probably do that. Okay, we avoid the whole problem of warfare. Canada, it's going to be a little bit more difficult, okay? Because the Canadian polls aren't nearly as favorable. Most Canadians don't want to be American, unfortunately. A couple polls, I think 43% of millennials, I think it was 43% according to Ipsos poll. Let me see what it is. Yeah, 43% of millennials between the ages of 18 and 34. I don't know if it's millennials anymore. Maybe that's fucking. But anyway, 18 and 34. They would become American. They'd vote to become American if they got to keep like all their assets transferred over and they became U.S. citizens. So there's some support there, but by and large, Canadians are not nearly as on board, I think, as being bribed as the Greenlanders. So that's gonna be difficult. I don't know how we're going to swing that one. But the Panama Canal, of course, we should take that. That's a matter of national security interest. Gaza, because that actually was not in the prompt, but I think that's important to talk about because he said that multiple times now. That is by far the dumbest thing he said ever, and it's borderline like unhinged. Sorry, it's not even borderline. It is unhinged. And the solution put forward of let's ethnically cleanse the entire area to set up beachfront property sounds like something insane that his most ardent critic would say. And the fact that he keeps saying it is a massive black mark, I think, against his credibility. He needs to drop that shit now. That cannot happen. That should not happen. And that will not happen. The Greenland shit, I'm on board with that. Canada, maybe. We can't invade them, but maybe we can convince them over time. Who knows? Panama, sure. Not Gaza. That's crazy.
Okay. And I appreciate you saying that. Shout out to you. All right. Our friend Scott.
Yeah, this is like, oh man, it reminds me of like Trump saying Mexico's going to pay for the border wall. Right? Like everyone knows, even his most ardent supporters, that like obviously that wasn't going to happen. Right? Like, and like obviously there are like political pundits that are like, well, they did sort of, if you think of it this way, etc. I don't know what to think about it because it's just so off the wall fucking clown world. Like the idea that like it's not popular with Canadians. It's what's weird is that Trudeau seems to think that he's very serious about it, right? Trudeau has made statements that like he believes Trump is serious about this occurrence, though Trudeau is, when he's not busy embezzling money from the Canadians, he's busy lying to media. So whatever. But Pierre also seems to be taking it seriously, right? Who seems to be like probably the number one contender to take over after Trudeau. So like it's like I'm having difficult, there's this discordance in my head where like I'm kind of sitting here like, is everybody fucking taking this seriously? Am I the only one not in on this? Like, what is going on? It's an absurd position. I don't think it would be good for America to take over fucking Canada. I mean, obviously Canada has access to oil. So do we. You know what I mean? Like there's not any real benefit there. Canada's a big trade partner. I mean, it seems like some crazy fucking part of his negotiations with trade and tariff deals with Canada, like he's throwing out wild crazy shit to like, I guess to meme the fucking Canada into submission into like an uneven trade deal or something. I don't fucking understand it. In terms of Panama is a special case because it's literally in the fucking contract, right? Like Panama is not living up to their end of the contract to the fullest, and it's in the contract that we have the right to take it over. So I mean, it's not like the contract was made with a private property owner, so it's not like I think that the contract is like somehow sacrosanct or anything. But nevertheless, like it is, as far as like, nation states are concerned, Panama is one of the ones that like might actually be serious about it and wouldn't necessarily get that much pushback from. In terms of Greenland, dude, why? We already have a fucking base there. Like, in what the fuck are we interested in? Like, maybe there's some 5D chess argument that like he pushes this shit forward so that we can gain more rights and more funds towards growing the, I think it's now a Space Force base, but it was previously a Navy installation, but it operates mostly like a naval installation with like some observatory and like research kind of like things there that are important in Greenland. But I don't see the fucking value of Greenland when we already have a base there. It'd be one thing if like we didn't have a base there and we wanted to build one there. We already have one there. Like what is happening with this foreign policy? And then lastly, because Lactoid brought it up, if we want to talk about Gaza makes more sense than Canada. I'm not saying it's right, but it certainly makes more sense than Canada. Like you could funnel a lot of, USAID money there. trying to force Egypt and Jordan now, threatening to pull aid if they don't take people. Like, of all the countries that might take people in Gaza, these are the two countries that want them the least. Like, what? Like, I understand that they're like, it's the easiest to move them there, but planes exist. Like, none of this foreign policy from the Trump administration seems to make much sense unless you look at it as him being, unless you look at it as blustering and buffs and, him trying to secure, negotiations and trade and deals and things of that nature that are favorable to America as we pull away from this world empire that America is struggling to maintain towards a more America's local empire focused situation. But I don't know. This topic is weird to me because I'm just like, what the fuck is happening? Like, this is just so clown world and stupid that we're even having this conversation because the president is saying this shit.
Thank you. Let's go to our friend Corey.
Well, I have some thoughts that I'll probably get into in the open, but I guess I feel betrayed by my friend Lactoid, okay, by my fellow Canadian Lactoid, but Lactoid's position is disappointing, but not surprising, since the only way for Lactoid to become American is if Canada becomes a state. So I understand why he holds that position. But yeah, I think one thing that comes to mind is I think Trump's talk of expanding U.S. territory. Okay, whether serious or not, the fact that you know whether he's serious, I think is a problem. But I think that type of rhetoric potentially legitimizes something like China retaking Taiwan. If the U.S. can do it, why cannot the world's second largest economy do it? And I think they arguably have more greater claim than something like U.S. over Canada over Greenland. So if he wants to go down that road, I'd say go for it, see how it plays out. But I actually want him to be serious. I want him to go ahead, go with the tariffs, okay? Go with his rhetoric of bringing back, U.S. lumber production, U.S. steel manufacturing. If you don't need Canadian lumber, you don't need Canadian steel, you don't need Canadian car parts. Do it all in the U.S. And see how that plays out. Where given the current climate of obtaining chips, and the U.S. trying to build up manufacturing capability of U.S. chips in Arizona, where that was, from what I can tell, that was delayed as a result of a skilled worker shortage. Both plant number one, worth billions of dollars because they don't have the skilled workers. Plant number two, also delayed by at least a year because they don't have the skilled workers. And so, yes, go ahead, have all your workers, go into lumber production, go into steel production, go into internal car engine combustion as China takes over the EV market for all over the world, which they pretty much already have, while China, I believe, leads in the manufacturing consumer drones by a mile. From what I understand, China has the largest maritime force currently, and its capacity to build ships absolutely trumps anything that the U.S. can do. So if and when, China, invades Taiwan or tries to take over Taiwan, I hope, that pretty much, what Americans can do is they can get in their internal combustion engine cars. They can drive across the ocean. They can throw some U.S. wood at them, some U.S. Steel at them. I think it's going to work out great, and I'd love to see it play out.
Thanks so much. I actually want to save Doobie for last on this one. I'm so glad that Doobie joined. I know Doobie has thoughts on this. I'm going to save him for last. Let's go to Gibbs next.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. What scenarios are okay to invade and begin imperialism? Well, the answer to that is if humanity exists. That's the scenario. We absolutely have the right to conquest. I firmly believe that might makes right. Canadians might not see it now, but they'd be better off as Americans. The power we would wield is fantastic. Let's not even talk about Panama existing, because the only reason they exist at all is because we allow it to. We conquered them in 5 days before in 1989 and the beginning of 1990. We also lost American lives and taxpayer dollars to build the Panama Canal. It's only there because Jimmy Carter, one of the worst presidents in American history, committed an act of incompetence to almost traitorous levels when he gave the canal away. Honestly, their lives would improve in Panama. They're a second world country currently, or, quote unquote. And we'd gain the canal and a tourist destination, and we could use them to stop the drugs flowing up from South America as well as migrants. Previously, they were basically a country for hire under Noriega for the drug lords. As for Greenland, we can absolutely buy the Greenlanders off in one way or another. I also say we can do this in a way that either they get to keep their rights and they get these benefits to like transfer to a couple generations and then become normal American citizens, or we can just give them a lump sum payment each that's substantial enough that they're going to be okay, fine with losing all the stuff they get under Denmark. Gaza. I'm at the point now where there's never going to be any peace. So this is going to ruffle some feathers, but I think America owning it may be best for everyone. Imagine the Gazans that stay and help rebuild it and eventually become Americans, how good it will be for them. We could use the newly discovered resources off the coast to help them pay for this and employ local. Israel would have security, as would the Gazans. We could eliminate Hamas, which is a terrorist group backed by Iran, who's a perennial enemy. Now we would also have a permanent toehold in the Middle East, so we'd immediately be able to be in the region much faster. The Palestinians have been saying they want their own country. Well, now guess what? You can be part of a successful country, the American empire. They'll just be a special American economic zone of the U.S. until maybe they get statehood, which I don't know. They're smaller than the King Ranch in Texas, so I don't know if they deserve that or not. But that's something we can debate later. There's also, we don't have to dive into this yet, but there are other countries that the U.S. should invade and annex potentially as well. You know what? I am going to dive into them. I think if we got serious and we took over Haiti, we could provide a better life for people there. We could actually have companies invest, and if people with good intentions, we could rebuild it, and people would benefit overall. They've had multiple bad shakes. From us as partially and from other people, but they're at the point now where there's clearly nothing going on that's good. They got a guy named Barbecue that runs gangs fighting people right now for control of the country. I don't know. I think that we can improve it. Cuba is another country we could do that as well. They're falling apart over there. We already have a base. We could just immediately roll in there, take over them tomorrow, and they would provide vast economic benefits in the forms of tourism, coffee production, and other things as well. And the people there already are culturally similar to us, so I think that could benefit them greatly. And they'd actually be able to be a decent state, and they vote conservative, so that's always good, Anyway, moving on, up until 2022, we actually did more trade with Haiti than the Ukraine. So this is what I'm saying. We have a vested interest in helping people out in our hemisphere. I think conquering countries, bringing conquest back could be great. Mexico knows all about that, because since we took all their land from them and built the rest of the United States via Manifest Destiny. And Cuba could become an economic power to rival California and Texas under the American rule. I'm pretty excited about American imperialism, as should everybody else.
Thank you, Gibbs. And I thought my friend DP would be the highlight. Okay, all right, let's move on. Let's go to Ali.
Yeah, for the entire election, all everyone did was call Trump Hitler. I think he heard that, and he's like, you know what? Fuck it. Like, I might as well just run with it. And he's like doing the Hitler light thing right now. Listen, American imperialism is like all great and fine and dandy and all, but like, can we please let's fix internally our issues first. We have an entire state that just caught fire, right? We have all of California. I don't know if we ever fixed the issues down in Florida. I think Flint still has lead in their water. So if we're gonna expand, I think first let's work on us, right? Because right now it's fiscally irresponsible for the average American to buy a bag of chips, and that isn't that isn't like a smart place for us to be in while we're tariffing everything and our goods are just going up. In terms of, Gaza, that's just. That's literal ethnic cleansing. I don't think it's a good look. I don't think it's a good look for us in the Middle East. It's and it's like we're doing this on behalf of another country for no reason. It just makes no sense. Just right now, I think America focuses on itself first, because we already have territories, right? I think everyone's forgotten about Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico was supposed to be the 51st state, right? That's an island, a very small island that we mismanaged so fucking poorly. And yet now we're talking about Greenland and Canada and Mexico. And it's like, let's focus on the things we already have first. And then if we prove that the American way is the correct way, because right now it's about 50-50 split on whether Americans want to be American at this point. I think we focus internally before we do externals.
That sounds like an America First MAGA policy right there, right?
Holla at your boy, baby.
That's what it is. That's what it should look like. Let's go to our friend DB. Happy to have you, friend.
Hi. I'm probably going to disappoint you, Prime. See,
Oh no.
because I think
He's
I agree
pro.
with Scott. So I agree with Scott. I think a lot of this is kind of nonsense, just kind of being thrown around to make waves, and it'll end up being something not reasonable, but more reasonable in like 6 months, right? I think that so if I were to pretend that it's real, right, that this is something that's even a possibility, sure. If people want to be part of the U.S., I don't know why any of you, most of you guys, would want to add more Democrats to the country. It's a little weird to want to add Canada, because that's probably what's going to happen, right? That'll probably be bad long term for the things you guys believe in, but sure, whatever. I have no issues with the U.S. expanding its territory peacefully, right? If there is an interest from some other group of people, I have no issue with them joining the U.S. I think that the Gaza thing really irritates me, to be honest with you. Not because I think it's going to happen, but because, well, Trump is currently torpedoing the bullshit peace deal that they had, right? Israel's of course been bombing regularly since the peace deal, quote unquote, or the ceasefire. And I think he said to Hamas that he's given like Saturday to release all the hostages, which of course is totally not what was in the ceasefire deal. So like, what the fuck, right? So I think that irritates me because it's just another reminder that our country is what word should I use? Gobbling the balls of Israel. Okay, 24/7. All of our leaders are doing it. It's never ending. Everybody on the world stage knows it. It's so fucking blatant and transparent. It's disgusting to be part of, right? To see and to understand that this is so fucking obvious. We can't even pretend it's not true. So that's why that's irritating. But I don't know. If it were actually a thing, right? If it were true that he wanted to buy Gaza from somebody somebody's going to sell him Gaza. If the people were allowed to stay there, sure, let them stay there. At least Israel's not bombing them anymore. Sure, that's fine. But again, this is I just feel like a lot of this is just silly headline grabbing to maybe hide some other shit he's trying to do on the side. I don't really know why the fuck he's doing most of this, to be honest with you. It seems to be like some kind of strategy to blow up people's brains and get them to imagine all this crazy shit that's never going to happen, so that he can get other shit done on the side that'll be less interesting.
I'll open it up to the panel. I'll start us off though. I wanted to, as a response to our friend Scott, and I guess to Doobie to a certain extent. You talked about how what's his name? Trudeau. Yeah. Trudeau is taking this seriously. Seems to take it seriously, and then this other person, Pierre, as well, a leader, is taking it seriously in Canada.
Pierre Palavra.
And yeah, well, that seems to be the responsible thing to do. I mean, why wouldn't you take it seriously when a military belligerent neighbor of yours says, we want to annex you, right? A power that a country that has the power to actually do that and has invaded other countries on the flimsiest excuses of the past. From a Canadian perspective, right? From a lactoid perspective, why wouldn't you be terrified that this is actually the case?
Those jokes will stop, by the way, once America takes over Canada. That's
they will.
Major argument.
I know that's your only motivation. That's what's your heart speaking. The only way to solve this problem is to become American.
No more Kinder eggs for you, Corey.
Let me
respond. The reason I bring that up isn't ought a politician take seriously when a megalomaniac, that is your neighbor and has the strongest military in the world, 10 times over, says that they're considering, utilizing troops to take over your nation and make it part of their empire. The reason I specifically bring that up is because Trudeau's been on phone calls with him, and we're talking about responses after his phone calls with negotiations with Trump, and then with Pierre being kind of the opposition's leader here, he has been seen to be very very close ideologically to Trump, has been kind of part of this global Western kind of rise in right-wing populism, there have been a lot of comparisons. So the reason I say, well, Pierre seems to be taking it seriously and Trudeau seems to be taking it very seriously is that Trudeau has special information and Pierre is someone that is in a difficult position where he might be incentivized to like capitulate or run cover for them. And yet in both instances, they both seem to be like, nah, this is a problem. Like, stop, right? In terms of the tariff negotiations. So I mean, like, if I have to guess what's going on, because I'm trying to guess what this fucking crazy person, right, is doing, like, the situation in Gaza is essentially like, I mean, he's saying that like Palestinians wouldn't have a right of return. Right, so it's not even like he's saying like, hey, you're going to leave and then maybe come back. Like he's saying that he wouldn't even guarantee a right of return.
Well, he's saying
like,
some will stay though.
Right, but he's saying that
1.7 million. How many?
Right, like that if you leave, you don't have a right of return. Like this is like every pro-Palestinian person, I swear, disingenuously brings up the Nakba without talking about like what led to that and situations of that, because it's such a strong kind of like position, because it is wrong. The Nakba was horrible. And like he's basically saying like, I'm going to do the Nakba 2.0, but it's going to be cool because we're building cool shit. Like it is so beyond the realm of like a serious position to have. And yet it feels like, if I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is
it's a bad serious position if it is.
Hold on.
Right, let me finish, and then I totally understand you want to respond, right? Like, it feels to me more like he is on this war path of like bluffing and saying a lot so that he can kind of like maybe scare the Palestinian people into or Hamas or PLO into like some form of better agreement or something. It's very difficult to understand because like he's very clearly like he's very clearly a pro-Israel, candidate, where a lot of his, government is very pro-Israel. A lot of them have AIPAC funding, and yet at the same time, not all of them, but a lot of them. But then also you saw Bibi Netanyahu, and he looked at Trump like, "The fuck did you say?" Like it didn't look like he blindsided Bibi Netanyahu.
Yeah,
so I don't know what the hell he's doing in this regard.
Well, that's
right?
okay. Well, that's what there's a reason for that, though, right? Right, like Fabian, like there's a reason, right? There's a lot. Okay, I think Trump appeals to people that are sick of the status quo. That's what he's appealing to right now. There's a large segment of Americans on the right and the left who are going, that are like, hey, hold on, sure. But look, he's going over there, hey, people are here, normies, are going, shit's not working with Palestine, Israel. We've had 50 years of this shit, maybe longer, and it's not working. It's not working. Okay. So whenever you have two kids, this is going to like dumb it down.
So they just double down on the same plan that wasn't working before?
Hold on. No, we got a new plan. Sometimes you got to Occam's razor shit. And like, sometimes it's not pretty. Sometimes it's kind of a little hard.
They just double down.
Hold on. Let me finish. I promise there's going to be more you're going to object to in the next sentence. So like, here's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, just let me get the first part out because you're going to hate the next part. So what he's doing, he's going, hey, it's like two parents. A parent going, hey, these two kids are arguing. They keep fighting over the same toy. It's time to take a toy away. Neither one of y'all gets the control. So what he's doing is, I'm going to stay here. He said, I want a permanent presence. Some of the people are going to get to stay. Right? Those people are going to be the ones that are going to help rebuild it. Those people are going to benefit. Look, this is a small area. It's already overcrowded. So these people are going to have to go. And I hate to break it to you, but a lot of these people supported Hamas. And Hamas, once they got in charge, they're a terrorist group. I get that they're maybe the cool, edgy kids that are rebelling against Israel. They're the ones fighting them.
2006?
Sure. They put them in power, and the Hamas has still got like a lot of popularity. All right. I'm sorry. Those people got to go. They're going to keep fighting Israel. Israel's going to keep coming into Palestine and committing the atrocities y'all complain about every time they get smacked in the mouth. This is just going to be an endless cycle. So maybe it's time for Daddy Trump and the Daddy United States to come in here and be like, okay, no, y'all broke the toy. Nobody gets it now. Now it's going to become whoever's left after we.
But that's not what's happening.
That is what he said.
What's happening is no. I mean, listen, I watched the same podcast, so I'm going to give you the same response. We have a spoiled child that we keep looking over at what they keep doing, right? That's beating up the younger child. That's beating up the
I mean, sometimes you have to take the toy away, bro.
No.
I mean,
listen,
and like,
listen, this doesn't. benefit us like in our global look at all.
What do you think's going to have more peace, more long term? If we just let the Palestinians and the Israelis keep fighting and keep a tinderbox, or we remove one side from the equation and say, okay, y'all are now American.
Yeah, hold on, wait. Here, hold on. If you want to talk about removing one side, how about the one side that everyone in the region disagrees with? So yeah, take the Israelis, remove them, put them in Europe, right? I know it's not going to happen. I know, but that's what I'm saying is like we have this. The only stain we have in the Middle East comes from the fact that we have all this support towards Israel. Just like let it be real. We have one person. All of our issues in the the only reason
if we
the
took
Middle East
Gaza,
hates,
we'd have a brand new stain that we would.
Yeah, I know you'd have more stains. So that's what I
would wager that in 50 years those countries would be happy that we own Gaza.
All we're doing,
because they wouldn't have to worry about the terrorists coming out of
for
Gaza.
American imperialism. For American imperialism, it really isn't a bad look to have this little country that seems to have a lot of control over us, and we do all its little bidding. We fight all its wars. We try to kill all its people. We're about to sit here and do an ethnic cleansing because they're not willing
happy that Trump is talking about taking over the job that he was trying to implement? No, that's why he had the shock. He's like, oh shit, absolutely not.
Listen,
I think Trump was given $200 million to make it.
The other countries in the Middle East, that we're talking about moving the Gazans to, aren't going to be happy and take it. They're not going to take them. The Palestinians don't want to leave. They're not just going to leave willingly. We're talking about sending eventually American troops over to sit here and fight another war in another foreign land for another foreign country for no reason. So I mean, listen, you're not the one going to war, buddy. You're not the one going to war. That's great, but like the American troops that go there that do end up dying. I mean, I don't think they're like if you're saying their lives are worth it to go over, take over Gaza or Palestine.
I think
that doesn't sound American.
Hold on, what sounds American is ensuring peace long term and stability in the region.
That's not going to create peace long term. It's going to create war long term.
You'd get that more definitely by just no longer arming Israel and forcing them to give them weapons.
Hold on. How many times have I heard as a millennial, as a 34-year-old, how many fucking times do I have to hear peace and stability in the region, end quote, before we finally say, I don't want to fight another fucking war for Israel, dude? Like, look,
this time we'll own the country.
Is it, listen, let's, if we take this seriously, yes, is it possible that America could go in, ethnically cleanse the place? I mean, I don't know if it's technically ethnically cleansing because it's not like it's specifically targeting Palestinians by race. It's just targeting by region. So, but I mean, it's kind of a distinction without a difference, so it doesn't really matter, right? Like, but nevertheless, going in, moving all of these people out of this area, and then is it possible we could set up a nice place and have control over that region? Yeah, it's possible. It's possible monkeys fucking fly. It's possible that we could spend enough of our tax dollars that we're already $37 trillion in debt. It's possible Doge magically finds enough money for us to do this fucking pet project. And for what? What the fuck does Gaza have for us? It's a tiny strip of land.
Gas, oil.
Right. There's
Gaza?
There's
right off the coast.
Nothing of value.
It's recent discovery. It's like one of the biggest.
Recent discovery.
Dude, it's like we could
use that
the amount of
those to fund
the amount of money we would be wasting on this. We could spend on fucking unlocking resources in the United States. Like people every year, but listen, every couple of years, we talk about how we're running out of oil. Right. And there's this, we've been doing this since the late 60s. We're like, oh my God, the world's running out of oil. And then all of a sudden we discover a bunch of fucking oil. And we're like, well, how does this keep happening? It keeps happening because that's how the market works, is that there's a fuck ton of places all throughout the world that have a fuck ton of oil. And we don't know whether or not they actually have oil. We're like, there's a 50% chance that it has oil. And it's expensive to explore, to discover whether or not oil is actually there. And so once we start running out of oil and oil prices go up, then all of a sudden oil speculation becomes a market. Then people start spending money and finding oil. The amount of money that we would be spending on Gaza for this presumed oil off of a strip somewhere that we'd have to fucking negotiate with Israel and all this other shit. We could just spend that fucking money in the American market.
We wouldn't have to
find all the
negotiate with
oil that's already here. Or we could just fucking build nuclear facilities.
We could just take it over.
Okay, I want to.
Let's let go then.
Yeah, I was interested to look this up because I never heard of that before. That there's hydrocarbon, extractable hydrocarbons in the Palestinian-controlled territories. There does appear to be, but they're not yet commercially viable to extract, and they're probably part of larger Israeli-controlled gas fields. I agree that there's not nearly
sucks for them now that American gas
there's nothing. Hold on a second. There's really, I think the Gaza thing in particular, the goal would be one thing and one thing only. And this is what I think makes the Gaza suggestion like fundamentally different than the Canada one and the Greenland one and the Panama one, which is that the Greenland one and the Canada one is these people are especially Canada culturally similar to the U.S. We're not kicking them out of the land that they're on. We're bringing them into the fold and making them Americans, right? There's a geographical
changing the land that
closeness.
they're on.
No, assuming we get their cooperation, right?
They don't want.
I'm not in favor. We can bribe them. This is my. I say this all the time.
You can't.
We bribe them. The Greenlanders.
We don't have enough money to bribe them, bro.
We absolutely have enough to bribe Greenland.
Like
Greenland's only 44,000 people.
We have all the money.
Yes, like
USAID. Dog, I'm going to bring up Flint again. Flint still has blood in the water.
Okay, well, Flint still has blood in the water.
We could use the Canadian.
Where's the money? Where's the money?
Dude, you could rebuild Flint's water system completely for like $1 billion.
Yeah,
that would only be one of the 43 billion that is in USAID.
We've been paying for all this shit in USAID, while apparently Flint's not very high up there on the totem pole in terms of focus. Okay,
Florida, California,
as long as we're not paying attention to Flint,
its own fault.
We may as well continue to not pay attention to Flint and buy Greenland instead. Okay, because we're saving all this money because we
can send the people
from Greenland.
I will explain to you. So not only are the Greenlanders able to be bought, I think, unlike the people of Gaza in this case, but Greenland is a major source of raw earth materials, which are going to prove to be incredibly important in the upcoming decades. They are geopolitically and militarily important. I know we have a military base there, but we want some kind of security. And frankly, there's also this weird concept of the bigger your country looks on a map, the more geopolitical prestige it has, and the more you can push around people on the global stage. This is why everybody has this idea that Russia is this massive country, when in reality, it's got fewer people than Bangladesh, right? Like, there is a benefit that comes with having the giant fucking Greenland have a little U.S. next to it. We get all those rare earth minerals. We get all the resources available there, the military strategicness. And yeah, if we can do that without any kind of military intervention, it'll be worth it. The problem with Gaza is that's the thing with Gaza. That's not the suggestion, right? Gaza isn't the source of isn't controlling these important shipping lanes. Gaza is not, at least at this stage, proven to be like incredibly important resource-wise or militarily. We are advocating for, or sorry, not we. Trump, for some reason, is talking. Well, I know the reason, but Trump is saying, yeah, okay, well, I know the reason. Trump is talking about, let's be honest, like this is what the Turks did with the Armenians. Like they want to take them and move them against their will to clear out a space for condos. This is insane. This, and by the way, it's land that's really no use to us, but it is a use to one particular country in that area. It is a use to Israel. There's a reason why this plan was announced when he was in a meeting with Israel. There's a reason this all is happening.
It does not have to do with U.S. interests. Resort. It's about building a fucking base right next to fucking Israel. That essentially makes
Israel is our base.
Wait,
no, it's not.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
No, they are.
Now we can have a check.
Hold on. Let me fucking finish.
They're not necessarily our friends.
No.
They're our allies.
They're an ally.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god!
Yeah, I'll go after.
Oh my god! Someone's interrupting. Oh my god!
It is about building a fucking base right next to Israel, so that when Hezbollah or when some other nation wants to throw bombs over. It's not about like, oh, Iron Dome, etc. It's about America being like, oh, you're threatening our fucking base and having troops right fucking there. It's about being able to have Israel not just as like a tangential ally that we fund and that we utilize their intelligence resources, but literally making them our quote unquote closest ally, because we'd be right fucking next to them geographically. And then it would give Israel carte blanche to essentially not be invaded in any way, shape, or form, because there would be an American base right there, and invading Israel would essentially be a guarantee.
We do have,
but like
Israel is the American base. You guys are missing the
right.
whole.
There's a difference.
I understand what you're saying.
There's a difference
like,
in
I
having
get what
like
you're trying to
supply
say.
and having like a full blown like American territory base, right? Like there's a huge distinctive difference.
There's a spectrum there. I understand, but I'm just saying that there is a military base. Like
we also have a base in Jordan.
And Bahrain.
We have like 2,000 fucking bases in the world.
Yeah, so we need another one. We need another one just to guard against Hezbollah while we're saying Israel.
Because Israel. Wait.
Bitch, in what way am I supporting?
I'm not saying you're supporting this. I'm
Listen,
more.
this gives
I'm
American-
expressing my incredulity at the concept of this idea. We don't get shit out of this. We're just going to spend more money.
More
We
conquest.
do get shit from Greenland.
More conquest.
We do get shit from Canada. We do get shit from the Panama Canal.
More conquest.
We get
'Cause the
nothing
people-
from Gaza.
Right,
we
are not the fucking politicians. The politicians are fucking millionaires and corporations and international groups, and like we don't get shit. Okay, yeah, we don't get any fucking oil really. We don't get any resources really. But it's not about but power is not maintained through resources in the current modern age. It's maintained through creating client states and fucking USAID and fucking, international relations with fucking corporations and fucking Blue Dot Network and fucking, WEF and IMF creating
I feel like
loans.
resources are a big part of it.
Yeah,
America's
resources
just
are a
flexing
part
its
that
military
back it
power.
up, but like financial power is how America maintains its power, not exports or resources. Exports and resources make that a little bit easier to maintain our position and our power. But ultimately, like if we were to take this seriously, and he was to put up make it a straight up U.S. territory with like a military installation, etc., the power that is gained there is essentially making it impossible to invade Israel without declaring war on the United States.
Gibbs.
I
think that's already the case, but
I mean, it's some of that.
Kind
Some
of.
of that. I also think it's a checks and balances against Israel. Israel's not always our friend, right? Like this is something we were running into with NATO.
We could invade Israel from Gaza.
I'm just saying. Listen,
We already have a base there.
When
next
I'm
door.
talking about, listen, if they keep acting up, and like things don't get better, I'm just
Of
saying.
all the things that are never going to happen, that one's not going to happen the most.
Hold on.
Why
It
is that
does-
like such a confident
No, it's
response?
not-
to
it's not
Do
a
you ever
confident
think about that?
Well,
Us
I'm gonna
invading
finish what I
Israel?
was-
No,
hold
just
on.
like anything ever happening
Hold on.
to like Israel. Why
No,
is
you're
it so
not
like such a
hijacking it.
confident response? Like, well, that's never going to happen. We're never going to tell them to stop. We're never going to do anything that involves
God
Israel
damn it.
stopping whatever the fuck Israel is.
Okay, let me. So yes, one,
Like,
it is a check
confidently.
against Israel. We don't know who's going to be our allies in the future, right? Like Germany's our ally now. We just fought 2 world wars against them, right? So things change, and it doesn't hurt to have a giant military base on Israel's doorstep. Also, we'll have a base on the doorstep of Lebanon, which guess was allied with Iran, who's one of our major enemies. So I see benefits there. Secondly, we do turn it into a wonderful resort area as an American territory, and the Gazans that do end up staying there that are pro this movement, and everybody benefits.
Gazans.
At least some Gazans there get to keep their land. And they become American citizens over time. And then guess what? They'll see the benefits of it.
It's not
capitalism.
happening either.
It absolutely will. It absolutely
It's
will.
not happening. We've already removed the name. We don't even call them Palestinians anymore. We call them Gazans.
Hold on. I know this will work because guess what? I hate to sound like a dick, but there's a reason why Native Americans are now Americans. They
Because we killed
Capitalism,
enough of
baby.
them to where
No,
they can't
guess
do
what? Because
anything.
now there's a bit. Well, that's already been happening there already. They're not Israel already guaranteed that. We're just going to go in there. We're going to get rid of the terrorist sympathizers, and we're going to benefit the capitalists.
But why are we doing that? Why are we
Because
exhausting
nobody
our
can play
resources
nice.
to ethnically
Nobody
cleanse
can
and
play
put a
nice.
smirk
Hold
on
on,
our
hold on,
name?
hold on.
Let them
me
handle
finish
their
it.
shit.
You keep interrupting. I'm
Let them
trying to
handle it.
wrap it up here. But listen,
let them get
Sorry.
finished, but-
yeah. So okay,
sorry,
look,
sorry,
we can
sorry,
benefit from this. They have resources. We know they have the resources. Israel, once again, isn't always our friend. right? This could be a giant win on the world stage if we actually prevent people from fucking dying in this area and stop this hotspot from being an area.
Yeah.
It'll no longer be a
Wiping out
hotspot.
the entire enemy.
Hold on. It'll no longer be a hotspot. Think about like 50 years from now.
Why wouldn't
if we own this, these countries are gonna be like, oh look, there's been no new rockets launched into Israel. Oh yeah, we've been mad about it, but the people living there, their standard of life is way better than it was under Hamas or the PLO ever, right? These are things you can argue. And sometimes, hold on, god damn it.
What
I
if
let
we
you
own
speak.
China?
I let everybody speak for 30 minutes. I'm almost done. So yes, we can benefit. We've seen how this works. We've seen every time we conquer something, the people there, their lives overall benefit as compared to other places. I don't know. Maybe they didn't work out for them initially, but in the long term, every rhetoric the Empire touches.
You can go on YouTube right now.
And then Scott. I'll ask Scott. Yeah.
I get that it sounds like on paper, right? Socialism sounds great until you like try to enact it, and then like boom, you get fucking communism. Listen, this sounds great on paper. Yeah, we're just gonna move them peacefully. Everything is gonna be fine. The Jordanians and the Egyptians are gonna accept. I mean, yeah. So like, how do you so you want to create peace by moving people? Once again, how does it benefit us to create more enemies in the region, to create a more global? What are you gonna do about it? That like, so like,
it seems
so
like
we can just admit that you just want war in the worlds with like you
Who's
not
going to go to
doing
war for the Palestinians? If they were going to do it,
no.
Egypt already would have done it.
Israel and do the right thing. Like, do
I'm
the
not
morally
cooking for
correct.
Israel. I mean,
ethical
I'd be
thing.
okay with conquering them too. I mean, like everybody can be U.S. states. I mean, like that's kind of where I'm at on this. I think it'd be better for everybody.
Yeah, well, it sounds great on paper, but like you can't enact any of these things
more
like
difficult. They got
actually.
nukes.
That's the issue.
Well, yeah, absolutely could. It's not like Egypt or Saudi Arabia are going to go back Palestine. They haven't yet. Jordan's not going to do it. They hate the Palestinians. So like, who's gonna do it? Who's gonna go to war for Palestine if we conquer it real quick?
If they hate the Palestinians, you take 1.7 million of them and you try to move them into those countries and then instill a U.S. territory. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not backing. It's not backing.
What are they going to do
at
about
that point? It's just anti-America.
They're going to take
you don't move 1.7 million people that quickly. It's going to be a process, and it's going to be a painful
you can just bulldoze them like just in one direction. Like
take the Palestinians and move them over there.
So Admiral Gibbs, I agree with you that if we take this plan seriously, right, and that it's not like a negotiation tactic to like force some type of deal or something, but like a Trump really goes in, ethnically cleanses or doesn't, whatever, moves 80% of the fucking Palestinian population to other countries, bullies other countries. I agree that like you're very unlikely to see a Middle Eastern nation go to war and declare war on the United States. Right. But this type of thinking about nation states and whether or not nation states declare war is been something that has been fucking the U.S. taxpayer and our military and our government since the Eisenhower Doctrine. Like you can go on YouTube right now and look up interviews with children in Gaza, asking them about how they feel about Hamas and how they feel about the IDF in Israel. And you're going to find 10-year-old kids saying that they can't wait to become a warrior for Hamas. They can't wait to blow themselves up or to do everything they can to kill the dirty Jew, etc. Right? This is a group of people that have been isolated and have been abused and oppressed and have been then forced to be under the oppression of terrorist organizations. And now it's been nearly 20 years that terrorist organization has been in charge of every level of life and society within that region. So the only thing that you can do is move everyone the fuck out. Like fuck 80%, move them all out. Okay? Or you're going to have to go through this really difficult process of like nation building in this area, which is another cool buzzword we heard that put us trillions of dollars in debt and didn't fucking work out in other areas of the Middle East. And the amount of resources that it is going to cost to deal with the terrorist organizations that we are going to be propping up, the terrorist organizations that are going to spring up in Libya, the terrorist organizations are going to spring up in Somalia, the terrorist organizations are going to spring up in Yemen, the terrorist organizations throughout the entire Middle East.
This is already happening.
Yes, and you're
So why
asking
are we
for more
involving
of it.
ourselves then?
Hold on.
Why are we
I'll tell you
involving
what,
ourselves?
I'll tell you
Let's
what,
get out of it.
It's so simple. Like I don't know why like y'all like listen. Terrorist organizations, yes, they're a problem. However, they're not the same problem as a national country problem war, right? Yeah, one's bad. One might have their ideology for, but you know what? There's an expression that handles this. Money talks. Yeah, mommy and daddy are dead because IDF. That's terrible. But hey, Uncle Sam came in and Uncle Exxon came in and gave me a job as a oil refinery guy off the coast of Gaza, and now I'm making six figures. Man, maybe I resent Israel, but my kids don't resent Israel. They like Uncle Sam because guess what? They got a PlayStation. They got Xbox Live. They got all.
Did you not live through the Iraq War? Do you not remember these same fucking arguments? Do you not remember them saying they're going to greet us as fucking? They're going to love democracy. They're going to greet us as liberators. We're going after insurgents.
There's a big difference, and then one of them is they always knew we were going to give the country back to somebody. Here, Trump has said, and I quote, "We keep it indefinitely, maybe make it U.S." All right, so hey, check this out. They know that their only choice going forward is going to be U.S. That's totally different.
How's that working out for Puerto Rico?
US
it's just
pretty good.
more
If
of
the
a bullying
Democrats wouldn't be so corrupt there, but we don't have
It's
to go into
more
Puerto
of the
Rico.
same shit,
What,
but
so,
more hardcore. So we're expecting no fucking blowback.
I mean, you act like this
it's
hasn't worked. Like,
it's like
look at Hawaii. Hawaii's rich
has
as
it
fuck now,
ever
except for
fucking
when
worked in the
Dems
Middle
fuck it up.
East? Has it ever fucking worked in the Middle East?
Yeah, but you're arguing over an area that's smaller than the King Ranch. This is not like Afghanistan, where it's massive amounts of territory. This is not like Iraq, which is a massive country with different
so why do you want us
biomes.
so bad?
So it's something
Where's the
smaller.
benefits?
Because we can demonstrate through accomplishing it, right? Once it's done, and we've diffused this area, we've taken it out of play.
How do you
You've been
diffuse the
outraged.
area?
It's
how do you
simple.
diffuse
It's
it?
not in play no more. None of y'all can have it. It's ours now. And guess what? Y'all can either hate us or get on board.
And then the
guess what? When the
1.5 million
hold on,
people
when
that
the
you
people that are
move.
still there, they get benefits. They're gonna go, oh, well, hey, it's actually not so bad being an American.
Yeah, we tried that before, but like, okay, now what about the people that
When
you
did we
move
try
out
that?
and the other? And
When's the last time we conquered a country?
Wait, let me ask you, where do they go? That's the question. So you got the 1.7 million or whatever. Where do they go?
We
Where are
just
they gonna?
take over that area right next to the Sinai of Egypt. And what's Egypt going to do? They're just going to take it like a bitch.
What's Egypt going to do? What are any countries going to do?
You know, presently they have
no countries
all
do
their
anything.
tanks sitting right there on the
but they're
border.
doing stuff.
Yeah, cool, and we'll take them out in a night. Bro, like they barely are able to hold
They're
their
an
own country
ally.
together.
They're a U.S. ally.
Cool, so then guess what? They're going to get on board.
We
with the
create an
plan,
enemy like
or
that. It doesn't
they're
matter.
done.
U.S. imperialism, baby.
They're not going to. They are not going to. They're both a
ally.
U.S. ally. They're both a U.S. ally, and
They're not a huge ally. They're
They're not
barely an
going to-
ally.
No. They are a major non-NATO ally.
Come on,
They are a designated major non-NATO ally.
Yeah, cool. It's like Turkey is a NATO ally, and Turkey hates us. So what's your point?
Admiral, so like
Yeah, but we also can't just move them to Turkey.
Well,
Good.
Admiral,
I mean,
I agree.
I know we're
Listen,
not talking about moving to Turkey.
I agree that Gaza is a much smaller area, so it's easier to control, right? The United States military, if it was dedicated, could absolutely turn. Well, first of all, we could, with one fucking bomb, we could turn Gaza into glass instantaneously and rebuild from there if we wanted to. But I agree that it is a small region, right? So in terms of the amount of power to take over Afghanistan and like the cave system on the board and like Kandahar, et cetera, right? That like the initial investment to take over Gaza is so much smaller than it would be trying to fight a war in Iraq and Afghanistan, et cetera. I understand that. The problem that I have is when you zoom out just a little bit and you recognize that there is also an ideological war that has been raging on in the Middle East for 1,000 fucking years. And right now, there's a 16-year-old kid in Pakistan that's like playing at a basketball court, right? And right next to him are jihadis. Okay, there are people that want to recruit him to terrorist organizations. Okay, and when you come in and you ethnically cleanse an area and you give them so much fuel, you're not just breeding terrorists in Palestine, you're breeding terrorists throughout the entire Middle Eastern world. And there is money that is being funneled from Saudi Arabia, from Iran, from Russia and China, okay? From a lot of people that what they want is instability in the region, and what they want is forces and organizations to fight U.S. Western imperialism. It's not as simple. Like we've done enough incursions into the Middle East to recognize that it's not as simple as land and resources and governments and military troop numbers in the region that we're attempting to conquer. That's why the greatest fighting military the world has ever known has failed so dismally in Somalia, in Iraq, in Afghanistan, over
we
and
never
over
committed.
again.
It's not that. It's because we never committed. You know, you're gonna have to sit here and
Gotta
slog
pour
it out.
more into it.
Yeah, listen. It's either John McCain said this before we went into Afghanistan. Said if we actually want to change it, we have to stay there 100 years. Like people like look at things on a short time scale. They're like, oh yeah, whatever. I get it. Gaza, we won't even have to do that. We won't even have to do that with Gaza because one, if they're getting radicalized outside of that, basically terrorism is the last gasps of an ideology, right? That means it's dying out. Because we're winning. We're taking away the nation states.
What?
Yeah, we're taking away the nation states. Yeah, absolutely.
I think you just made that up as a
this
phrase that I just made up.
It's clearly not made up. It's absolutely true. We can look at it throughout history. Like look at Nazis, right? They've committed all this shit. Like since then, what have they done since then?
The South, the
Ku Klux
Black
Klan,
South
they're smaller
Africans
than
did
they
terrorism against like the apartheid South African state, and then they ended up winning eventually. And taking over. That wasn't the last.
Sure. Well, luckily here, there's a difference.
What's a communist revolution but acts of terrorism? Like, what are you talking about? Literally every communist revolution that's ever occurred has been that way.
Listen, there's no way
has started with terrorist organizations.
Hold on, hold on. They're all going to get together. They're going to fight the greatest American power, like the power the world's ever seen. Absolutely not. They might
be able to put all of the American army in Gaza. Like you're going to put wait.
Ridiculous.
So what's the idea?
What the fuck do you think 9/11 was, dude?
One time.
So Hezbollah.
We wiped out two countries and took them over. Like, yeah, that was cool. Great KD ratio.
The Taliban fucking controls Afghanistan.
Yeah, the way this plan unfolds,
we got rid of Al-Qaeda pretty good, didn't we?
Hezbollah attacks the base. Now we take over Lebanon.
Saddam Hussein, he's gone, and we got all the oil.
The base, we take over Yemen. Why don't we just cut the middleman out? Shorten the time frame. Let's just bomb Iran and call it a day. Go to war with Iran right now.
And then Israel attacks the destroyer, and we take over Israel.
They got oil.
Now we got Lebanon.
Why aren't we doing it? We have the power. We have the money. We are America. We're the greatest fucking country in the world. Why haven't we taken over the world yet? Why haven't we taken over the world yet? It's a flow breeding plan.
We need to. Okay. Wow.
We'll just take all that.
We're not looking at the long game, guys. In 150 years, we could take over the world.
I too play paradox games.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about.
I'm saying
4D chess, guys. 4D chess.
You gotta start somewhere. Might as well start small.
What's that board game? The war board game where you take over the
Risk.
Risk. Yeah, Risk. It's a game of Risk. You just get bonuses for the territories you already control, right? You just expand.
But we pay so much for a military. You just want to let it sit gathering dust. Like we gotta flex our muscles a little bit. Yeah,
use it. We lose it.
All this money.
Act like this is a revolutionary idea. Russia's
gonna buy a car and never drive it.
Taiwan. They just did it with Nepal.
I just want to know. I just want you to. I want everyone to say that this is why the Chinese propaganda works so well. That Jackson Hinkle goes around with look, Americans spend their money on war, while Chinese spend their money on the coolest bridges and rivers and fast trains in the fucking world. That's why the propaganda works. Is because we actually do spend a lot that. It feels like that's our thing. Our thing in the world is we're the greatest country ever when it comes to war and we can take you over. But other than that, we're internally fucking killing each other.
This is a bit of an aside, but I just wanted to point this out to everyone watching. Whenever you see another Chinese or Russian drone footage video, right? All you need to do, I sociologically saw it. I didn't know that you did, but all you need to do, right? Watch the video. And you'll never unsee this once you see it. Just look at the roads and look how many cars are on the roads. Because you can see how socialism is retarded and how it builds all kinds of things that aren't actually demanded by the market and there isn't needed and it's a waste of money. Because you see these drone shots and you'll just see roads and they'll have 2 cars on them, and there'll be like 3 lanes. And you're like, when they took this like, you'll never see that in a capitalistic nation, because roads get built because the roads are needed, and China
got the
just
opposite problem,
spends massive amounts of money to just like build an unnecessary road.
You look at LA, it's just cars, no road.
There's no lost productivity there, right?
I mean, just to prove my point, though, you notice there's no Aztec terrorists going around right now because we wiped them out. We took over, we got in charge, we left the ones that were agreeable.
But there's more,
Measles,
and then now there's more.
Like, it was fucking measles wiped out the Aztecs. What the fuck are you talking about? That's how far back we're going?
I thought he said terrorists.
Whatever works. There's no Aztec terrorists.
I also want to point out, I think it's important to point out, I think Ukraine is also, there's something here that's a U.S. imperialist project as well. I mean, did you guys see Zelensky? He's basically saying, hey, like, we're offering the U.S. like our ore deposits, our mineral deposits.
After Trump said we want them.
Yeah,
because we're not fan of this. Big fan.
Yeah, Trump said we want them for what reason?
Install them in fucking 2014.
Well, yeah, that's the whole point of installing them, so we get some good concessions. Like, goddamn, bro. Like, I don't know why we act like, we can't just call a spade a spade. We have to dress it up. Like, listen,
I think RT would have you on.
If you put a hog in a dress and give it lipstick, it's still a fucking hog. Like, I mean, we're over here trying to like dress up our reasons. Listen, we should just don't be open. We're doing what's best for the U.S. instead of pussyfooting around. And guess what? Zelensky agreed when Trump said, give me your rare earth minerals. Then he goes, hey, you know what? I would like to keep existing, so we're going to give
their farmland.
Wait, Gibbs,
I'm in.
America's doing what's best for America. You've been bitching for how long about this fucking Mexico? We can't even control the Mexicans coming in, and you think we're doing what's best for America by going to the other end of the world and
we annex Mexico, and then we don't have to worry about the Mexicans coming in.
Problem solved.
Yeah.
Okay,
and if we
let's be honest. We couldn't control the Mexicans coming in because the Biden administration didn't fucking want to control it. Like,
Texas proved
we gave them incentives, and like we very easily could secure the southern border.
Let's go to Corey.
Out of curiosity, Gibbs, since your mentality is like, well, if you can do it, just like go for it. So then, do you think China should just take over Taiwan since they can do it?
They could try.
You want to go down?
China.
We got more missiles there though. So
listen. I do want to say, like, you kind of set up this scenario in your opening statement, Corey, which could be potentially true if the tariffs are so devastating, right, that it cripples the U.S. economy. But like, China is way behind us in naval power, right? Like, they have
I want metric.
They have more subs than we do.
Listen,
well, they have more subs.
I believe
they have a lot of old Soviet old Soviet era subs. Okay,
I mean, that's still hard to find.
When you look at the technology that they have, like, our aircraft carriers dwarf their aircraft carriers in capacity. When you look at how many Cs, right? Like, when you look at how many we have, we dwarf them. When you look at how they operate, also you have to understand that American aircraft carriers are nuclear powered, so their ability to fight offshore and to deploy is vastly superior. Our aircraft on the aircraft carriers are vastly superior. They've attempted to copy our aircraft designs and things of that nature, and they fucking suck at it. When you look at the experience, right? One of the reasons that America's naval power is so strong is because we can't stop doing aid missions and like fucking military missions, etc. The people that are in our military are way more experienced. Like, every single metric that you can look at, America's naval power could take on Russia, China, and probably 20 other countries combined with very little problem given our current resources. Now, if the tariffs, I promise you, America's naval superiority is overwhelmingly stronger than the only thing the Chinese have up on us is their drone carriers, right?
He's talking about combining all the military. Like, maybe that might be a problem.
And they wouldn't be able to do it. We'd be taking about one at a time, dominoes. We take out the top couple.
Dude, we could take on Korea, North Korea, China, Russia, couple other Eastern Bloc nations that decide to side with Russia, and Malaysia, and, like, Burma. Like, we could basically take on all of Southeast Asia plus Russia plus a few European nations with our naval power. No fucking problem. The only thing that occurs or changes the game is whether or not mutually assured destruction with nuclear warheads gets involved. But them not utilizing nukes, China doesn't have, like, they have no capacity to fight a naval war with America. Like, it is like they are so far behind us. It's just, it's like they're not even like 20%.
Countries that are attacking about opportunity.
I
The
reject
Philippines,
that wholeheartedly.
Vietnam's taking some land back if that goes down. They're gonna be like China, time to make China our bitch. Philippines, they got a score to settle. Like, everybody's gonna turn on China. It's not like it's gonna be just us if we go to war.
Everyone's going to turn on China.
Well, they may just as many enemies we have. You don't think Vietnam is chomping at the bit to go give them the hands if the U.S. clears the way?
I understand. Like, it's difficult to predict, right? Take all of the guesswork out. The only argument that I am making, right? Let's not look at who sides with who or any of that. If you compare Chinese naval power in terms of steel, in terms of technology, in terms of experience, in terms of all available metrics compared to U.S., we fucking dwarf them.
No, I reject that. I can totally recognize that you.
No, it's just a fact.
I reject it. Okay, I'm curious what exact more objective measurements, okay, that you'd go by. Okay, in terms of, like, I can grant you that the U.S. is probably technologically more advanced. I don't know that's like by a mile or by. I don't think there's any other domain where China shows that they lag behind in any other technology significantly. Where it's just like they're stuck in like the dark ages, and the U.S. is like
Didn't they just create a stun?
I'll let you go.
Allegedly.
I'm not done. Okay, like, I recognize that as of now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe in terms of like aircraft carriers, yeah, probably the U.S. is more advanced. But in terms of like raw numbers and capability, I believe China has like 3. I don't know that they're actually far behind in terms of technology when it comes to what the U.S. has, and in terms of their ability to scale up. Okay, like I said in my opening statement, the ability I believe they also have more overall ships. Okay, but the U.S. ships tend to be bigger. But in terms of the overall raw numbers of fleet of ships, I believe China's like now much significantly higher than the United States. And also in terms of, again, shipbuilding capacity, China can pretty much, like, the U.S. is a fraction of the shipbuilding capacity that China is. As in, for every 300 ships that China builds, that includes cargo, that includes naval, the U.S. builds like 1 ship. Okay. Now, if you think you compete with that in like 10 years, like, I'd say
that's a problem. That's absolutely a problem. That's part of the reason we have the trade wars going on with China. We need to bring more shipbuilding to the United States. That is an area where manufacturing that the United States absolutely needs to invest into one way or another, right? But like, Corey, the thing that you're not factoring in here is the quality versus quantity. I just want to give
hold
on 1 second. I'm almost done. Quantity versus quality. Sure, they outnumber us, but look at like Afghanistan once again. What's the KD ratio for one American soldier to how many talent? That's going to be the same thing with the ships. They're not even going to be able to see the aircraft carriers before we have our aircraft carriers take them out and locking them down. That's what they're developing. That's why they're developing missiles to try and get them from on land, because they know they can't get past the carrier groups to even get to the carriers. Our reach is so much longer.
So like, when it comes to destroyers, China has like 42 destroyers. U.S. has 73 destroyers, right? And when it comes to cruisers, we don't know how many China has. We know that they have a couple. America has 22. When it comes to frigates, China has 59. We do have less frigates than them. We have about 35 frigates. Now, frigates are usually frigates are just not that valuable as anything other than escorting, right? So like the job of the frigate is to like escort other vessels, right? Now China has their corvettes, which are like really small. We can shoot them out instantaneously, right? The smaller ships, no, I mean like one like a destroyer can vaporize a corvette.
I would expect you to make this argument actually.
When it comes to nuclear powered submarines, China has 6. We have 50. Right? When it comes to nuclear powered ballistic missile submarines, China has 4. We have 14. We have China has some diesel tech submarines, which is 46, which is where they get like their numbers of submarines being just as good as us, which is we've decommissioned ours. We don't use diesel submarines anymore because they're just not combat effective. When it comes to aircraft carriers, China has 2 and we have 11. Okay.
I think you're looking at old data.
China just built a
They have two
new
good ones and they're refurbishing.
They have 3 right now, so I think you're looking at old.
Yeah, they just built a new one, and we just built a new one, and the one that we have is fucking terrifying. It has for example, one piece of technology that China.
What's the time frame?
One of
that
the
China
things.
built those 3?
Yeah, but what is a super carrier? Hold on, what's a super carrier?
Right, the super carrier that we have.
For me.
Right, the super carrier that we have is like we have magnetic rail technology that we have for takeoff and landing, which allows our aircraft carrier to put out like almost 3 times the amount of airships in the same amount of time that it takes one of theirs to put out one. Like
we actually have a smaller class of carrier that equals the tonnage of the Chinese carriers, right? So like we have 7 super carriers. Then we have other types of carriers that we have as well, and other like boats and shit that are kind of like hybrids of different things that are at the same, but we're at the same size and the same tonnage as their mainline aircraft carriers. It's not even like a comparable thing. It would be like an aircraft carrier from World War II versus like, I don't know, basically the USS Enterprise in terms of scale difference. Like it's not even close.
You
like,
think that the recent aircraft carrier that China built is like in the dark ages? Like,
I'm saying, basically, I'm not.
It's put together with toothpicks.
They got toothpicks.
No, it's not the dark ages. But the problem is that
it's at the power.
The problem.
If you have Goku versus like Krillin.
It's not about the dark ages. The problem is that technological capacity, especially in warfare, is exponential, right? So if they're 10 years behind us, you think, well, that's not that big of a deal. But when we're talking about comparing aircraft,
although they are 10 years behind.
I would say they're probably farther than that. I was being generous when I said 10 years behind. But the problem is that like the most recent aircraft carrier that we have is more than 3 times effective as their most recent aircraft carrier in terms of their ability to off-put. Because I just gave the number, the reason, and the reason is that we have magnetic rails that allow us to shoot off to launch planes from both.
I'm about to say like they don't have a hyperrail system with magnets like.
They can't. They have not. They don't have the technology yet to land.
They don't have magnets over there.
They don't have the technology to land and to have takeoff using magnetic rails in terms of flight. So they have to use the entire deck. They have to use the entire deck to launch a plane. And
we know they're using a steam powered catapult system.
2 weeks ago, and they dropped it on the United States. Okay, and like I think the single biggest loss in market history. It's like I don't know that you want to underestimate. Obviously, it's hard to know exactly what they have, but I don't think you always want to underestimate.
Yeah, don't underestimate.
No, I'm not underestimating them. What I'm saying is that you made a claim that like a couple years of bad tariffs were going to have us demolished and incapable of matching the naval power of the Chinese. What I'm saying is that the Chinese are way behind us.
So
to be fair, you said we could take on what was it? China, Russia, Malaysia. Korea,
I don't disagree with those
all together.
I said that if you look at our naval power and you take out all other factors, yes, absolutely. Yeah.
We can control the coast for sure.
I think you guys should go research the naval power and the technology the U.S. military has, because I think you guys are just like, I don't know, maybe you don't have Republican dads or something, so you just like never got forced to watch videos and learn about like military shit. But I'm telling you,
you mean American propaganda?
The part that okay, so
I mean, we just keep
proving
that
I originally reacted to, right, is that you said China, Russia, and like 20 other countries. Now,
yes, absolutely.
Okay, and then, but hold on. When you actually started listing the countries, right? Like I'm thinking in my head, what you mean are like, like the next highest like naval powers.
Yeah,
right?
No. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Like we couldn't take on Australia, China, Russia, the UK, France. Okay. You know, like if we but even still, like any 1 or 2 of those countries combined don't stand a fucking chance. Yeah. Now the reality of war, right, is that a whole bunch of shit happens in war. I'm not saying underestimate them. What I'm saying is, Corey, I think you vastly underestimate the actual like military might of our Navy.
Corey, I
Okay,
don't think Jack could fit on a Chinese aircraft carrier.
Yeah, just like you rolled over Afghan. Like when has it ever lived up? Like we're just gonna roll over. Has it ever like
Hold on.
met that
We're talking
barrier?
about
Just
naval
roll
power.
over?
There's a difference between like Afghanistan, where you got to like dig them out of caves, and hey, I sunk your ship. Like once a ship is sunk, it's not like they're out there with the rowboats coming to get you. You know, like
no. Hold on. To be clear, right?
Destroyers and aircraft carriers are really fucking hard to sink, right? Like we have decommissioned aircraft carriers where we've done weapons testing on them, and like one of them, like we used all of our weapons and we had multiple ships firing on them, and it took like 3 days to sink the ship. Like the current technology in terms of missile technology and the ability to sink a ship that has that is fully manned and operational, it's really fucking difficult to sink these ships.
The Russians put their aircraft carrier sunk in
We don't have the guidance of Kim Jong Un.
No big deal there.
We don't. I actually lean towards Scott in this, right? In that, like, in terms of China and their naval cable, I've watched. Okay, I watch YouTube videos. Okay, so it makes me an expert here. All right, so
I have
YouTube
I have premium.
But I have like looked into like these comparisons, and in terms of a 1-to-1, like us and China, like we win. We win. Like if we're talking strictly like a naval battle, right? Like when
especially naval battle, right? Like aircraft is a little closer. Troops
on the ground, they can just throw people at us till we drown.
So I hear you. Like, again, if your statement is, and you were more specific later on, that like, okay, it's China, but also like countries like Malaysia and like, I don't know,
Russia.
Well, that's assuming that all those countries would side with China.
I know.
That was me trying to pick countries that like could legitimately side with China if they invaded Taiwan. The UK isn't going to be like, you know what, we're fucking pro invading, Taiwan for the Chinese now, right? Like, and let's be honest, those countries would almost certainly be involved as well. Australia would be involved instantaneously. Like, and Australia is not a massive player, but they are a player in the region, right? Like we would have Australia's support.
I mean, India would probably like maybe take a pot shot too. It's not like they're friends with China either.
India would probably try to stay neutral if they could.
Well, unless they get a land grab,
they would hope for China's destabilization, at least a little bit, a little destabilization.
Yeah, they like to make some land grabs their own now and again.
Not too much destabilization because they don't want like a refugee influx.
They probably indirectly help us, like sell to us and like host our ships and stuff, maybe.
The fact that we've gotten on this topic just showcases how fucking retarded it is that Trump's talking about making Canada the 51st state.
That's better than Gaza. That's a better idea than
Gaza is a great idea because they're not going to be a state; they're going to be a special economic zone.
So I
think it's better, but it's less realistic.
Yeah,
I think Trump actually could do something in Gaza. Taking over Canada is not happening.
I actually think that would test. Ethnically cleansing almost 2 million people, I think, would test our control over the UN. I think that might
not
do
to
it.
be a
I don't
critical
know.
race theory, not to be a critical race theorist or fucking commie here, but let's be honest. When like we can get away with bombing a lot of fucking brown people in the Middle East, it's not the same as bombing our fucking white neighbors.
No, I agree, but this is like a whole new level of like doing shit to brown people. This is picking up almost 2 million of them and moving them.
Yeah.
That's a huge undertaking.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's not huge. I'm just saying trying to make Canada the 51st state's bigger and less realistic.
I feel like what they can we couldn't invade them, but we could figure something out, man. We could do it.
Yeah.
Just buy them, right? Give each Canadian $1,000 and they'll become American.
Sure, let's refocus.
Stimulus package.
Win the Gen Z vote.
No, just give them a stimulus package.
USAID launches some kind of CIA.
Well, look at annexing Panama. Think about how much money the average taxpayer would save if we annex Panama. No longer will the U.S. ships
the plan is just the canal. We're not going to actually annex
let's get the whole country, and then we can stop evil dictators from being put into power by drug cartels, and we'll have a tourist spot. And we can also build a wall at the bottom part of Panama, and that'll stop immigration from the southern
Everyone is so sure that every place would be a great tourist spot, right?
Yo, thank you, Silver Ochre. This is rough.
Pretty nice.
After after we've like seen successive generations be Americans, like you were saying, like it takes
Well,
like
hold
a
on.
century to
Panama
do
Panama
this, right?
already is a tourist spot for the record.
Yeah, but right now we're not in control of the country. Not right now. We're not occupying them, right? And when
We
we're
conquered
occupying them,
we
now we have
conquered
to
them in
worry
5
about
days
guerrilla.
last time.
Now we have to. Those same
Last
hotels
time. When
are
was
gonna
that?
be like terrorist bombed, right? Just like they do in like fucking Kenya sometimes, right? Like they'll like terrorist bombs. It'll be a lot less like a wonderful and sunny, right? Great, because there'll be smoke filled like from all the like the explosions happening in those luxury districts. Like, what are you talking
Nobody's
about?
going to be. No, listen, that didn't happen last time when you controlled Panama. That's not going to
When
happen
when
now.
was when
In
was
fact,
that?
Panamanians are very sympathetic
In the
to this.
80s,
That was
late
1990.
80s.
It was 90. It was,
It was like
90 and 89. Yeah,
I think.
yeah.
Gibbs,
Not
but they
December
would
of
have
89.
Gibbs, but they would have Second Amendment rights. if
Right
they
now,
came to America,
hey,
right?
hold on. Sure,
Yeah.
sure. We can give them second, or once again, special economic zone until they prove themselves. But like I said, like they can, like listen.
The
There's a
Second
large
Amendment goes only
segment.
so far. I
There's
see.
a
Okay.
there's a large
You
segment.
got
Hold
your
on,
limit.
I'm
All right.
open-minded. I'm open-minded. You know, but we got to prove themselves. There's already a large segment of Panamanians that are supportive of us annexing them. Like literally, there was protests recently outside that were violent protests between their far left and then the Trump supporters there that are like, hey, you know, y'all should become, y'all should like, we've been, the U.S. has done a lot for us. So there's clearly already support
I
in
have
Panama.
the inverse opinion. Well, I have the inverse opinion, right? All of a sudden, if we're taking over Panama, like now I want to arm every single man, woman, and child there, right? And we'll just see what happens. We'll just see what happens.
Well, yeah,
as
that's
we
going to lead to more.
occupy them.
That's going to
I
lead
think that'd be a lot of
to
fun.
less.
It'd be a lot
What
of
do
fun.
you think wins that? The Panamanians?
I know,
or the,
no, just
why
like,
would you
I
want them
think
to
that'd
be
be a
radical?
perfect experiment for the Second Amendment. Like I was saying, like you guys
Fine.
want to add more guns to the world, like I want to too. Let's do it in
Yeah, but hold
Panama.
on.
If
See,
we
you're all.
occupy.
See, the
I don't want it
difference
in
is
the
you're
hands
trying
of people that we just
hold on.
recently annexed.
Yeah,
That's
hold on. The other thing is
That
you're
might be a
actually
smart
trying.
idea, actually.
This
That
is
might be.
what's funny though is you're actually like
My
trying
brain-
to destabilize. What we're suggesting is we integrate them, and once they're integrated, then they can have Second Amendment rights. You're over
Yeah,
here
yeah.
trying to purposely destabilize.
Once we have
them
enough
from
white
success.
people there. Once we have enough
Why
white
does it
people
got to be
there.
then? Why can't it be just
No,
like the second gen of all these people that have benefited from American capitalism?
No, it's not going to be a second generation. It's got to be at least a third generation, right? Like you have to.
They already like us.
100% no. The second generation gets stories from the first generation of what it was
And it's
like
going to be
before the occupation.
America came in, we got
You
rich.
literally have at least 3 generations. Like you have to be 3 generations deep where people have a break, right, from like the old order, and they are just like used to like this is the way it's been. It's way as far as
You
I
don't
can
think that
remember,
the
how-
average
I can
Panamanian
remember,
would benefit if we suddenly were like you don't have to deal with the rest of Latin America's problems no more?
Hold on, but hold on,
US.
hold on.
Like
Why
they
are
would be
you
like,
saying-
hey, this is
hold on, Why are you
nice.
saying this? Which one? This contradicts your previous statements. When you said 100 years for what was it?
Well, that's a
Afghanistan
different
or
country.
whatever,
They're not similar to Panama.
That was Afghanistan. Different brown. It's a different
different-
brown
it's a
prime.
different culture.
Different,
Like,
different
but
the
hold on,
brown.
with
This type of
Panama,
brown is more.
most of
Panama
Panama's
Muslim browns
problem-
are harder
hold
to
on,
control.
But
than
there's
the
also
Yeah,
this
we're a little
aspect.
bit more
Hold
boom
on,
boom.
hold on. There's another thing that's going on here. Panama,
We're pro Second Amendment, you know.
most of its problems are from the other surrounding Latin American countries. If we came in and said suddenly, "Hey, Panama, your citizens are going to benefit from everything that happens here. We're building walls on either side. The money from the canal is going to go into like
People
our
want
economy,
freedom.
and
People
well, they
always
will
want
have freedom.
freedom.
They'll be a freedom as Americans, and they'll have freedom not to deal with the rest of Latin America's
They want to
problems.
be freedom as
And that's going to
Panamanians,
be nice.
and not
That's
to,
going to be
and to
nice.
speak, not
Their
to have
lives
to
are going to be
speak
better.
English, and to I don't know, do all the things
Give me
that
the first
Panamanians
Spanish-speaking
do.
state.
I don't know.
It'll
I've
be
never
cool.
been to Panama. I'd like to go sometime.
To be fair,
but I've
Puerto
never been.
Rico, they speak Spanish there, and they're still
Yeah,
part
it's
of America,
both.
right?
Yeah, it's both.
That's okay. Hold on. Doobie. I see you, Scott. I'll go after. Hey, Doobie, you still there, friend?
Wow.
He's completely checked out.
The advantage of not being on cam, I guess.
Yeah,
much, yeah.
right. Well, Doobie, if you can hear us, I'd like to direct a question at you later on. I'll check in with you, friend. All right. Well, then let's go to friend Scott.
Yeah, so you're gonna hate this, but I'm obviously speaking descriptively, not prescriptively. I don't want to take over Panama, but the problem here is that we do have a treaty with Panama, okay? And the treaty allowed us to help build, maintain, and secure the Panama Canal for like 10 years, okay? Now, the Panama Canal Authority that is in charge of the Panama Canal, in order for them to maintain control over the Panama Canal, they have to abide by the treaty that essentially says that it has to be completely neutral and that there can't be any one nation or country that has like it gets weird in legal theory about like how we might interpret like undue influence or the favoritism, etc. But there is a lot of evidence to suggest that China has been granted special access, special privileges, that they have ports nearby the Panama Canal that allow them to have more power and control over the region, and that these taxes and things of that nature that they institute are certainly influenced by China, etc. Now, I say all of this because the treaty also says that the United States reserves the right at any one point in time, according to this treaty, to utilize our Navy to go in and to enforce neutrality in the Panama Canal. Okay, we have the right in the treaty at any one point in time to show up and say, you're not enforcing neutrality. You have too many Chinese ports
in
here.
terms of shipping, in terms of what exactly? Could you explain that?
In terms of like who can go through the Panama Canal, how many of their ships can go through the Panama Canal, who gets priority and access and going through it, right, et cetera. So there is an argument to be made, especially if like our intelligence agents or apparatus can prove Chinese influence with ports, et cetera, that Panama violated that treaty. If you can showcase that Panama violated the treaty because we hold veto power in the United Nations, we can even if it's not like a strong case, we can pretty much reassert dominance whenever the fuck we want in Panama. And not face that much repercussions. Of all of the scenarios, Greenland, Canada, Gaza, Panama is the most realistic in terms of Trump just being able to show up with the Navy, and then when people start freaking out in the UN, being like, look, here's what our intelligence agents have about Chinese influence in Panama. They violated the fucking treaty. It's our turn to reassert control, etc. So as much as I obviously don't want that, and I obviously don't want like an invasion of Panama or whatever, right? Like we could pretty easily take over Panama without them even having like justification.
Well, we'd have to.
They're already leaving the Belt and Road, by the way, under U.S. pressure. So
Panama,
Panama was part of the Belt and Road initiative, but I think like 3 or 4 days ago, they said we're dropping. We're not going to be in it anymore.
That's interesting,
right? Because Chinese are building ports as part of the Belt and Road, you know, and giving them kind of like there's an issue of like, are the Chinese in control of this? Do they have undue influence? Right. And this is Trump trying to say, fuck off, China. We have a treaty. We have a treaty. We rebuilt the fucking canal.
We did. Right?
America did.
Yeah, but I'm sure
it costs a lot of lives. It costs a lot of lives. It costs a lot of people.
And because we kind of like, first of all, Panama wasn't.
I'm not saying it's right. Just for the record.
But just I'm not saying you guys are supportive of anything. But Panama wasn't the place.
I'm kind of saying I think we should have the canal. I am sort of saying that. Yeah.
What? Sorry. What are you saying?
I think that the U.S. should have control of the Panama Canal. Just the canal itself. I think that is well within U.S. security and trade interests.
Yeah. So the Panama Canal. So I haven't done enough like research to like understand. Like,
the state wouldn't exist without the canal. So you mean by default, he also means Panama. But
Panama,
just the canal.
Okay, I don't know about that.
It's the canal. Hold on, we reserve the right to protect and control if they violate the treaty. Not only the canal, but anything 10 miles within the canal. Right.
So let me get some history.
It's just not able to stay afloat as a country without the canal.
Well, no, they can. So this is the history of this. This is I did not look this up today. This is just based on memory. So back when we had the canal, it was part of called like the U.S. Special Canal Zone, and there was like a zone that we controlled that basically consisted of the canal and it may have been 10 miles, but there was some like distance outside of the canal that the U.S. also controlled. And we had like fencing there. It was very similar to Gitmo, where we had like a fence there and a wall there, and we controlled it. And there, like the other country was on the other side, and they did their own shit. Jimmy Carter, there was some protests, which by the way were relatively mild protests from the Panamanians on one side of the fence. Like there really wasn't that much violence. There wasn't like any kind of mass shootings or anything like that. It was some mild protests, and Jimmy Carter like basically caved to nothing. Like it was sort of like his idea of perhaps what he thought was right, or what he thought is, they deserve it or whatever, because he signed that over relatively quickly, when there really wasn't that much pressure to do so. So that's why a lot of people give him shit for doing that, because it didn't really make much sense, just geopolitically speaking, and there wasn't a huge amount of pressure to do it either. So I do think that, given the history there, given what the U.S. invested there, I think that like having control of the canal is the U.S. canal zone. And look, giving, I'm not talking about any kind of populated areas. I'm saying that the canal zone should be U.S. and we should give freedom of access to Panamanians who want to cross over the canal, obviously, to get to the other side of their country. I'm fine with that. I'm not saying like put people under, jurisdictions that they don't want to be under, but the canal itself that the U.S. created, I think it makes sense to be under U.S. control.
I'm more so. What I was going to say is that like I haven't done the necessary research to properly understand like the ins and outs of like the shipping disputes here, right? That I can see them possibly being legitimate, right? Of everything that Trump has said, I can see them actually being legitimate. But I'm not going to like weigh in on that. But still, like in and of itself, like just examining the idea on its own, I am more sympathetic to the U.S. Taking control of that. Or I honestly would rather that we didn't like directly take control. I feel like there must be a middle ground here, right? Like the Panamanians are controlled, but maybe we could just like rework whatever policies are in place, right? Maybe like if there's a board controlling the canal, like put more U.S. representatives on that board,
like joint control or something.
Yeah. Like I mean, I feel like there's
like
a way
threatening to
this.
take it over, and then immediately they're like, "Oh fuck, we'll get rid of the Chinese Belt and Roads Initiative."
I mean, what's more humane? Why would
I hear you. I hear you.
It's kind of what happened. You know what I mean?
But hold on.
I
What's more humane to Panama, right? Like, if we take away their biggest resource earner, and we just control these like area around it, like that
Why do you have to change? But even then,
but hold on.
why would
Versus,
have to
we could
change
just
their,
like extend a few more miles. We got the whole country.
We don't have to. We don't. Okay.
Everybody wins.
Why do all of that, Gibbs? Right? Like again,
Well, we're already going to be there doing the one. It's kind of taking
hold on. There are plenty of options between like a full military lockdown of the canal, right, and like our current situations. This is what I'm saying, right? Like whoever the controlling body is of the Panamanian Canal, we could have more representatives there, right? Or maybe like we'll say like now this is under the official management of the United States, but like we have joint control, and maybe the revenue sharing, right, doesn't change. Like the Panamanians can actually keep the revenue that they're getting now, right, or maybe even increase it as a benefit, right? But for not fighting us on this, we'll even increase your revenue share of like what comes to the canal, right? But we'll have a more favorable routings, like American ships will have more priority or whatever the dispute actually is, right? There's all kinds of ways we can.
Bro, your funds fuel me right now. Jesus Christ, thank you.
Be shot. There's a lot of space between there.
I appreciate it.
I'd be okay letting them on the
really
on the
do.
land,
Thank
right?
you.
Like you could have like some kind of freedom of access agreement. You could have U.S. employees there. I mean, it could work out. And I agree.
That's not better. Like that's not better for the average citizen. Like, okay, you could structure.
It has to do with what they'd accept, Gibbs.
And they would. I'll tell you what they would accept is whatever we decide to do. Like that's the facts, right? Like you have to live with.
Sure.
You know what their military
I forgot I'm
has?
talking to you.
They have 30,000. They have 30. Well, first of all, they already have a large segment of the community in Panama that is some support of us just annexing them, right? Like, first of all, the benefits they would have would be wonderful. It's already a small country, and then guess what? You could have freedom of transversal across the whole area. And guess what? Here's a big one. They're sick of all their problems from their neighbors. And we just built 2 walls up on either side. Oh, the average problem for the Panamanian person there is going to disappear overnight. They're going to become much more wealthy. They're going to be much happier. And it's going to be best for everybody. And guess what? We'll also stop the migration from all these failed communist states down in South America. It's just all around.
I will give you one point. I will give you, I think that the question, so the Panama Canal is immensely profitable, right? Like whoever controls the Panama Canal makes a fuck ton of money. And this is part of the reason why I think it's bullshit that the US spent all this money and all these lives creating this and then basically handed this golden goose over to the Panamanians who've been profiting off of it ever since. It is incredible. Like, it is not a expenditure or a loss to have the Panama Canal. They are charging the ships that go through the Panama Canal exorbitant fees and then putting those fees into the government budget. That's like the biggest reason why the Panamanians don't want to give up the canal. Now, Gibbs, if your argument is we just like turn the whole thing into U.S. territory, they would probably be more amenable to that if we also promised that the territory gets to keep the proceeds from the canal, but they are a U.S. territory. I mean,
yeah, I mean, we could structure something like that, and then we could also we would eliminate all the fees for the U.S. ships that go through for like the tax because they have to charge, and then we could just charge other countries. It'd be wonderful. All that money could go there to benefiting those people as Americans, just like Texas does, where we tax oil at the tap.
It's sort of a similar idea.
Yeah, okay. Doobie, you there, friend?
The frog has abandoned you.
Oh,
Doobie, no.
I feel bad.
I need you. You make the smarter arguments. You make my arguments
Yeah.
smarter.
Well, hopefully he can still hear us. Maybe he's talking with his lovely wife, or having sex with her. He might actually just do that during our panels. We don't know. We actually don't know what David gets up to.
I'd be mad if he was farming content, but it's not like he's streaming, so like whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if he was a streamer and he was in there, I'd be like, "Hey, bitch! Like, why are you being invited? You're just siphoning views." He's not.
To his politics Discord.
He's saying he's been here the entire time, but his wife needs help, so he has to drop off. Like an asshole, indeed, like an asshole. All right, Doobie, I miss you and I love you. And I still want to talk with you. We haven't talked in a long time, Doobie. You hear me, friend? We haven't talked in a long time. Okay, it's fine. Have a good one, friend. All right, let's go to our friend Aiko, who is here. And are you naked? Like are you like bare chested? What's going on?
No, he's wearing a shirt, just skin.
Oh, it's like,
and he
does kind of look like
he's got a foggy camera. You got the sex appeal right now with the foggy camera,
Yeah, it was like flesh color to me. Like, I don't know. Sorry.
That was a Freudian slip.
There we go. Look at that. Look how sharp I am now. That's
cool.
Okay.
My Freudian
I mean, okay, I
No,
can
primes.
use anything to increase the views. Okay, I'll accept it. I'm like, oh, okay.
This isn't even a flesh-colored like shirt. I don't know. Like
the camera was steamy. The camera was
looks
steamy.
like white skin is pretty pink to me.
You did accuse me of going on a date in the first half of the show, so
I did. I did do that. But friend, so we are talking about the topic. Well, first of all, do you have an opening statement on the topic?
are we talking about the Panama Canal right now, or are we talking about more broad?
Just imperialism in general. At this point.
You can talk about.
Do you remember Jimmy Carter giving away the canal, Aiko?
I do. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't all that. I mean, yeah. It was controversial at the time from those on the right too. But at the time, conservatives were, sort of more aggressive internationally. Like they didn't have the isolationist bent that MAGA pretends to have. And so it didn't seem like as much of a contradiction on the right as it does now, right? But the idea now that, I'm a nationalist, I'm isolationist, I don't want to get involved in other people's wars. And I want to go all over the world and take their shit. Sort of like that seems a little bit contradictory to me,
So it's called America First. It's not isolationism. There's a big difference.
The problem is he went to the United Nations and said America first doesn't mean America only. And then he tried to argue that every other country should argue that they should be first, because that's like the way things should be, right? Like Canada should be Canada first, and Panama should be Panama first. And those are the arguments that he made.
Well, Canada should be 50
He doesn't seem to be making that argument.
Well, he is making that argument because he's like, hey, you can do this, put yourself first, and we're obviously going to put ourselves first, and that doesn't mean our interest.
And whoever has more guns, I guess.
Yeah, and guess what? Win. Surprise, superpower, us. You're going to make the deal we want.
Aiko, so when he gave away the Panama, you said it was controversial at the time.
Yes.
I mean, what was some of the what was some of the arguments, I guess, against that? What were some of
well, there weren't. I mean, here's the argument. Like when we built the Panama Canal, it was already built into the original contract that we would give it back to Panama after a certain amount of time.
10
but
years.
the amount Yeah, there you go. And so that didn't happen. And so it came time to set a date at which it actually would have to happen. And that's what Carter did. Carter set a date. And the date was later than the original contract. So he was actually extending it out further than where it was. But the argument was that once you make your initial investment back, the argument for taking, first of all, it wasn't the United States that decided to build this thing in the first place. It was the French, but the French finally had enough after enough people had died and the costs had built up greatly. They stopped, and then we took over. And then we basically said, we want to make our investment back. And when we can make our investment back, we still benefit from its existence. So we like that, but the world will be able to trade with it, and the world will be a better place, because at the time it was believed that trade makes the world a better place. If everyone gets to, what's the old saying? If goods do not cross the borders, armies will. And this is something that will allow us to allow goods to travel throughout the world. That'll give us peace, and peace, of course, benefits everyone, including the United States. And so once we get our initial investment back, we'll continue to benefit from the very fact that trade exists. And, that's how it's justified. And, listen, they are a sovereign country. At the end of the day, we made promises when we built it that we wouldn't use it as a land grab. And up until now, we've kept that promise.
Well, there's obviously the other end of the promise, right? Which is that they would remain neutral, right? I'm not saying I'm in favor of fucking invading Panama. Let me be clear. Right. But there is the argument that they would remain neutral. And so being a part of China's Belt and Road Initiative, having Chinese ports being built there, and potentially giving favoritism towards the Chinese would be a violation of that as well on their end. Right. And so is there an argument from the nation state kind of system of contracts that Trump could go in and reassert control? Now, there's no argument that then gives him the right to invade Panama. Maybe there is an argument, but it's not a good one. But then again, I don't believe in contracts between nation states anyways. But there is that argument that if they don't fuck off, which they have with the Belt and Road Initiative, and maintain neutrality, that we can reassert control of the region.
The problem is, though, and this is a big one, is that a lot of this stuff that Ike, you spoke about comes from more idealistic time. Now we've existed, and now we see people are taking advantages. This is a weak link in the American system. We need to just go in there and take it back. Our trade depends on it. We can benefit the Panamanians. We can even let the profits from the canal go towards improving their area. Everybody benefits. We can stop mass migration right there from South America. They can stop the migration that people are going to want to be coming in to Panama because of all the economic boom. I think this is a win-win all around. I don't know why this isn't really debated. There's a large segment that would be pro-U.S. rule already. You act like they've just had it so good, and they're just super idealistically different from the United States. But they're not. They're not over here. They're not communists. They're basically capitalists for all intents and purposes. Maybe a little more left than some, but they're a small group of people. They're not. It's just it's all wins. It's all wins. And the people that are sitting here going, "Oh, hey, well, it's mean." Well, guess what? The world, I'm sorry, the world is mean. Russia and China have definitively proved that it's not business as usual. Borders don't mean shit. They keep conquering shit, and we keep going, oh, well, here's the next red line. It's about time America was like, you know what? Why don't we just start doing what's best for us? Because the best for the world would be to be all American. That's what it's like. This
okay, but
global
it's so tiring. But how is it all wins when your kid's dead? How is it all wins?
How many people did it die? How many soldiers died when we invaded Panama last time? I think it was 26. I'm sorry, that's sad. But if it only cost us, let's say under 1,000 Americans.
All wins. So we got to count.
Okay, cool. So I guess let's count it. I'm sure there's going to be a very small number of deaths comparatively to most wars in other places. They have barely any military. The military is going to just roll over when we show up with the drones. They're like, oh God, we don't want any of this. Dear Lord, they're sitting in machete missiles that only will kill our generals. Man, you know what? Maybe when we don't want to piss these guys off and get glassed, so they're going to roll over. That we might not even have to have any American troops die. That's just on the first initial wave.
We've done this already to
I don't know why we haven't done this to Panama already. It's a good question.
We could use Agent Agent Orange to clear out the jungle.
I like how the generals are just
Everyone
standing
just
out the
rolls
streets
over 'cause
waiting to
we're
get
America.
macheted.
Gibbs,
I mean, we just hit them overnight. They won't even know what happened.
Even if I were to do an internal critique of your moral framework, right, which is that like I don't care
Everybody
how many
wins
people
this.
die, so
It's a
long
small
as
number.
we get
It's longer
better
benefit overall.
so long as we get better outcomes in the end, right? Even if I grant you that, which obviously I don't, but for the sake of argument I will, right? You have to recognize that every military action against sovereign nations, right, it comes at a cost beyond just the initial cost of the war and the lives that are dead, right? Like you have to, at the very least, like if you're going to make this argument that it's all wins and that it's all good for everybody, you have to at the very least make the argument. Like you're not even giving evidence or reasons as to why this would actually
What do you mean
benefit
about
the
it?
world.
We've
You're just
already-
saying America good
Let-
will fucking take
It
it
would
over,
benefit
will
America.
tax the whole world. Like, what the fuck
already
are you
came
talking
up with an
about?
argument that I agree would be a good proposition. If we use the benefits from the canal there, with the benefits economically overall for the United States would be now we don't get taxed on the shipping as much. So then they would just basically benefit from all the other shipping, which is still a substantial amount. That would go directly back into that area. Those people would benefit economically. That's one way right there. It's a huge win for everybody. They also, I gave another example.
For everybody? Not the
grateful.
people
Maybe we
being
just-
taxed. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, the other countries, they're already charging tariffs. Not tariffs. They're already charging
They're
per
also being
ship
taxed
that goes
currently,
through.
too.
Yeah, they're already going through. They're already going. This is already happening. We can just keep the standard tax or whatever they use for the thing on everybody with U.S. shipping. You're acting like this isn't already happening, bro. Like these other countries, fuck them. They've been taking advantage of us for years.
And
For
more hot
years.
Latinos on
Yeah,
top
and more
of
hot
everything.
Latina Panamanians, great.
Right.
I like that. Big
Now
fan.
you have
you know,
now you have
and
a
then they
new
don't have to deal
argument,
with these other
which is
countries.
fuck them,
It's not a
right?
new
Like your
argument. It's the same.
your
That
original
was my
argument is that
original
it's a
argument.
win for
It's been an
everybody.
argument from day one. Well, no, it's fuck
It's a
the other
win for
countries.
me.
It's no, my argument's been a win for Panamanians and it's a win for U.S. These other countries, who gives a fuck? I love it. Whenever they get to be the superpower, then maybe I can care about their opinions. Till then, fuck them.
Aiko, you want to say something?
Yeah, so I am a little bit interested
arguing with
because
a
I know
schoolyard bully.
in the original prompt we talked about it
Hey,
talks
it
about
works.
USAID, and I think that sort of links to the way the conversation is going here. At least some people were saying, well, because of Belt and Road offering Panama stuff, they may get better rates on crossings. I looked it up before I came up here, and they're not paying different rates than we are. However, Chinese ships tend to be bigger, like higher volume, and you do get like on a per like cubic area basis, you do pay less rates for having a larger ship. So maybe that's just sort of hiding the fact that that policy is in place because they
It
know
is
China
clearly.
has bigger ships. That could easily be the case. In which case, we can sort of renegotiate these things. But I just want to point out that the reason Belt and Road, what Belt and Road does right now is it competes, and it competes against. Because Belt and Road Initiative is an initiative to go out and give different countries money for working with China in a variety of ways, whether it gives them like their mineral resources or does stuff like this. And now we're not going to be able to compete with Belt and Road at all, right? Because USAID is the main way in which we competed against Belt and Road. Now, maybe it gets replaced by something else. I mean, we do know that he's congressionally mandated to spend the funds that go to USAID. So maybe, he just eliminates USAID and the State Department, sort of reallocates those funds in different ways. And maybe Rubio does an amazing job of competing with Belt and Road on that basis. I don't know. But I do know that a lot of this foreign aid that people don't want to see get spent is specifically competing with them. So if people are worried about Belt and Road being the thing that gives China favorable concessions on a variety of fronts, then maybe we should be looking at how we can use our foreign aid sort of effectively.
Right, but Belt and Road and USAID are. It's not like we're trading favors with nations so that like we can build them up and then they'll like us. Right, it's what we're doing is what everyone is doing is they're going into nations with less economic power and putting them into debt cycles and gaining favorable terms and then fucking
Belt and
these
Road
places.
is doing precisely that.
When you
Right?
say
That's what
precisely
Belt and Road does.
Yeah.
Belt and Road does the
Precisely
same thing.
what?
It's putting them in debt cycles, and they pay off those debts by giving them. In this case of China,
I'm not saying
the USA doesn't do that.
I'm not saying
enough, right.
Right, I'm not saying you're wrong. What I'm saying is that it's an important context to recognize that both USAID and Belt and Roads are like not these like wonderful, oh my God, we're feeding the Africans programs. These are programs to purchase power
I was saying just
and
the
to
opposite of
leverage
that.
power to
Yeah.
destroy like the sovereignty of nations and bring them under political control in this kind of like in this
which Gibbs
struggle for power.
loves. That's my point. That's Gibbs wants to do that, right? Gibbs' argument is that USA doesn't do that. So I mean, you guys have two very different perspectives on that. But what I'm saying is
USAID
that
obviously very much does that.
I'm not saying we should keep USA the way it is now. All I'm saying is we need some way of dealing with these countries to disincentivize them from taking the deal that Belt and Road is offering for them. And if we're not doing that, if we're like saying fuck off, then we shouldn't be surprised when they turn around and make these deals with China and they get the better rates for canal crossings, or China gets their resources. Right, but we shouldn't be surprised when that happens.
What do you mean? Are you saying that we need
I want to respond
leverage them into client states?
I want to respond. We had USAID and they still joined Belt and Road, so clearly that wasn't working. And then Trump got elected, and then now they're no longer part of Belt and Road.
Well, okay,
right,
yeah,
clearly,
Belt and Road.
Hardball.
Belt and Road is USA couldn't be everywhere, all right, and Belt and Road was going to the places where we weren't, and saying, or even places where we were, and saying, listen, you'll get a better deal from us than you will from the United States, and that's the competition that's going on, right? Like, just because Burger King sells a bunch of burgers doesn't mean that McDonald's isn't also selling burgers. Like they're in competition with each other. But if all of a sudden, Burger King stops selling burgers, you can expect more people to go to McDonald's. I mean, it's not going to be rocket science.
Well, no, I understand. I understand what you're saying, but like what I'm saying is like now, at least in the maybe it's different for different countries. But in the context of Panama, like we've stopped selling burgers in the sense of USAID, and we shut down the opposing burger stand because Panama left Belt and Road. They've announced that they're leaving Belt and Road, and it wasn't because of USAID. It was because of U.S. other forms of U.S. power. They seem to be more effective. I almost wonder if like the lofty goals of USAID could be accomplished better by Marco Rubio and the State Department, which is, I think, what Trump.
Well, I just said. Well,
I mean, to be fair, USAID is basically a front for the CIA to like infiltrate areas and leverage threats against them. So, I mean, it's not all that different.
Like I said, this is a little too much. Okay, so I didn't really get to address this last time because we're dealing with lots of things, right? And like I didn't have the bandwidth to deal with it at that point. But yes, USAID. You'll get no pushback from me, and that it's been a front for CIA operations. It has been a path to indebt countries, or to even undermine their economies. Right, like let's say if you flood in some West African country, right, with rice. That is like low cost or completely free. Well, then that means their own rice growers or whatever the staple is, they can't compete, right? So those people who might be farmers, who might have otherwise grown their own crop for their country, they can't actually compete with free or next to free, and so then they're not farmers, and then so now you're reliant on this other country to provide you with those crops. So I acknowledge all of that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But beyond that, it doesn't mean that USAID was not doing projects that were absolutely good, right? That kept people alive in desperate situations and providing aid in areas that actually really needed, like a war-torn area. USAID absolutely did things like provide immunization efforts, right, to educate populations on how to take care of themselves in terms of health, right? Precautions. There's a whole list of things that USAID has done. And now what's happened, right? So your objections to this, the objections that I've heard from before, is that yes, well, it was a front from the CIA to pull missions out, to perform missions, and it put people in countries in debt peonage. Well, none of that's going to stop, right? Like if the United States does not under Doge does not have not have an interest in doing that. Like it's going to do that under the State Department, right? Under any other apparatuses that we can use to interact with a foreign nation. We're going to do the exact same thing. It'll just be more dispersed, right? It'll be harder for us as outsiders, right? Outsiders to the federal government to actually find it, but they're still going to do that. But now we lost a front-facing, right? Generally positively viewed apparatus, being USAID, that we're using to exercise this soft power. That's what we've lost. I'm not sure what exactly we've gained in this situation, but please respond.
Well,
The money that we're saving.
So like, yeah,
We're not
so,
saving.
I mean,
we're still using.
We're not saving it. We have to use it, right? We have to
Yeah,
use the money that
congressionally
we
mandated. Yeah.
Yeah, well, sure.
Yeah, so
well,
we're not saving anything.
there's there's arguments about that. Like you don't have to spend.
You mean
don't have to
the
spend fraud.
anti-separations of power tweet that came from Vance?
No, I'm talking about you don't have to spend like fraud. Like you would agree that if it turns out that like some significant portion of the budget is or the expenditure is being spent on fraud, you wouldn't be mandated to like spend that money on fraud, right?
No, I'm not saying. I already said that just because they're getting rid of USAID and it's being moved into the State Department doesn't mean that Rubio can't make some brilliant move that means that all this money is being spent in a more above board way that's more effective for foreign policy or whatever. Like I left open the possibility for that. I somehow doubt that that's what's going to happen, but I certainly do think that there are ways in which USAID was being abused. Although, again, I think Gibbs would say that's not abuse. I think he would just say it was ineffective and he wishes it was more effective. But I would say that certainly I don't think that we're better off with those countries shifting to Belt and Road from what we're doing. Like if we're not going to give them, if Rubio wants to turn around and give all those same countries the same money, but just make it cleaner, then okay, then I'll take your point. I'm not convinced yet that that's what's going to happen, though.
Well, I think that he could do that, and then it'd be arguably cleaner. But then there's also
I would give him credit if he did that.
But right. What I think that could happen, or what could happen is they could ask for a rescission of the funds, and that would be a win to save that much money if we're able to get.
Well, again, that's something that they would have. When you say ask,
it would have to go through Congress. It would have to go through Congress, right? But Republicans have a majority. It's not impossible.
They have a majority, but there are a lot of neocons in Congress still who want to see that money spent.
I feel like getting the rescission, like for some of it, would be pretty hard among the neocons, but not for like the
maybe if they trade them
stuff.
for something. More
I think
like
the trans opera stuff. I think you could probably get over 50 Republicans on board with that, and because it's a budgetary item, I don't think you need a 60 vote majority.
So I think the problem here is that a lot of people don't understand how the CIA operates with USAID and how that actually works, because understanding like so to Prime's example and to Lactoid's example, let's answer both these questions with the same example, right? Like a trans opera. And you're like, well, what the fuck is that? And you have Elon and you have a lot of Republicans saying, oh, USAID has just been used to like fund leftist bullshit, etc. We hate this. This is like, why are we spending all this money on some trans opera bullshit? And so the way that USAID is actually working here is that the intelligence apparatus, or, the State Department, NGOs that work with them, they all have this same phrase that they use, right? Which is a whole of society approach. We need to do a whole of society approach. And you hear this other phrase, was our democracy, for the good of democracy. Now, when they say democracy, they don't mean that a country elects representatives. What they mean is that there is a core of democratic institutions that they believe prop up, the system of like democratic values, etc. Okay, so they're talking about the media, they're talking about liberal institutions, they're talking about NGOs and charities and church organizations, they're talking about politicians and political campaigns. And so when you see like $200,000 to some trans orchestra somewhere, or you see money to some university for some dumb study, they're not funding the study because the study's important. They're funding the university in competition with other universities, so that university that more aligns with our neoliberal, woke, whatever fucking current cultural institution bullshit is being funded so that that gains new students, more power, more cultural influence. That's how USAID kills two birds with one stone, where they're engaged in sometimes what appears to be legitimately good work, but they're making sure that the money flows to institutions that they want to gain power in a region that allows them to kind of fight against Chinese or Marxists or whatever other power players are there. I brought this up in the last time we did a Primekai's panel, right? But like Mark Milley wrote a kind of hypothetical in his 2021 document from Air Force Special Forces Command, where he talks about how the way that we can use USAID is we find some Chinese billboard. We find out that there's a Belt and Road Initiative real estate project, and we find out that they're also going to have a port in a West African nation. So what we'll do is we'll use USAID to make a job fair program to give jobs to beleaguered African people, but we're going to specifically target Chinese employers, and we'll destroy 60% of their workforce to create tensions in the program, so you see on paper job fair program, jobs went to African people that needed, oh my God, so good. But what we're actually doing is destroying a real estate development project.
Yeah.
And then we're utilizing NGOs to start race riots in the country to destroy the country.
But we acknowledge that. First of all, Sean, thank you on YouTube. Thank you for gifting a YouTube membership. That was like 8 minutes ago. All right. I think that's an acceptable time frame.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good. Thank you so much. And guys, support the channel. If you haven't done so yet, consider supporting the channel, subs to the channel, get bits, good subs if you're liking this conversation, or super chats. We'll react to those super chats to consider helping us out that way. But back to this. Yeah, sure. Acknowledged is why I started that.
Right. So I'll one or two sentences to come full circle. So the problem here is that both us and China engaged in this competition. A lot of this competition is how can we fuck over the development of this country and destroy them as a nation and keep them from building their country up so that we can stop them from the Chinese getting it. And there's this bad assumption, I think, this really poor assumption that if we pull out of that game, that like China just wins and everything, when in actuality, a lot of countries might win, and free trade agreements with these countries are going to be the very things that actually build infrastructure, that actually pull these people out of debt cycles, that actually defeat China, because we're not engaged in this fucked up waste of money that ruins nations' economies, but we're actually focus on growth and progress and free trade with nations where they can just be like, all right, fuck, here's China, here's your payment. We actually built a country that's successful, and we've got American corporations there. We didn't need USAID.
Well, check this out real quick. I just crunched some numbers. USAID, I don't think it's been effective. I think it's been ineffective. I understand everything Scott said. It's exactly what ICAO said. Let me just give you an idea real quick what we could do instead. We were talking about bribing the Greenlanders, right? Let's just say, I think they have like 40-something thousand, 48,000 people actually. But let's just say they have 75K people, right? And we want to bribe them. So they don't want to give up all the stuff they have under Denmark, all the healthcare and stuff, unless probably they had a monetary amount that would give them a guarantee for life and their children's life. They'd be set, right? What we could do instead, we could buy it from Denmark for whatever cost they put out. Then with this USAID money, which is $40 billion, we could just give them all $5 million, and that's actually, what does that look like? I'm going to tell you how much that looks like. That looks like $375 million. I feel like, boom, problem solved.
No, your math is wrong.
Whatever. Either way, problem solved. Save money.
Your math is so wrong. Your math
Don't worry about
it.
It's going to come from the tariffs. It's going to be fine.
This is a common occurrence.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Problem solved.
No, hold on.
Don't forget, we can
just pay them $500,000. Whatever.
Last time he did tariffs, all that money had to be spent on bailing out the farmers. So, as a result of the tariffs, it's not like we're going to get a big revenue, enhancement from that.
He is right that you could. I think the math works out. You could give them each a significant chunk of money out of USAID, and probably enough to buy them out, because again, they don't have any kind of loyalty towards Denmark. And by the way, you wouldn't even need to pay Denmark anything, because the Greenlanders have the right under their constitution just to declare independence at any time. So all we have to do is just go to them and say, hey, we'll pay you this much if you guys vote to declare independence and then vote to join us, right?
Sure. I mean,
totally
like,
legal.
Yeah, I'm in favor of whatever. I mean, if the Greenlanders want to become part of us, there'll be more liberal voters, right? More lefties, actually.
Well,
So
there's like less than
I'm in favor.
75,000
I'm
of
very
them.
much in favor.
I actually think you're like maybe initially, but remember, massive source of like hydrocarbons and rare earth metals. I think you'd see massive mining industries open up in Greenland, and as we saw with Alaska, this tends to attract more conservative voters.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But ones who are also in favor of getting checks from the government, right? Because that's what they do.
Alaskans get checks from the government.
And once again, we can also structure something in the region.
They are in favor of socialist policies of redistribution.
No,
right?
hold on.
So,
What they're doing is the same thing as in Texas and Alaska. But hold on, we can do the same thing with there. Like, right? They have the rare earth and minerals. There's a small population. They easily do the exact same thing as we do in Texas and Alaska, where they get this benefit from it, and then they're just going to go. I don't see why they would want to go left whenever y'all want to tax the shit out of that for them at the personal level.
Okay, so
especially if we buy them off.
I want to get back to USAID just for a bit, because I don't know if it's necessary through free trade agreements, at least not the ones that we necessarily structure. Maybe the ones that maybe our friend Scott would structure, maybe those would be more helpful, right? And like, enhancing trade between these nations and having some sort of fair movement of goods, right? Maybe Scott would do it, but the way that we structure these things, I'm not positive that necessarily that would be, like, we being Americans, that would be the key to taking all these countries out of poverty. I don't know, but maybe, right? So I'm not against that. I'm definitely not against having a more fair trade agreements with these nations. I think it's exactly what they needed, right? Like that in itself. I think that so they can not just like extract resources from their territory, but they can turn them into useful goods and then sell them and get more of the value out of that, right? Like that's where the money is you turn that resource into something useful and then sell that, right? Currently, they just send them off to Western Europe, they send them off to the States, and they lose most of the value from their own resources. So let's change that, right? So if that's what you're talking about, Scott, hey, I'm in favor of that. I'm absolutely.
Yeah.
But,
all you have to do to make that happen is just stop USAID.
But see, this is the thing.
It happens on its own.
I'm not. I don't know. I don't know. See, I can't go that far with you, right? I can't say
Why
that.
not?
Oh, on its own, without the political will, right? Because you guys are saying USAID. Okay, we get rid of it, and then we're moving towards a golden age, or at least what you're saying right now, a golden age of relations, right? Of economic relations with these other nations. No, I don't think that's how that works. I think that all the same interests that currently exist for the United States still exist, right? It's just that now we're giving out less vaccinations. Like nothing has changed on that front. The U.S. still wants to carry out its CIA missions, do whatever the fuck in whatever the fuck country. The U.S. still wants debt peonage, right? We haven't changed our economic relationship with any of these nations. None of that has changed. All we've done is get rid of our front-facing, generally well-received foreign relations apparatus that combated, as our friend Iko was talking about, that helped combat the Belt and Road Initiative. Right? I don't think it was doing enough of a good job, but I
don't understand. I'm maybe you can clear it up for me. I'm having trouble understanding your argument because your argument is like if we get rid of USAID, then that money won't go back to the Americans. Instead, it'll be funneled into like some other government apparatus program that will do the same shit. And all we've lost is a program that's $43 billion that like did some good. Now, I don't know, and neither do you know what percentage of USAID is like actually going towards helping people without any, CIA motivation.
Nefariousness, yeah.
Right, like it's managed by the State Department. I would
I
wager
don't
to
know.
guess its overwhelming majority of it is going towards towards CIA intentions. But nevertheless, I would say that a lot of that is kind of like, again, two birds, one stone. It's supporting institutions that support our interests, in a game of chess, while simultaneously doing something like vaccines or research for something, things that presumably are good. But it seems like your argument is like, well, nothing will ever change anyways, so why would we get rid of this program that does some good?
It's no, not that nothing will ever change. Nothing has changed. Like those incentives are still the case, right? It's just that we'll be doing less like less apparently useful, helpful things throughout the world. Again, yeah, you're right, and I admit I have no idea what the percentage is of things that you and I can agree
neither
are
of
like
us do.
objectively good. Yeah, sure, fair enough, right?
Not unless we let Elon, audit it, then maybe we will know.
But those programs, whatever those programs are, those things have gone away, right? There's less incentive to reinstate those, especially under this government, right? There's this administration. Maybe Marco Rubio, because Marco Rubio actually realized a few years ago, he stated the obvious benefits of USAID. He says, like, yeah, it's hard to hate hate a nation that has fed you, or something along those lines, right? That's what Marco Rubio said in terms of this, like using our soft power. So we've lost this tool. It's unlikely we're going to replace the front-facing helpful parts of it, but we're going to keep all the parts that you hate, all of that, right? When will the CIA do less missions, right, to overthrow whatever fucking country? No, certainly not now, right?
I don't see how your
Nothing's changing
argument. I was not trying to strawman you, but I don't see how your argument is actually different than what I said, which is that you seem to have this nihilist view that if we get rid of USAID, the CIA will continue to do this. No more money will go back to the American taxpayer, but we're just going to lose this program that does some level of good.
Sure. Okay. So let me try to be a bit more clear. I guess I would be more for this if this actually came with a policy change. If we actively said, yeah, because the policy change you guys are looking at is just like, well, we're getting rid of corruption and fraud and waste, right? That's the policy change that's happening in the U.S. But that's not like, well, it's bullshit in the first place, but it's also not the concern of those other nations, right? Those other nations we're competing for, and that we're trying to convince of our soft power or anything like that, right? So if we had a foreign policy change that says, hey, yeah, we're going to do what Scott suggested, and we're going to have better trade agreements that will, in the long term, in the midterm and the long term, build up these nations, allow them to have stronger industries, properly exploit their own resources for their own benefit, right? And then our mutual benefit through exchange of goods. And we also want to help these, like, for these in the short term, right? For these immediate problems, like preventing epidemics in whatever fucking nation, by providing the resources, providing medicine, providing all those things, right? Maybe food to refugees and some.
You're talking about reconstructing USAID, right? Like the thing is that if you defund it, right, it can't do anything bad if it doesn't have the money to do the bad things. What you're talking about is a policy change, which would be like, oh, we're going to help you in the immediacy with problems. We're gonna well, that's money that becomes a new program that is basically USAID 2.0, and then because we have a state and an intelligence agency that is allowed to lie to us, that has all of these secret
that would be
clearances
part.
and everything.
That would be part of the policy change that I would also advocate for. Hey, like, that we're not going to do those bad things, those CIA operations that you and I disagree with, right? Let's not do that.
But that's what USAID already does, is that USAID is a
I
front organization that says, we're not going to do that. We're going to fund good things. And then they lie.
I get you. I hear you, and I agree with you. I haven't pushed back on that, right? What I'm saying is that, like, USAID provided some amount of good. You and I can't measure it because we didn't know how the budget allocation was, right? But some amount of good. I'm saying
some
we've
amount of
lost
not
the-
fraud. I wouldn't consider it's good to steal money from people.
I
help other people.
okay. You fair enough.
Yeah,
but
I'm with you.
Sure. But it provides some amount of positive benefit for us in terms of soft power, in terms of helping individuals out in the world, right? But also it provides a lot of negative outcomes, right? With all the things we've already discussed. I think right now all we've done is gotten rid of USAID, getting rid of the positives, right? And we'll still
And the
have all the
negatives.
negatives. We'll have for me to agree that USAID should go, I'd want to replace the positives, and I'd want a policy change to get rid of those negatives. That we wouldn't actually just
but here's the problem.
re-engage. Yeah.
Here's the problem, right? The CIA has an annual budget of around $20 billion. USAID has an annual budget of about $40 billion. So it's got double the budget of the CIA. Okay. Now, when we talk about stopping USAID, we're talking about getting rid of 2/3 of the funding, of which we know some level of it, some percentage is being used by the CIA to do things that destabilize regions or to like purchase some form of like institutional power to influence those countries,
Yeah.
etc. Now, I agree that the $20 billion that the CIA gets is still going to be used for nefarious shit. I agree that the International Monetary Fund still exists. I agree of all of those things. But the problem here is that we know that we have a government that is corrupt, that is lying about what USAID has been spent on. You know, the Associated Press, right, like broke a story in 2014 about how USAID on paper was telling us that we were doing food efforts in Cuba, but actually we were creating Zunazeo, which was a Twitter alternative, and we were trying to get people to utilize it for sports and hurricane updates.
I hear you.
So that we could then eventually create micro riots to try and overthrow the Cuban government, right?
I hear
like we
you.
know that we don't know what
We still
percentage of
have
it
the
is
State
crazy
Department.
shit like that, and we
Yeah,
don't know
but
what
we still
percentage
have-
of it is.
But we still
right,
have the State
but we're-
Department.
Right, but if you defunding the $40 billion, you can't argue that there's the same level of CIA influence in these things that's going to occur.
Of course I can. 100%. That's exactly what I'm arguing. I'm saying we
So you're
still
saying they're
have
going to
the State
steal the
Department.
money from somewhere else?
I'm saying they'll do those exact same operations under the auspices of another cover, right? Another cover organization. Through the State Department, they'll use whatever means, because the State Department is still going to interact with these countries. That's not going to stop. In some way,
I
some
agree.
form. The State
I agree.
Department's-
We should get rid of the fucking State Department. We should get rid of the whole goddamn government. But but if your argument is just replace USAID with we're gonna have some policy changes. What policy changes can you possibly fathom or have that are actually going to? No, but you've just been. But the problem is that the intelligence community is already committed fraud and used these programs against the wishes and the stated goals of USAID.
I'm saying, hey,
so the new program is going to do the same fucking thing.
Hold on. I'm saying, no. I'm saying I'll take the deal. You said, right? You said, hey, what would be better for these countries? And Gibbs, I see your hand. What would be better for these countries? It would be better to have a free trade agreement. Okay, right? That's a policy change, right? Like from what we have now.
No. What I said was that having USAID and having us fight Belt and Road Initiative and having us both destabilizing regions to try and beat out the other person with all of this money taken from the taxpayer, right? Is so fucking bad for the world and for those countries themselves. And it would be better that we simply not spend that money, that Americans simply get $50 billion less in taxes taken out, and that grows our economy, and we have more purchasing power, and we have more corporate power because we have more money, because we have less money wasted on destabilizing some West African nation. And then when we want more shit, that means we buy more shit. And when we buy more shit, that means third world countries have more opportunity to produce more shit.
Wait a minute. Then I'm misunderstanding you, because before I swear I heard you talk about a free trade agreement. Did you not mean like there's no
What I'm
agreement,
saying-
there's no
what I-
policy shift whatsoever?
What I'm saying is instead of using USAID, what we ought to be doing is unleashing the power of the American economy.
I hear
And
you.
yes,
No,
that
I
would
already- I
include
hear
free
that part.
trade agreements, but most
Oh,
third
okay,
world
okay.
nations already
But that's
have
a
free
policy
trade
thing.
agreements with us. Like there's
Okay.
most third world
Great.
nations already
so,
have
so then
those.
we're back to my original. Criticism of the things you said. Right. I said, hey, maybe what Scott would envision as an equitable free trade agreement, right, might do the trick of building up these countries. But I'm like, well, the way America usually structures these free trade agreements, no, it actually doesn't accomplish any of these things, right? And I don't think the thing that was holding them back was USAID. No, I don't agree to that whatsoever. I think
USAID
that
is a power for evil
know,
and
I know,
destabilization.
evil, yes, whatever.
Just
yes, and there's
get
lots
rid of it
and
make
there's-
the American
and
economy
if
stronger, and will help
USAID
those people. for trade.
USAID was no, that's not how it's going to work, right? Like if the trade agreements and there's a strict power imbalance, right, where the U.S. imposes itself for favorable trade arrangements with these nations, so they can't properly exploit their own resources, and so that they end up just like sending them off, right, at bargain basement prices to the westernized world, right? If that still exists now and there's no policy change, then it will continue to exist, right? It doesn't matter if Americans have more money in their pockets, right? That doesn't change that power imbalance. That's why I'm saying it has to come with a policy change. That's
not true.
Right?
We saw this with Japan. We saw this with South Korea. We saw this with Taiwan. We have seen multiple countries where they were producing a bunch of shit cheaply, and instead of having USAID and CIA ops and all of this other shit, that they grew in power because they were able to be an industrialized nation.
They were producing things. Huh? So again,
Yes.
that's the difference. Once again, but I'm talking about these.
If we have more money, then that means there's more opportunity for people to produce shit.
Hold on, but no, that's not. It's not simply for revolution. Is that what you said at the end?
No, I said if we have more money, then that means there's more money to be made throughout the whole world in producing shit for us.
No, that's not how that works. This is where I
that is absolutely how that works.
No,
That is
it's
just
not.
an economic reality.
Because money on its own doesn't make a change, right? If like okay, so you have more money in your pocket, right? Scott is the American, right? I'm the African, okay? All right, I'm the African out in Africa, right? You have more money in your pocket to give to me, but also you also have Gibbs by your side, right?
I'm the
Gibbs
African.
And then,
No, I'm the African.
Everyone's the African.
No, I'm the African.
I have the most claim to possibly being the second closest to African here. So, you know.
Icah's actually from Africa.
Well, no. I was born in America. I was the first American
from Africa.
First American in my family.
We got a bunch of Africans here, apparently, right? Right? Lactose, he's wearing his FUBU, right? And so he has a claim to the motherland. But Gibbs is standing next to you. Gibbs is heavily armed, right? Gibbs comes to me. So we're going to have this trade, right? But Papa Gibbs, right, is here to make sure that the trade is in your favor, that the terms of the agreement is in your favor, right? And so the trade happens, and there's more of the trade, right? Because you have more money in your pocket. And so there's more of that trade. But again, it's in your favor. Now, there's another alternative where, right, like instead of me just giving you the raw resources so then you can produce the goods and then sell that around the world, right? Maybe I could produce the goods and then sell that to you, right? Still be trade. You have more money to accept that trade, right? But Gibbs is still there. And Gibbs represents the strong arm, the closed fist of the American military. And so if that doesn't change, if that dynamic doesn't change, it doesn't matter, Scott, that you have more money in your pocket. In the end, I'm still going to get fucked over.
Yeah,
I agree with
right
you
here.
that there are a whole bunch of problems. The CIA, the State Department, the United States government. I'm a fucking anarchist. Of course, I agree to all of that. Right? The thing here is that all other things being equal, if we stop spending money on programs that are designed to prop up nations as client states, that are designed to give loans to countries and then use blue dot network corporations that build infrastructure in a country but force them to be American, Australian, or Japanese corporations, or the G7's Build Back Better World program. If we stop that shit and we simply have more money, okay, then we have to buy things because that's just the supply and demand equation. And if we stop the things that are destructive, that we know that the CIA is using towards their own interests to line the pockets of, you know, Western corporations and NGOs and fucking people like the Clintons and all that fun stuff, and we simply just give that money instead to Americans so that they have more purchasing power, that increases the incentive for investment in countries that have a large amount of cheap labor, right? This is why, for example, the ready-made garment industry was so heavily based in Bangladesh, because there's cheap labor there and Americans want to buy cheap clothes. And so if we have more money to buy cheap clothes, then there's more money to invest in Bangladesh from anybody in the world because they can make more cheap clothes.
So I'm gonna leave that alone. I've already said what I had to say. I'm gonna go to Gibbs, but before I go to Gibbs, right? Because our friend Lactoid's gotta leave, right? I just gotta take a moment. And we're gonna address Gibbs here, okay? Gotta take a moment. Our friend Gibbs has been with us for like a year or so, right? And one of his it literally might have been his first time here, right? He made an argument that has always stuck with me.
Reparations.
Yeah, he's been talking about reparations. He talked about the advancement of warfare, and I think, and I could be wrong about this, right? But I think this was in the context of guarding the border, because that's what he's always talking about, right? So, I don't know.
Usually with drones or mines.
He talked about drones. Yes,
take over China and get the drone boats from China, and then we can use them to protect the border. Got it.
Our friend Gibbs talked about using drones to protect the border, right? But not just drones, right? He specifically said he would have a mothership of drones, right? And they would launch smaller drones out at everyone. And this was the funniest fucking thing.
Like the Protoss Corsair or whatever? Like with the
the carrier.
Drones
the carrier. The carrier, yeah. That's exactly what he said. And it was the funniest fucking thing. I remember because I was just dying laughing.
They made that now, though.
Lactoid did it. Laughed. I think Scott laughed, and it's hard to get a chuckle out of him sometimes. Corey laughed. Everyone here laughed, right? But yes, just as Lactoid stepped in my line, in the Ukraine, right? This is a headline from Ars Technica. Drones are now launching drones to attack other drones in Ukraine. That's what's happening now. So I just got to give my friend Gibbs his flowers, because he was absolutely correct, right? We laughed at him. And to be clear, the only reason I laughed at him is because Corey was laughing, and Corey has a doctorate. I'm like, well, if Corey's laughing,
I technically don't have a doctorate yet.
He's in a
PhD. And I should have been listening to Gibbs, because he has a double doctorate, right? So I just got to apologize to my friend Gibbs. It was still the funniest fucking thing. And it still makes
Have you seen the videos, Prime, of the drones attacking other drones?
Really, it's crazy how prophetic I am.
Some of the drones, they're just naked drones, and they'll run into other drones. Some of them, I think one of them had a broom attached to it, and it was running into other drones. One of them had a long piece of rubber that was wrap itself up in the propellers. It's ridiculous. It's funny.
Yeah, to be fair, Corey was waiting for peer review to come out before that, and sometimes you don't have time to wait for peer review when drones are coming after you.
First of all, I don't
Corey
know
is being very careful.
True.
I don't know. I don't have perfect recollection of my laughing and what I laughed at, but I imagine myself, I was laughing at the concept of having a mothership out on the border, and that's what's shooting down the people coming to the border. Not that I want to turn that into a laughing matter. I can understand that technology can be built. But it's more you want to propose the mass slaughter of
people
laughed at Reagan.
Just take your L, brother. All right.
It's a natural. It was just clear to me. See, this is the problem. Is I'm prophetic. What to me seems to be the clear line of thought of what's going to happen to a lot of stuff. People are just ha, sounds crazy, but then it turns out being true. It just keeps happening, and I love it, because I feel like I'm becoming a prophet, which I don't know, is not a good sign.
Well,
but
just to be clear,
to be fair, we should all be laughing at Gibbs all the time.
Yeah, that's true.
So. But Gibbs, I don't want to be ever accused of like not giving you flowers, not like
I appreciate it.
telling that you're right when you're right. So it's happened. It's a true thing. And we should all take Gibbs a little bit more seriously. That's all I want to say. I know Lactoid's got to go. So if you
I
have
wanted to, so I'm
I'll go
Lactoid. You
after
can
that
find me at
next.
Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. One more comment on the drone thing. I watched a video of it was like it's like a not really a documentary, but it's like an on the ground like news reporter from the Russian side, and they're walking around and just videotaping the soldiers and their behaviors and stuff. The drone warfare has like completely shifted the way soldiers are just psychologically interacting with the battlefield.
Yeah.
When I was watching the video, they were all looking up at the sky when they were walking around. They're all like patrolling, and all their heads are just up, looking constantly like scanning.
It's
the
no
sky
longer
for
head
drones.
on a swivel.
Yeah, they're no longer like looking around for like soldiers. They're all staring up, like looking for drones, and they'll see one every once in a while, and they'll be like, "Is that one of ours or is that one of theirs?" And if that they don't recognize it, then they'll start shooting at it, and that's basically like what warfare is now in that area. It's very disturbing, especially when you hear the drones, because they sound scary too when they're coming at
Yes,
you.
they sound scary.
So
I
there's
have kids in Afghanistan and Iraq who would hide under their beds when U.S. drones went above them because they would just randomly drop bombs and kill a lot of fucking people. Yeah.
No, it's just it's sad, of course, all warfare is, but it's also fascinating to see. But I really
Send me
appreciate
that if you have that video. I would love to see
I will.
it.
No, I will. It's actually really. I mean, it's on YouTube. I'm surprised it is because there's bodies shown. So, but I'll send it to you.
Thank you so much. Have a good one, friend.
Yeah, I'll catch you guys later.
Take care.
So Prod, you actually were bringing up a good point when you argue with Scott, like with the we're the Americans thinking we don't do good trade deals with some people or whatever. And I know that we stand on opposite sides of this part. This is just something that we're never going to come to agree to. But I'm of opinion. Hey, let's do that. I want what's best for Americans. I want listen. That takes advantage of other countries. So be it. Here's the thing, though. I think there's something we can build a bridge on, Prime, and I think that USAID has not been used efficiently, right? So it's $40 billion a year. It's costing taxpayers. All right, let's just say, and I got the corrected numbers now. We double checked. It's 55,000 people, give or take, like about a few hundred, live in Greenland. If we gave them all $500K, that equals out to $27.5 billion. All right. So, hey, okay, that's cool. We gave them all $500K. They're going to be taken care of in perpetuity, basically all of that.
Okay.
All right, cool. We can give them some benefits.
Wow.
Yeah, we can get some benefits going with the rare earth minerals. How much more effective would it have been to do that one time and benefit, like take over, now we own this thing? Or the next year we go, okay, we want to improve whatever these other countries are. Instead of USA doing it with all these
moving to Greenland tomorrow.
We will go in there and start. Yeah, I mean, exactly.
I'm moving to Greenland. No, that's not a
being more targeted and with our funds instead of doing what USAID's been doing, where it's all like, oh, it's black books, it's mysterious, it's inefficient. And clearly we've not been getting the results that something as directed as this would be.
So my response,
right?
To that
finally.
Oh yeah, listen. I had the math. I was
$22 billion.
zero. I was a zero off the first time when I said something.
So exponentially off, yeah. But fair enough. My response to that is that okay, you guys, like I'm not against the U.S. having access to more resources and doing it in a peaceful manner. That's not a problem for me. But the difference between you and I is that I would, in addition to the money spent, I would also spend the money properly, not about the fraud, right, that we've been talking about, but like send it to these other countries to exercise soft power, to be like funding health clinics, to be funding like infrastructure projects. I'm not sure how much of that we do, right, in comparison to like Belt and Road, but whatever that number is, I think we should be increasing that, so that like we are making trade easier for those other countries to engage in, making it so that they can maybe invest in industries, right? It's like from the built factories for them to utilize their resources, and maybe some sort of favorable trade agreement for us for building the factory, right? For the goods that they exchange, right? But all of this strengthens the countries in the end, right? I'd be in favor of spending our money on doing that, right? And we can say that maybe USAID wasn't exactly doing that, but that's what I want to do. I don't care necessarily if it's from through USAID. That's not important. I don't have any loyalty to this organization, right? What I want are for the outcomes. I want the outcomes to be that instead of fucking over these countries all the time, right? And instead of keeping them under debt peonage, that we strengthen them so they can build up and they can be stable countries, right? Where less terrorism comes out, right? Because a lot of terrorism in these countries where less refugees leave, right? Because they have jobs, right? And things are going well. All those things are good things that we could invest in as well. If you'll take that step with me, then we're in agreement. If it's only we just give a bunch of Greenlanders, right, a shit ton of money so we can exploit their resources, then yeah, whatever.
Well, no, but so here's the thing, though. Is hold on, let me just expand this a little bit more, real quick, and then you spoke a lot. Let me just expand this idea a little more, right? So, okay, Greenland, they've got all this money. We now own it. All these people are rich, and then now we open it up to like exploration, and not exploration, but like we're gonna access these rare minerals. That's gonna bring new people to Greenland. The economy there is gonna be stimulated, yada yada. All right, let's look at like Panama, right? Same concept. We give the average person in Panama earns $25K a year. That is what I just looked up. So let's just bear with me. That's what Google says. Now that means a lot of people earn less. A few people earn more. Okay. I would wager that the top end probably skews that quite a bit. So if we gave every person in Panama, and there's about 4.5 million people. Sure, cool. Listen, 4.5 million like people live in Panama. We know that for sure. There's about 4.46. But let's just say 4.5 for round numbers. We gave every person 50K. That's going to be $225 billion, right? That's 5 years of money going to USA. Now, we could have just bought Panama, gave everybody a certain percentage that lives there, and bam, now you're a special use economic zone. Would you be in favor of us just going around Africa and buying countries and making them now U.S. people, like based on like whatever, or like anywhere, really? Was that better?
Bro, can U.S. people get some of this money first, please?
I mean, we're already doing this, so I mean, like, hey,
please give us the money first before we go buy other countries and give other people money.
Real quick. His argument is he wants these other countries to benefit. We go in there, give them all this money. We call it's now U.S. area. Like,
but
hey,
you guys aren't. This is just.
Would you not be in favor of that?
Like it's got to the point where it's just this is like.
Well, tell me it's not
I'm
more efficient.
A little bit, it's just anti-American, bro. You guys want to give at this point you want to give
everyone in the world
money. You want to give everyone in the world money, build up their economy, build up their world under the guise of making them like part of America.
This is $40 billion we've already spent and wasted doing this bullshit for the last 15 years, 20 years. Like, why don't we try targeting and buying the countries?
Why don't we try something that at least when dealing with me, I'm a tax and spend leftist. Right?
Yeah.
I'm not built like Scott.
Yeah.
I'm a tax and spend leftist. So I actually would like to spend a lot more money on Americans, right?
This is the we live in already.
The programs that I would support, right? The Medicare for all, the housing for all.
I can't get free health care, but Greenlanders can get $500,000 a piece.
We own them now. It's 78K people. Now they're probably gonna spend that money here the rest of the year.
I would do so much, right? But hey, like, so responding to what you asked me directly, Gibbs, not looking at the domestic side, but on the foreign side, I mean, okay, sure. I mean, if we want to start making deals with these other countries to say that we'll bring you in for a certain number, and I think there's a number, right? For a lot of these countries, like you get to stay. We're not ethnically cleansing you like in fucking Gaza, right?
No, but, like, we're giving you money. We're paying.
Yeah, we'll give you money, and now you're a citizen, and now you can take advantage of all things America has to offer. And we get access to your resources, and your economy grows. I mean, okay. I don't think we have enough money to buy all the places that we're fucking over. But I don't know.
I mean, in 5 years, that's $225 billion. We could give every person in Panama 50K. We could just do this little installment ban. We already take shit on credit all the time. I mean, we're already getting taxed for this. We might as well put this to use more efficiently. I mean, I'm tired of us getting fucked in this 8K a year. It's death by 1,000 cuts. Let's just make some direct purchases and build shit up. I think that's much more efficient.
Not in favor of direct purchases. It's just like
they built a bridge right there.
It's very expensive, but okay.
So two things, right? For that amount of money, we could just give every man, woman, and child in America $600. And that would mean, you know, if you have 3 kids and you're, you know, a family of 5, right? We could just give them $3,000. I feel like that'd be a much better deal than buying Panamonians. And then the next 10 years, we have random more taxes that we need to build infrastructure in Panama for some presumed return on investment in the future. I feel like we could just, you know,
They'll just use
not
the tariffs
tax
from the
people those.
Panama Canal. We'll just use the canal tariffs.
Yeah.
They'll fund their own.
Yeah, tariffs will just solve fucking everything.
It's a spackle. It's a policy spackle you put on everything. If there's a hole in it, just put tariffs.
I have a genuine
years.
I have a genuine question because you stated that if we get rid of USAID, right, that the incentive structure of the CIA and the State Department and corporations and NGOs exist in such a way that they would still fuck over these nations and find ways to like bully them into IMF loans and all these other things, right? And then, so like the incentive is there, these people are evil, they're within our government, and they're going to do these things. And then you were asked about what we ought do and what you did, and I don't feel like I'm being callous, dismissive, or strawmanning you, is that you recreated USAID and said, but this time we'll do it and we'll just get rid of the corruption, right? And
Ideally.
how can you square that you believe that these people are corrupt and then all these incentives are there to fuck over these people, but then you say I'm not married to the program of USAID, but instead what we ought to do is we ought to like have a government program that helps with infrastructure and helps with vaccines and helps people that are poor and need food and like helps with like, you know, government job program. You just recreated USAID and you which is a problem and has all this corruption and influence. Like, why did you do all that instead of just saying, I don't care if the CIA fucks over other nations in the world. I think USA does more good than bad.
Hold on.
You just said you weren't going to make a straw man.
I don't think that's a straw man. I think that's
literally
clearly his fucking argument.
No, he said ideally he would have it set up.
Why not
so that
just do that?
wouldn't.
Right. Yeah, but you just said
that's not saying he doesn't care that the CIA fucks over people.
But then you also say that all those corrupt incentive structures exist, and that's why getting rid of USAID isn't going to fix anything. But then you just rebuilt USAID with those same corrupt instructives.
No, I hear you. Okay, right? Like it required. So my vision, I guess, maybe is more extensive than maybe I've led on, right? But well, actually, no. I think my policy agenda has been pretty clear throughout the years. So I'm still a little confused as to why you're confused about what I'm trying to say here. When I'm talking about a radical restructure of, I mean, like just like you talk about a radical restructure of our economy, right, in our society, that's what I'm talking about as well. I'm talking about a radically reducing corporate power so that they don't have influence on our foreign policy. They don't get to access our foreign policy apparatus, which would include the CIA and the State Department.
How do you do that?
And
how do you do that? Like, because this is a wish list. How are we going to have aid programs and construction and not involve corporations? Are you saying you're just going to give countries money to build things?
Well, I mean, we could. I mean, we could say like, hey, we're giving this money, and it needs to be used like with strings attached for these types of projects, right? And we'll have inspectors going in to make sure like a ton of this money isn't disappearing in terms of fraud and bribes and graft or anything like that. We could actually just do that. That's one way, right?
How this is a wish list of non-corruption and non-corporate influence, but the structures that you're putting together, the way that government works is that these corporations and NGOs will be involved. You're recreating USAID and saying it's a radical restructure.
I'm talking about a radically reducing corporate power. Like I'm saying that
that's a wish. How? What you've
I'm
described is what we have.
I'm sorry. I'm not describing what we have. I'm not describing what we have.
I'm saying everything that you've described thus far in your new program is ideally it won't be corrupt. And then everything that you talked about, the humanitarian aid, humanitarian effort, money for food, all of these things, like unless you're going to build like a new United States military organization to do all of this, is going to involve corporations and NGOs that are already corrupt and already fucking these
I
people
would
over.
no, I like see, because you and I have a different opinion on what the economy should look like. I think the state, right, should have a lot of direct involvement in terms of these projects. These corrupt corporations that might be okay, so and also we have to split like which corporations we're talking about here, because I think it actually does matter which ones we're referring to. So one, I don't have a problem with like the U.S. directly building these infrastructure projects, right? Like we either like utilize a portion of the military, or we create a new wing, right? That does specifically this. It goes to foreign countries and builds up these infrastructure projects, right? For like some sort of trade agreement or whatever, right? Doing a Belt and Road type of thing, right? But
Right, so
on the other
moving
end,
money
in
from like
terms of-
USAID to like psychological operations.
No, not at all. But on the
That's who
other
does
end,
that
right?
shit,
These
but okay.
and on the other end of these corporations, because corporate interest in itself, if we're flattening what that means, right? So let's say we don't radically expand the government and like have it the public fund these things and build these things directly, right? To get rid of the profit interest, to get rid of that level of graft that happens, right? Let's say we don't. Even in that case, right? Like my problem isn't necessarily in this with like all corporations at all points in time. There are corporations who have access to the government who use, let's just use give an example, tech industry, right? The tech industry uses our State Department, uses probably the CIA, right, to do exactly the things that we've been discussing before.
There's a
And
ton of like I can show you the receipts of that, where USAID money goes to tech industry so that they can learn how to censor things for the political will of the CIA.
But no, that I'm not even. Well, sure, yeah, that part too. But like, that's not the part I'm concerned about. I'm talking about directly for resource extraction, right? We have there are minerals, right, that come out of the fucking Congo, that are critical, mission critical for creating electronics. And that the area in Congo, not all of Congo destabilized, but the area where the resources are extremely destabilized, right? Lots of these groups fighting each other and keeping some sort of like awful, like horrific stalemate of death squads going around and taking advantage, exploiting these resources themselves, selling them off. It's awful, right? Whatever that situation is. Those tech companies, I'm saying I would reduce their power, right? I would break them up. I would reduce their ability to lobby the
Hey,
government.
I actually have to go, Prime. I
Okay, have a good
appreciate
one,
it. Thank you
friend.
so much.
Thanks so
Take
much,
care, Gib.
Gibbs. Really appreciate you.
You too. Next time, guys.
I would reduce or hopefully eliminate their ability to lobby the government directly, so that they use the military for their aims, right? So that's that. But if there are corporations, now this is a different class of corporations that are used to actually build the infrastructure, right? We contract them, American corporations, to contract them to build this infrastructure in those foreign countries. That's fine. That doesn't necessarily a bad thing in and of itself, right? The private sector doing that. So even within this framework, I don't have a problem with all corporate interests. I'm talking about corporate interests that are specifically using our government to advance themselves, either by force or by espionage, or by aid, undermining a foreign economy, right? Like, I don't care what those are. Let's knock that off so these countries can build up themselves. Go ahead.
But this is a wish list of getting rid of corruption. I applaud your desire to get rid of corruption within NGOs and corporations and the enmeshment with all of these international organizations. Like, I too want to get rid of that, right? My issue is that you hold a contradictory opinion, which is that you recognize that this corruption is deep-seated in NGOs and corporations, and that they purchase politicians, and that there are all of these backroom deals, and that they're involved in all of this shit. Okay. And you're saying, well, we can't get rid of USAID because it does some good. But then you're saying, well, if I was in power, what I would do is I would recreate the system of USAID, but like do it better and do it different without the corporations involved to this degree. But then you're saying, well, I need to involve the corporations to some degree, but not the really bad ones. It's like, if you recognize that this corruption is deep seated in an intelligence apparatus that's massively powerful with corporations and all this stuff, then how are you squaring
You keep
these
ignoring
two
half
things?
my argument.
What half of your argument am I ignoring?
Yeah, the reduction of corporate power, right? The same.
That's
like,
a wish list. That's not a
Hold
policy.
on. I'm talking to a fucking ANCAP, okay? Right? Like, don't tell me about fucking wish lists here. Like, I'm saying, yes, this is like the society as we have now is fucked, right? Our policy, our foreign policy apparatus, right, and our incentives, our corporate incentives are fucked as it stands. I recognize all of that. So I get that, like, what I'm asking for is a huge change. It's a huge change in our economy. Is a huge change of how our relationship to our government and our relationship to corporations, right? How we view them. This is a massive restructuring of the economy, of our political system. I understand that. I get that part, right? I'm saying that, like,
that's a wish. That's not a policy.
It's fucking Ancapistan. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, everything you've said, everything you've told us.
I can explain the economic principles and what it is that I desire. I understand that saying that it is a wish to get rid of the United States government. But what I'm saying is, when we are talking about what to do about USAID, you're saying you recreate USAID, and then you say, but don't worry, we're going to get rid of the corruption because we're going to massively get rid of corporate power. But you're still talking about utilizing private NGOs. You're still talking about utilizing government contractors. You're still
I don't have to use that, but I would.
You're describing the very nation state that we have. The only difference between, and the very same policy that we have, the only difference is in your version, there's no corruption, and that the corporations don't have the power. But you're not actually explaining how you would be able to provide all of this all of this aid and all of these things without that corporate power existing. You're just saying, but in my system, the bad things are gone. And I'm saying the system is corrupt. You agree, and so let's get rid of the money that is funneling this corrupt system. And you're saying, no. We'll just make a new system that doesn't have the problems.
We're not getting rid of the money, but we're not. But even in your situation, you're not getting rid of the money. That is, like, because unless you're going full ANCAP, right? I don't think you're trying to do that right now. You're trying to work within the bounds of reality. Fair enough. Okay, right? But
yeah, no, I just want to get, like, as of right this second, I just want to get rid of the $43 billion.
Okay, great. And if that's the case, then you haven't gotten rid of the money. The money still exists. It's all there. Every single bit of it. Not $1.
No, it's less $43 billion.
No,
obviously.
It hasn't. No, it hasn't. I'm sorry. Okay, there's going to be another budget, right? This year, we're going to design another budget, and in that budget, the USAID be crossed out, done, right? But to accomplish the exact same goals, exact same international goals, then we will allocate that money somewhere else, directly under the Pentagon, maybe, directly under the CIA, somewhere under the State Department, somewhere that money is going to go, and they're going to do the exact same missions, so that not a single cent of that money has disappeared. Not one.
But you
haven't. So you haven't solved it.
All right, Roger. So we get rid of the $43 billion, and then your claim is that the system and the intelligence community and the corporations are so enmeshed that what is going to happen is we're just going to get a new omnibus spending bill, and it's going to give the State Department or the CIA or some other fucking organization another $40 billion so that they can do the same shit that they've always been doing. And so getting rid of this institution of USAID and getting rid of, this specific program doesn't actually change anything, and that it doesn't actually move money in any way. It's a temporary Band-Aid.
And whatever positive benefits we reap are gone. Go ahead.
Right. Okay. So if that is your opinion, right? If that is your belief, right? That getting rid of this program doesn't actually change anything in any way, shape, or form, then your policy isn't USAID is good or USAID is bad or I would make a new USAID. Your policy is something along the lines of getting rid of whatever caused that. Whatever level of corruption exists within the government that would make it so that that new omnibus bill would have $40 billion. And that's an entirely different conversation. Okay, you're saying that, but what you're doing is we're talking about USAID right now and whether or not that's bad and the way that corporate power and the way that all of these things operate. So if you're saying I'm going to create a structure without this corporate power, without these problems, without this corruption, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt that that's not just a utopic wish. My problem is that what you described is the status quo. You described money for things that are provincially aid, where we still have an intelligence apparatus, where we still have a large government, where we still have, and they're saying, but we're not going to have the corporate power. But by the way, we're going to use corporations in the private economy in these aid packages to build, construction. It's like you're recreating the system we have.
Hold on, but Scott, but you've known me long enough. Like, that I want to take a hatchet to the Pentagon, right?
I know you that wishes. I'm arguing against the merits of your goals here, and whether or not what you're doing is actually
I'm talking about an ideal, my ideal situation, right? What's my ideal situation? Talking about getting we were talking about, hey, getting USA. This is my ideal situation, is to do all these things, right? A radical restructuring of the economy. Now, if you're saying, hey, Prime, like, be serious, right? Be practical. We're not actually going to be able to do that, right? Like, and not anytime soon. It'll take just as long for you to create your socialist utopia as it will for me to create Ancapistan. Okay, I hear you, right? And I acknowledge that. Okay, right? Well, then, if that's the conversation we want to have, right? If you say, let's just ignore, let's take away.
Great. All right, so right? We're there. All right, we agree that that we have two visions for the future that are not likely to be in any way, shape, or form be passed by Congress and the Senate tomorrow. Okay, now that we're there, okay, and we recognize you have an ideal world where the government doesn't have this corporate power and there isn't this corruption, and that we can actually utilize, some level of taxation on our wealthy corporations to fight AIDS, because the return on investment for fighting AIDS over there is that we don't have another fucking AIDS epidemic. And so it's actually worth the money that we spend, taxing corporations a little bit so that we don't have an epidemic in a country that isn't, set to be able to do that, et cetera. Right. And I'm not going to get my fucking Ancapistan tomorrow. So now that we're there and you recognize that all this corruption exists, I'm arguing, let's defund that corruption. And then you're saying, well, as much as I recognize that's corruption, should we or should we not defund that corruption? Do you support defunding USAID or do you not support defunding USAID?
My problem, I'm fine with defunding USAID. My problem is that we haven't actually defunded the corruption, right? So, like, you want to get rid of that organization. Okay, I think we're
is that a step in the right direction or a step in the wrong direction to defund USAID? You said you're fine with it.
Sure. I think it is slightly. Well, it depends on what the budget actually look like. But at least slightly a step in the wrong direction, simply because we do accrue some positive benefits from USAID. It wasn't 100%, right? Let's say it's 99. 99% of it was CIA. 99% was doing the CIA's bidding, right? But that 1% provided us with something, right? So now we've dismantled that organization, right? So we've lost that 1% of benefit, but we will have all of those other negative outcomes as well, right? The negative externalities from that also happen, all of it. So no, I don't think we've solved the problem.
So your argument is I agree that we don't solve the problem of corruption within the intelligence community by defunding them $43 billion out of USAID.
And you've specifically stated we've defunded the corruption, and that's what I'm pushing back against. We're not defunding the corruption. We're just defunding USAID.
We've defunded a program that's rife with corruption.
And we'll just put that money somewhere else, as I've stated, right? And I think you agree. Do you disagree with that?
Okay.
Do you disagree?
I don't know what the outcome is. I don't know whether or not, the next omnibus spending bill gives the exact amount of money that used to be in aid to like the State Department, right? I don't know what that, I can't predict the future. Maybe it gives more and it turns out to backfire. Maybe it gives less, right? What I'm saying is we have a program that utilizes hard-working American tax dollars. And it's supposedly helping other people and we're getting a return on investment. But we know that some level of it is corrupt. I would say it's rife with corruption. You might lean towards that it's less corruption, whatever. And then it's being used to destabilize other regions in the world based off of money that could just be staying in American bank accounts. To me, that's a step in the right direction for multiple
It doesn't
reasons.
stay in American bank accounts though. As long as that's the problem. Like,
okay,
like
but
we have
you've
because you also
you've
understand
baked
that
in
like
an assumption. You've baked in an assumption that it's a guarantee that the next spending bill will take $43 billion away from Americans to fund the intelligence apparatus.
It'll probably be more. No, because look, the Pentagon's budget increases every year, no matter what. Like the Pentagon asks for a certain amount of money, right? Let's say it's $1 trillion, right? And continuously, our lawmakers exceed that. So, like it's like 900 billion. Let's say it's 900 billion now, right? The next year, the Pentagon will ask for $1 trillion, and then what the Congress will actually provide is $1.2 trillion, right? I'm saying that we will absolutely exceed that. Right, whatever that is, I think the $40 billion we spent.
Okay, so now your argument,
peanuts.
Right? So, but your argument hinges upon the fact that that the corruption and the theft is inevitable. So there's no reason to change a program that does, by your own words, 1% good or 1% positive outcomes. Right? That was the example you gave. Hypothetically, right? But let's say it's 40%, whatever it is, right?
Sure.
Okay, that it does because it does some level of good. It is the corruption within the state is inevitable. If you're arguing that the corruption is inevitable, that no program can be gotten rid of where it won't, because of the incentives, turn into a worse beast, then why do you vote for anything? Why do you advocate for any change? Because your argument is that the corruption and the incentives are inevitable, that they will always steal this money and it'll always go to nefarious ends. So why fight against a known whatever?
No. They're inevitable if the status quo holds, right? I think Trump will do nothing but re-entrench the status quo, right? I think he's the apotheosis of everything that America is. I don't like the MAGA people.
Okay,
think,
we both hate Trump. Like that's not relevant.
But but my argument here is that, like, yes, as it stands under our current regime and under honestly a weak democratic regime, a corporate-based democratic a party, right, that has abandoned the working class, that among these two options, that yes, nothing will change. The reason I vote, right, and the reason why I'm politically active is to shift that, right? And in some way, somehow, either through changing the Democratic Party by electing individuals who aren't beholden to the same political interests, right, financial interests, or through direct political actions to build organizations, that build institutions, worker-led institutions that can provide a counterbalance, right? One of those things would be unions, a counterbalance to corporate power, so that at some point in time that we can like pass legislation that chips away.
I get that you want
radical change. Why I vote. That's why I vote.
Okay, so I understand that you want radical change in the government, right? Like we both do in very different domains. Okay, so let's say let's say some Republican authors a bill, right, for $40 billion, and it's called the Bomb Brown People Bill, right? The bomb brown people bill is $40 billion, and it only says one thing. The United States military will spend $40 billion to randomly bomb people that are brown in America, out of America, whatever. Now, ought we get rid of this bill? Should we all fight against this bill? Should we say, let's not have this bill? Let's defund this because it's doing bad things that I don't like. Let's get rid of the money for this bill. Let's find a way to stop this bill. Should we do that?
I see your hand up, and I'll go to you right after. If you're muted, if you're talking right now.
Sorry, I've got to go. I actually do have the thing that you accused me of earlier going on.
Okay,
I have to go take care of that. Yeah.
Big
all right.
Daddy iCow.
Yeah,
That's right.
he's got a pre-existing booty call.
Yeah,
he can't wait.
Oh, something. I got something. All right.
Have a good one, fun.
I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
I'm gonna take
Bye.
off,
Have
fellas.
Yeah.
Have a good
I'm having a good
Sure. I think we should. Oh, no, I'll answer your question, friend.
Well, yeah. Should we end the bill? Should we find a way to stop that bill?
Oh, bye, Ali. Ali also left. Oh, okay, sorry. And then Corey also.
Well, there we go. And then there were two. All right, let's wrap this up. All right.
Sure, friend. Yes, assuming we would actually stop bombing brown people, right? So, like, if that money,
Right, but the corrupt incentives are still there for us to bomb brown people. So why would we stop this $40 billion bill? Let's say we'll even make it even nicer. Let's say 40% of the bomb brown people bill, right, is 40% of it is money to Lockheed Martin and Black and Vetch and all these other people, right, to build bombs to bomb brown people, to funnel weapons through, Turkey, to give like to Al Nusra, whatever, right, all the fucking evil bad shit. But 60% of this bill is like, is the food to bombed brown people. So all the survivors of the bombs get food, and we talk about how great America is because we gave food to all these poor bombed people.
That's probably exactly what we've done that we bombed. Actually. Exactly.
Right. So
that.
should we defund that bill, or would you say, but it's 60% good and it's giving food, it's giving money to people that giving them food?
And I'm answering directly. Probably not. Right. Probably not. Assuming that we would still bomb those brown people, right? Because if it's the case, right, and this is the thing that we keep running into, if it's the case that that 40% for the bombing brown people is endemic, right, to our system, that like the U.S. government is actually set on bombing those brown people, right? And if not
as
through
it
this
is,
bill, they'll do it. They'll do it through another, but they'll do it through another bill, right? Well, then actually, I will take that 60% of food going to those individuals, rather than not having that at all, and then still getting the bombs, right? If the bombs are going to fall inevitably, then actually, yes, I will take the 60% help, right, in terms of the refugees created afterwards.
All right. Well, then this is a philosophical and political strategy, massive difference to us. I will kill and fight to stop the bomb brown people bill, of which 40% of the bill goes to murdering brown people and 60% goes to giving the survivors food, because even if it turns out that it fails and that money goes to some other place and we still end up bombing people, I'm going to keep fighting to stop those things that are corrupt and do evil things, because that's the fight we have to fight.
So I won't keep you here for much longer, friend, but like, if like in your scenario, and I think that's what you just said, is that those bombs will still fall at some other point, right? But it's still worth the fight, right? It's still overall, you want to end that practice, right? I think then if those bombs are inevitable, then your time is better spent rather than like fighting a bill, right? And in that immediacy, that will still have those negative outcomes, whether the bill exists or the bill doesn't exist. Then your time would be better, honestly, like trying to create Ancapistan. Like that's a much better use of your time rather
I
than
think
fighting
that
and
that
inevitable
is.
bombs that will inevitably fall.
I think that's what I do every day. I think that's
Okay,
what
well,
I
then
do by
great.
saying kill the brown people bill. Is that I'm pushing the philosophy to stop taking money from people and to stop using that money towards nefarious and evil ways, and that sometimes the government, the Leviathan, the state finds new ways to fuck people over and funnels new ways into new corrupt things, and that we don't get our perfect world, but we have to fight. Even if it's a game of whack-a-mole, we have to fight, because every time that we fight it, we wake up more people to the problems and the way that the state actually works. And that's one of the reasons why I'm fucking fighting USAID, because just this fight alone has woken so many people up on the right to something that basically only the communists knew, which was how the state apparatus and NGOs and corporations use soft power to fuck over small nations. This specific fight has woken a lot of people up to those problems, and that's why I'm fighting. And even if I lose in the end, because next year an omnibus spending bill moves that money over to the State Department, I come with an army that's bigger than the one I had last time, because more people woke up and more people fought against it, and we actually did what we needed to do to fight against corruption and fight against this evil and push that philosophy.
Okay, hold on. That's a new axis you hadn't said before, right? And that's something I can agree with. Okay, I mean that's something like I can understand that there's a point to an exercise of political power, even if your objectives fail. That like it builds support, right? Like, hey, you're doing something that I like. Your random fellow American citizen looks at Scott, right, and says, hey, you're doing something I agree with, right? This is a fight worth fighting. You didn't make it this time, right? But hey, next time I'm going to be by your side, right? And so next time we'll be a bit stronger and we'll keep coming back. Now, if we're looking at it that way, well then, maybe I can find some agreement with you, right? That and all to the point of moving towards our idealized future for America. Very different, of course, right? But still, like if it's building power to do that, okay. Actually, I can agree with you there.
I'll leave on that end. I'll take that compromise dub and say I got to go to bed. I've been streaming for
fair enough.
I don't know, 7 hours now. So I get some food.
Yeah. Okay. Well, have a good one, friend.
It was nice talking to you.
Yeah. All right, audience. Consider supporting the channel. In case you haven't.
Whoo. I can't wait for people to watch the VOD. And I can't wait for people to watch the VOD, and at the very end, I got primed to agree to supporting the Bomb Brown People bill, where 40% of the funds are specifically designed to eradicate brown people, and 60% of the funds are designed to give Americans soft power through food aid to the very people that we bombed. I'm gonna have to go and clip that this weekend. Like that is a very necessary clip to turn into a YouTube short. That is fucking insane. We got there eventually, boys. I will see you guys tomorrow. Probably going to talk more about USAID with Grid One Motorsports, some other things, and then after that we're going to do another episode of Lens Crafters with Gibbs and iCal Rich, and it should be a good time. It should be fun. I will see you guys tomorrow. Join the Discord if you want to get the notifications and the go lives and be a part of the community. Help with clipping the stream, so that I can make YouTube shorts and things like that. Follow me on X if you want to watch me be toxic. Consider becoming a channel member for only $3.99. Get access to emojis and emotes. There's no gatekept content, but it is cool to be a part of the community and support the channel. I always answer super chats, and make sure you like, share, and subscribe. And cut the notification bell on, even if it doesn't do much. I appreciate you guys, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow or see you in the Discord or on Twitter.